becomes a thing, maybe just for tonight, then I'll be over you. But when you got close to me, you had me falling so hard, baby, yeah, now I get it. You got heads turning, and you don't even try. Well, would you look at that? My glass is empty, how about I get another drink, baby, okay, I get it. You got fire burning right there in your eyes. Oh yeah.
Over your skin you can see it beat, intoxicating your energy. First time in so long you felt the heat, evaporating your bindings. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like
you throw my way. I know your name is written on everyone's mind. Your whole show is captivating me, but don't think that I can see right through that disguise. But when you got close to me, you had me falling so hard, baby, hard, baby. Yeah, now I get it. You got heads turning, and you don't even try. Well, would you look at that? My glass is empty, glass empty. How about I get another drink, baby, drink, baby? Okay, I get it. You got fire burning, right there in your eyes. But when you got this whole thing, I like the way you look at me. How about we just go with the flow? Now you know I feel it too. But I don't think this could be something that becomes a thing. Maybe just for tonight, then I'll be over you. But when you got close to me, you had me falling so hard, baby, hard, baby. Yeah, now I get it. You got heads turning, and you don't even try. Well, would you look at that? My glass is empty, glass empty. How about I get another drink, baby, drink, baby? Okay, I get it. You got fire burning, right there in your eyes. Oh yeah.
Over your skin, you can see it beat, intoxicating your energy. First time in so long, you felt the heat, evaporating your bindings. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the I know the sadness that cripples you. It comes in waves and out of the blue. But there are days you feel freedom too. Bask in the glorious lightning. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere.
Get up, get up. We want you to get on your feet. Stand up, stand up. Come on, get loose with the heat. Right now, right now. Pick your body till we black out. So get the fuck up. Cause we gon' light up this place. We got the business for days. Tokyo GA from the outer space. So cover and dock, you're out of luck, we don't give up. Yeah, we're going up, next floor is us, you're riding with us. We want you to get on your feet. Stand up, stand up. Come on, get loose with the heat. Right now, right now. Pick your body till we black out. So get the fuck up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better off, better off. I am wicked, you're insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, or toe to toe, we're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off, and we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, or toe to toe, we're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off, and we can. all the things you've been taught, you've been told. Don't blink, don't run, don't turn left or turn right or look straight at the sun. My mind's going in circles, I'm trying to fight it. Getting these voices inside to stay quiet. Going to the place where all this began. Just start again. Oh, you won't see the light until the dawn breaks. No, till it's all said and done, you won't know what it takes. Gotta make a wrong turn and turn around. Gotta fall first to pick yourself up off the ground. Until you get lost, you'll never be found. And you can't start again until you break down. Break down. Until you break down. They said, be meek. Look beneath the bed before you go to sleep. Keep on, I shine. You'll surely get burned if you reach out and touch. My mind is a battle, I'm trying to hide it. Getting these voices inside to stay quiet. On to the place where all this began. Just start again. You won't see the light until the dawn breaks. No, till it's all said and done, you won't know what it takes. Gotta make a wrong turn and turn around. Gotta fall first to pick yourself up off the ground. Until you get lost, you'll never be found. And you can't
you throw my way. I know your name is written on everyone's mind. Your whole show is captivating me, but don't think that I can see right through that disguise. But when you got close to me, you had me falling so hard, baby, yeah, now I get it. You got heads turning, and you don't even try. Well, would you look at that? My glass is empty, How about I get another drink, baby, Okay, I get it. You got fire burning, right there in your eyes. So when you got this whole thing, I like the way you look at me. How about we just go with the flow? Now you know I feel it too. But I don't think this could be.
Hello and welcome everybody to the Streamline media stream. We are going to be doing the SI Open Quals. I believe it is going to be SGA Esports versus Area 69 Forge. I am joined with today. Man, I'm excited about this match. How are you feeling, man?
Oh, it feels great, Early morning SI open qualifiers for the 6th edition of 2021. A lot. This is the first time APAC is getting a platform to compete on a global scale. I'm hoping for some good teams to qualify on for SI21, or at least to see how far these guys can show their talent, how far their talent can last against some of the big names in APAC. So I'm feeling good. It's a good opportunity for me to cast and for me to see some of the names from different Southeast Asian countries like India, Hong Kong, and Bangladesh. There are a lot of orgs that we have heard of, like Kira, Monka S, some that have competed in the past and some that are coming up for the first time here. So it's good. I want to see how it goes on, and hopefully we can have a good set of games.
Yeah, we have teams of the likes of Kira Esports, Monka S, and especially those guys over at I believe it's Mercenaries. There are a lot of very strong teams coming to this tournament, and I like the opportunity that's going to be given to Southeast Asian teams because I feel like they have not gotten the light that they deserve. It's a different play style that we get to see up in NA, in Latin America, and EU, but it's a play style that is personally I enjoy to watch because it's something a little bit off meta, something maybe a little bit more aggressive or passive, or just it's new and it brings fresh light to the game, and I feel like that fresh light has not been seen by a lot of people. But I am very excited because as we will be following SGA Sports throughout this tournament, we're going to be seeing them play a lot of very interesting play styles, a lot of maybe off meta play styles, maybe some cheese strats, but those are the things that as a viewer we like to see. It's not the more repetitive Wamai Jaeger hold down. I know with the new update we aren't going to be seeing a whole lot of the util meta being played, but the meta has changed, and the meta has changed very recently. And with the open qualifiers, it gives us this first light to see how that meta changes, and especially in an exciting region like Southeast Asia.
Yeah, you made a good point there. This APAC has typically been a little off meta, like you mentioned, more focusing on gunplay over gadgetry, where they like to shoot first and then put down their claymores later, which is excellent in the current scenario because you no longer have one Goyo shield being protected by nine anti-projectiles or something like that, where a team would have to spend 120 seconds just clearing this out just so they can start making a push in. It's good for APAC because they can move in, start getting their engagements, and then we might start seeing these 2 or 3 Goyo shields we might start seeing the interesting part of the game more rather than strategizing, more of a mix of strategizing and gunplay a little early on, which I believe can go which I believe if it starts from the first game itself, it'll line up for a very good, very interesting tournament. Especially since seeing, like I mentioned, Kira, Monkai, and SGA, some of the guys who we have seen in the past, we are familiar with what these guys want to do. So we might be seeing whether they will be able to execute the same thing that they've always wanted to. Focus more on their gunfights, which in my case would favor some of the maps like Coastline and Clubhouse, where if strategized properly, you can start making the pushes much early on.
Yeah, and as you had kind of hinted on to, it really will be pushing over to this roam heavy style, and it in the old meta. I want to say old meta, even though we are very early on in the season. In the old meta, it was very reliant on static pushes. You had to clear out ADSs, you had to clear out certain deployable shields, you had to get your positioning right, and then it's like as soon as all that is set up, you only have about 20 seconds to push bomb site, and that's where the 20-second meta came from. If you got too early picks, as soon as you got too early picks, those too early picks would open you up. But now that we are going to be seeing it pushed away from that 20-second meta, it's going to allow for some more interesting gameplay, and I feel like that is going to be more positive towards APAC. And I got to ask you, Forge, is Union Gaming in the Seas region?
Yes, they are, but I believe Union Gaming is already in the closed qualifiers right now, so we won't be seeing them today in the open calls. We would actually the way this thing is top two teams from the open calls are going to qualify to the closed qualifiers, where they will be facing Mercenaries and Union Gaming. So
yeah, because all right, so I was gonna hint to that because Mercenaries, I knew that Mercenaries had made the close quals, and I thought that Union Gaming had as well, but those are two very strong teams, and they will be given the opportunity for representation of APAC, and I'm a huge fan of that. I mean, I like Union Gaming. I like teams like Monka S. Kira Esports has always held a very, very dear place in my heart because they're one of the first teams that I ever casted, and I really want them to make it forward. But with this new meta change, I'm excited to see how this whole tournament will play out, as we are going to be moving into the round of 128 and possibly go into a little bit of a break because we're getting all the teams in the lobbies. But as we're going to be going to the round of 128, like, we get to see this new meta affect competitive play. It's not just the effect that it's had on your ranked games, it's going to be affecting that competitive play, and it is going to be kind of a gut check for teams. How are they going to be able to adapt to that? And I believe that in the APAC region, we are going to be able to see a little bit more cheese strats, a little bit more of those fun roaming strats, and I'm expecting a very exciting tournament.
Yeah, I'm also keen on seeing some of the outlandish things, like you said. Dokubi Boss G. That one shot to the body gun is one of the few that has retained the old ACOG's magnification, and we have seen APAC make really interesting use of that gun. So combined with the breaching and maybe for a few shuffle strats throughout the game, you might see that one come out. You might also see things like Finca being brought in. LATAM and APAC do enjoy their one-off Finca rushes. APAC does do it a lot more often as well. It does throw people off. We have seen it throw EU and NA teams off in the past. That'll be very interesting to see how it goes on. I believe we should be waiting for the teams to come into the lobby right now.
As we are going to be waiting for these teams to enter the lobby, we're going to be going to a quick break. We'll be back with you momentarily, and we are waiting for a very exciting match as we're going to be kicking off these open qualifiers.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better off. I am wicked, you're insane. but I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance, pound for pound. We're a perfect match, pulling punches. We're toe to toe, we're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together we're better off, and we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance, pound for pound. We're a perfect match, pulling punches. Toe to toe, we're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together we're better off, and we can. And we can. And we can. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. They said, don't fall. Don't forget all the things you've been taught, you've been told. Don't blink, don't run. Don't turn left or turn right or look straight at the sun. My mind's going in circles, I'm trying to fight it. Getting these voices inside to stay quiet. Going to the place where all this began. Just start again. Oh, you won't see the light until the dawn breaks. No, till it's all said and done, you won't know what it takes. Gotta make a wrong turn and turn around. Gotta fall fast to pick yourself up off the ground. Until you get lost, you'll never be found, and you can't start again until you break down. Break down. Until you break down. They say, be meek. Look beneath the bed before you go to sleep. Keep on, I shine. You'll surely get burned if you reach out and touch. My mind is a battle, I'm trying to hide it. Getting these voices inside to stay quiet. Going to the place where all this began. Just start again. Won't see the light until the dawn breaks. No, till it's all said and done, you won't know what it takes. Gotta make a wrong turn and turn around. Gotta fall fast to pick yourself up off the ground. Until you get lost, you'll never be found, and you
I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the whole closest starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep, I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. I forgive the pain you gave to me so long ago. Sleepless nights I laid awake just begging to let go. I almost got to suicidal thoughts, but you stepped in. An angel sent from heaven showed me how to live again. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. My love, I'm gone. I need to be strong. The darkness had tried to swallow me. Some days I fall, but I hear your call. I pray I don't hit the ground. Gravity. 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 Gravity.
All alive. The devil's in the detail, lingered inside. Oh, a holy crime. But how can I hide you without an alibi? It's a lover's fight without an alibi. You took my innocence. I can't wait no longer. I'm playing with the monsters. Everything that brought me alive, going wrong like nonsense. Playing with the monsters. They brought me alive, but got no alibi. It's a lover's fight without an alibi. You took my innocence without an alibi. Without an Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We gonna light it up. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We gonna light it up.
it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? Let you let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? Let you So why is it so hard to let you go? Let you
I lost my best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me. I saw no shadow, I looked around, searched every building and home that I found. I saw no shadow, but felt the glow. The warmth inside me, it kept me afloat. It felt like heaven had found my bones and gave me comfort when I feel alone. Now you're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone. If I fall, break my bones, I will scream even louder. 'Cause I'm not dying alone. I lost my best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me. Best friend to 23. I heard the heavens crying above me. The gain's an angel, I lost a friend, I felt like dying again and again. I went through hell, stared at death, but I keep fighting with each living breath. I saw no way out from where I stood. Felt like the fire had burned me through. Now you're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone. If I fall, break my bones, I will scream even louder. 'Cause I'm not dying alone. I lost my best friend. Oh my God.
And I've been chilling, watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chilling, kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me.
Hello, and we are back, everybody. We are going to be moving into the matches of today. We are going to be seeing Cafe Villa and the lovely decider that is going to be Oregon. Oregon is being one of those really fun matches that we get to see. I'm kind of surprised that we aren't going to be seeing Clubhouse today, Forge. How are you feeling about that?
I'm a little more surprised that we're not seeing Coastline actually, because I was thinking that Coastline would be a map that's more fitting for these guys to, like we mentioned, go in, and it gives them, once you clear out the utility, which you can relatively quicker, you have more time to start your engagements. I was keen on seeing Coastline, which we're not seeing today, unfortunately. But regardless, I have to talk about two things here. Firstly, Cafe, I'm not surprised. Most people are now starting to get familiar with the strategies in. It's no longer the famous 61% defense win rate map. It's starting to drop a bit now. Secondly, Oregon. Yeah, Oregon, we have seen a lot more in the Pro League picks. So having a lot of plays coming all the way from Tier 1 esports, people are more familiar with the strategies. So Oregon doesn't surprise me. Cafe also doesn't surprise me. Villa does surprise me, because that is a defender side map. People don't generally have that as a priority pick. We all know how Empire had not touched Villa for a long time until recently. So Villa does have is infamous for not being everybody's first pick. So that is the only one that does surprise me. Clubhouse, I'm pretty sure after this match we'll see it in the second game, and then third game, and the fourth game. So I'm not surprised about that.
Yeah, and I mean, something that is going to be a big key to look for is that we're looking at stats from the previous meta, and a lot of teams focused on Oregon because Oregon was one of those maps that it fed so heavy in that util dump meta. I mean, we got to see a lot of teams focus so heavily on an attic hold, and you have your deployable shield in attic, and then your like 300 Wamai discs, 900 Jaeger ADSs, and you have some crackhead behind all those just lean peeking the entire time. Like, now that we are going to be seeing teams kind of have to diversify the way that they have to hold these objectives, it's going to be interesting to see how this does play out, because a lot of the statistics we have was with the fact that Wamai had that deployable shield, with the fact that the Jaeger ADSs held a strong 6 projectile clear. Now you have this timeable setup where it's okay, if you can clear out 2 of the ADSs that are playing there, you have a 20-second push where you can be like, all right, we're gonna clear out 2 ADSs, put our intel or our util denial there, whether that be a grenade, Sophia charge, Ash, doesn't matter. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, and I'm happy to see a map like Cafe come back into the map pool, because Cafe is one of those maps that you can play very I want to say more you could play it a little bit more loosely. You could play a strong roam, you could play a strong anchor, but with the fact that we aren't going to be seeing as strong of Jaeger play and as strong as Wamai play, still will be played. Utility dump will still be a secondary for a lot of these teams. I'm interested to see how it all changes up, because a lot of team strategies were so heavily reliant on the fact that their ADSs cleared a solid 6 projectiles, and the Wamais gave them that extra little nudge. But now it's up in the air. It's all 50-50.
Good point about the lack of the window that you mentioned, because it gives them at least, at most, I would say 10-second window, and even 1 second in Siege is a fair amount of time. Games are lost on mere milliseconds. We have seen the infamous Liquid plant being lost, Team Liquid's plant being lost, plant denial diffuse being lost on over 1 millisecond. So 10-second window gives them a lot of freedom, a lot of breathing room to clear out whatever utility and start making the push. Cafe Pixel, the infamous Pixel in Piano, is going to be a lot less strong at this stage. People aren't going to be able to stack up, like you said, 900 ADSs and clear out that one shield, and then having to worry about the entire white hallway towards white hallway and the white stairs. They can clear it out much quicker. You can't risk putting a Goyo over there now, because that Goyo shield is going to be taken out with the second grenade at most. So that count strategy will have to be made up for. We might start seeing Castle a lot more. Castle is played fairly. It's played a fair amount in a lot of sites. We might start seeing a combination of Castle and Goyo. That does take away some of the other utility. If we see a Castle and a Goyo, we might not see Maestro in play, or if Echo's not banned, we might or might not see Echo. The Echo change is another point that we must get to as well. So we might see Castle and Goyo being brought in to soak in some utility, because it's either utility or time. You would have to clear out the lines of sight. If you have the windows coming in, the counter windows in Piano that have to be first taken out, and then the shield has to be dealt with in Pixel, assuming the team does run the shield. That can happen much quicker. You can finish that off in say 1.5 minutes, and then now you have a slightly more straight shot direct into sight. I do think Warden can come into play, because he has a shield, he has the MPX with the 1.5, so he can hold longer angles. And if the team does decide to bring in the Ace with smokes, or a split of smokes and frags, then Warden might get maybe 2 or 3 rounds. 2 rounds per game, or even 1 round per game. That sort of strat shuffle can throw the other team off if they're not ready for out-of-the-box strategy. So as we are speaking, the teams are ready. SGA Esports and Team Area 69 have loaded into the game, and we will now soon be moving into the first match of the SI21 Open Qualifiers soon. Not yet, maybe soon. And yeah, so let's wait for how long they will take. Hopefully we will move in today.
I mean, it's something. If we get into this match today, I'll be very happy. We've been waiting a little bit to get this match going, but you brought up some good points there, Forge. It is going to be like, I do love the fact that this meta is going to be changing, because we get to see operators like Wamai. No, we got to see Wamai played too much in the past meta. Operators like Warden being played. And Warden does find his place. He got that 1.5 times scope. I mean, the MPX is a headshot machine if you're able to control the recoil well enough. And you're able to have that kind of aim, and especially, again, like, you have operators like Ace that have those smokes, and smoke plants can become a thing. Nevertheless, we are going to be moving into our matches. It is going to be starting up. Very exciting, as we're going to be moving on to the operator band stage, and this is where, Dova, as you had said before, we're going to be seeing a little bit more interesting picks coming out, because the fact that Echo is going to be brought back into play, it's going to be up to the teams now if they want to have to deal with that Echo, or have to deal with an operator like Mira, or deal with an operator like Maestro.
I guess Mira wouldn't be too much of a problem. I don't see Mira being played very often here. There are certain sides you would definitely want to bring her in Kitchen, or you would want to play her in 3F. Definitely useful ban as well. But meanwhile, Thatcher does get out of play. Not surprised, he's still pretty strong in whatever he does in disabling, at least in disabling the utility for whatever 10-15 second window that is available. Blackbeard being out I have in the past in our time casting Streamline games, we have seen Blackbeard being banned fair bit on Coastline, even on Cafe. It's a little unorthodox ban, but people do want him out in some cases. It is good to see a Jaeger ban. Yes, I'm a Jaeger man, but it is good to see a Jaeger ban. That does change a lot of things. It makes the Cafe pixel a lot weaker. It makes the pushes into kitchen prep a lot weaker. This does mean that Wamai is going to be in play, but it's a lot more freedom that is given for attack.
That is the trollest of troll picks. I mean, you're picking Jaeger. Also, I gotta say, Dova, who in this game is not a Jaeger main? At some point in time, we have all played that man for the 416. That assault rifle has been nothing but an absolute menace. It has been something that we have seen as an absolute animal. But picking Jaeger as a ban, there are a lot more viable operators to ban out. You could have that mirror ban, you could have that echo ban, you could get the maestro. You can get out of maestro cam, but I'm interested to see what the rationale behind that echo or that that Jaeger ban is, because I can't see it being a viable ban in the long run unless you have your entire team set on as long as you have like your entire team set on solely running that Jaeger, you can easily switch it out. So I'm interested to see the rationale behind that. Maybe they have some strats that we haven't seen, but the Jaeger ban is an interesting one at that.
I guess. So unfortunately, we have faced some technical difficulties. Teams had an issue with staying in the lobby, though. So they will be back. We will be back shortly. So please do not leave us. Do not leave us hanging. We will come back to cast the interesting set of games coming soon.
Getting lost in memories, the surface deep. Want it all surrounding, feel it shining. Shining. Shining.
All right, and we are back. Finally getting into this match. Technical difficulties and trying to figure out how everything goes has been a little bit of a down, but hey, we are going to be seeing these two teams battle it out as that Jaeger ban playing into the defensive strat maybe a little bit here, as that was an attacker ban. Maybe it was more of a targeted ban. Maybe they knew somebody like Nero was cracked on that Jaeger and decided to get it, but nevertheless, it's going to be a bar defense, as we are going to be seeing that cheeky little 6-pick onto the castle. And strategy aside, like, this is going to be our first look into this new meta, and
Defenders,
especially
protect your
coming
bombs
into the
from being
open walls,
defused by attackers.
could make or break a lot of teams.
Exactly, and like we had a discussion before, these guys have gone for a castle, Goyo, and Maestro setup, and they did swap off the Marusi.
Discovered the
We
location
did
of the bomb.
notice that there was a use of the 6th pick here. I can see why they wanted, why attack wanted the Jaeger out. This allows them to bring in the IQ. The IQ, I assume that since there's not much of electronic utility on the side of defense to detect for her to clear out. There's no Valk yet. Valk is unbanned, by the way. She's definitely a formidable
5
pick
seconds
on
left
Cafe,
before
but
insertion.
I would assume that they wanted the IQ as the entry, and with Ash
Attackers are
as your
heading out to
3
defuse a bomb.
explosives, it does make sense to clear out the Jaeger because you don't want to waste any amount of explosives. You can use off the breaching charges to clear out any shields and explosive utility on defense and leave the grenades, which are not there at the moment. It's only there in Iana. Having Iana is another reason they probably wanted Jaeger out. They can focus more on intel. Remember the original Vitality setup where they did spend 1 minute, 2 minutes and 30 seconds clearing out, droning out the entire map and then start making the last minute pushes, last 20-second pushes. I would assume that Area 69 has that in mind. Slowly and methodically open up whatever walls you need and then start clearing out utility one by one, only clear out the utility that you need and make use of the Iana for your backup intel and allowing your IQ to push in gradually. So at the 2-minute 10 mark, we are starting to see some really interesting angles here. You have the Bomai standing behind the shield, which by the way belongs to Smoke, since Bomai does not have the shield. He has retained his impacts and is making attempting an angle towards New Hatch and the Red Stairs Hatch. Being castled off in this piano area does cut off some rotations for him. However, that is, I'm assuming, being washed by another cross angle.
Yeah, an interesting angle at that because the Wamai is going to be stuck into that corner in cocktails. We are going to be seeing the Goyo attempting to place something in train, but the attackers taking their time getting their execute out. As we do get to see the first pick come out as the smoke makes something happen out of his SMG-11, but quickly traded out as we get to see Knight do exactly what he needs to do on that Ash and does an opening pick that clears out that C4 down in train, a detrimental C4 at that, as we are seeing all the attackers pile up into Red Stairs. Nero could do some damage. He's going to be playing behind this shield, but the attackers again playing very slow. It's been a very linear push as Red Stairs has been their total method, as we get to see some bolts come out from Jung, but nothing able to happen out of Junggu. But Junggu, he steals the words out of my mouth. A nice little headshot onto Manny, and a second, it's his third kill of the round. That triple, that quad closed down, but that we get to see that G8 get to make some noise happen, but Kira cleans up the round as the defenders win a very, very decisive round. The first round that we have seen decisive at that.
Jung going for the opening entry, mix of an entry and a flex roll of getting the opening kills. Those quad kills really did throw Area 69 off guard. SG is looking, at the moment, I would say, the strategy of holding them off did work. Some of the points we have to note here, nobody made a White Stairs push. 4 of them piled up straight at Red Stairs. Ash did take out the Goyo, roaming down in trains and mining, but post that, nobody made any effort from the White Stairs because White Stairs was a lot less contested from defense. If they had read that, they could have probably caught defense off guard, SGA off guard, and made a push from making a push from White. However, first round, credits to SGA, they have cleaned it and opened their account. Coming into the second round, we see a Kali being brought in from Money. I would assume that this was to attempt to breach into the piano room much quickly. Pianos are defined, if my mistake. To the kitchen bakery walls, much easier. We might be seeing a top floor roam coming in from Weakling because he's on the vigil. That would be useful in taking top floor roam in piano side. Valk, like I mentioned last time, being read well by the IQ, so the Valk is going the IQ on Oxy is going to be focusing on taking on the Valk camps, hopefully deny any sort of intel because those Valk camps can be really influential towards the late in the round. Partial intel meta coming in with Vigil and Jung on the mute. He did prove himself to be very good on the SMG-11. Now he's moved on to the mute.
Yeah, and SMG-11 players typically tend to stick towards that operator, especially on the defense. We get to see them being that kind of mute smoke role, and it's that solid anchor that you really want to have on your team. I mean, we got to see him get the opening pick and a quad kill at that, and I think that's more of a testament to the poor attacking strategy from Area 69. Area 69 really didn't make much of an attempt to try and push at any sort of dynamic angle. I mean, or a dynamic push. They all dropped red stairs. Their entry was quickly shut down by Jungkoon, and it leaves a lot of questions to be answered for the attack, because now we're getting to see them go for a third floor clear. I like this, but at the same time, they're gonna have to diversify. They can't just have every single player push up red or push up third floor, but we do get to see them kind of drop down as IQ is going to be making some headway. We get to see Vigil kind of make that rotate down, but we get to see Valkyrie find a quick kill. That is one of your two hard breachers, and a very good kill at that, because Habana with the new update is very good at clearing out those hatches, and now you're not going to be able to have that you're not gonna be able to have that Habana to make the same to make that same impact that she would have had as Nero finds his kill onto the Zofia, and this third floor roam clear being dismantled very, very quickly by the defense.
I see at this stage, at least Area 69 should have read that SGA is more into a deep rope. These guys are going to spend as much time offside. That's a good C4 throw. Did not get the kill, but was very close to turning this into a 5v2 very quickly. So, I mean, at this stage, they should start investing more on roam clear and roam protection. Wheatling haven't been cleared out, made his way from third floor now to second floor in reading, gets this kill onto the Zofia. My mistake, onto the Oxy of Vigil. So now the Vigil roams free. He has lost some health, but at the same time, no, he does get the second kill. Wheatling does the kill onto Knight. He's now challenging. He's now openly challenging the Kali, or he's going to get the kill. No, he does not. Kali does manage to get the kill, but then gets refragged immediately by Nero of SGA. Getting his second kill of the round, closing this off into a quick 4v1. SGA so far looking very, very dominant.
SGA has been nothing but dominant both of these rounds. The attackers seem a little bit lost on what they want to be able to get through. I mean, they went for that third floor roam clear and were shut down immediately. I mean, Nero and Wheatling just dominated them. I mean, their rotates have been just that. I mean, you get to see the fact that SGA is playing with such confidence and knowing how to rotate in order to get the kills. The calls definitely been on point. And I can't say Area 69 has made any bit of impact. The only kills that they've gotten is from over peaking from SGA, and that's not really what you want. I mean, you want to be able to kind of dismantle the defense, and you want to be able to try and gain some solid map control, but Area 69 has yet to do just that. They've yet to get any sort of map control. It's really just been SGA going off and kills that they want, and not having to worry a lot about the attack, because they figure out the way that the attack is pushing, and as soon as they figure out their attacking strategy, there's no adaptation that is made on their side. So, I mean, I got to give it out to SGA right now. They are out fragging them, and we have seen Jungkoon just be an absolute animal. We've seen Nero show his map knowledge with some of his rotates, and Wheatling just be, again, like, they are playing very strong off-site, and their defensive strats have not been called by the attack, and the attack hasn't found a way to counter it. So, as we are going into the third round, there are a lot of questions that need to be answered, because if SGA finds a arguably dominant rotation of bomb sites, they find a perfect rotation of bomb sites, I'm feeling pretty confident if I'm SGA.
Right, and now we're going to be seeing some variations coming in. Area 69 seems to be streamlining more towards a standard roster that we often see in competitive play with the Ash, Sledge, IQ, and Ace. They did take note of the extensive multi-floor route that SGA is playing, and did go for the Nomad. It makes sense at this stage to move to the Nomad. The lack of Akali is probably going to hurt them, because they are going to be playing the Pixel in piano with the Goyo. It's a risky strat at this stage, but it does make sense to have Akali at this stage. But I believe that reading the multi-floor roam, they did move on to the Nomad. We are seeing the Ella shotgun coming from SGA. The Ella shotgun we have seen in our Streamline days have some prominence, and back from the EG versus Fnatic game, which everybody would like to forget, but it's really hard to forget that game. So meanwhile, we are going to be seeing this with the Maestro being brought back in, Melusi's intel, they have a good point to note here is they have split their utility. Defense has split the utility very well across 2 floors. It makes sense that wherever attack is attempting to start making the push, they need to clear something out. And in that process, they're going to give away their position to SGA. And it's already been 120, barely any health. In fact, it is Area 69's Knight that has grazed an electrified wall or something that has lost some bit of health. And we are only starting to, we are still, my mistake. Area 69 is still in the state where they are gaining as much intel as possible to start making the push in. And the first kill does come in. Nero opening his case. Nero gets the second kill. The Melusi working out really well. Despite being the P shooter, he does manage to land the headshots, takes out both the Ash and the Ace before even any amount of utility can be used. He takes a lot of health, takes a fair amount of health away from Knight. Knight does fall to Kira Biki of SGA. They're on to 5v2 again. We are back to square one. Ooh, just missing it out. He does make the rotate onto top stairs with the Nomad holding the angle from the red stairs hatch. Oh, what a run out. Woohoo. 5v1 at this stage already. Jung showing that SMG11 is his to master. He does put Nero is on a sliver of health, but at 5v1 there's not much money can do. He has just 20 seconds. He's better off waiting it out and strategizing. But we'll have to see what he does. Maybe pull out something really crazy in 15 seconds. I highly doubt it. This round, you can say, is more or less gone to SGA. They're up. They're going to be moving up 3-1 into the quarterly round of this stage. Let's get the opening down. Impact. Oh, never mind. No lives taken for attack. SGA goes up 3-0.
Yeah, a little bit of a cheeky team kill coming in there from Nero to finish out the round, but again, it's the attackers not really knowing what to do in order to kind of dismantle the defense. The defense had a very strong presence on that 3rd floor, and the attackers didn't necessarily know how to clear that out. And I gotta give it up to SGA right now. They've been playing with such confidence, but it was a minute 40 into the round. Not a single life had been taken, but not a single person had even gotten into the building. They were still droning out and still just repelling, trying to figure out what they wanted to do. And if I'm Area 69, that's not how you take Cafe. Cafe, you want to be able to find a mode of entry, gain map control, solidify that map control, make your push on that, and start to open up vertical angles, start to try and get picks. But that has been seen. I mean, they've been absolutely dominated now. I mean, we got to see Nero play it 2. We got to see Nero get 2 kills on the red hatch. Both players could have made an impact. That's your ace, and I believe it was the ace and the Ash, and 2 very, very impactful kills to get early in the round. SGA has made every rotation they've needed to, and just in every way they've left Area 69 confused. They left Area 69 with no even mode to answer any questions, because they've just outfragged them and have left them guessing, and it keeps them unconfident. It keeps them not knowing the strats, and I really got to give it up to SGA right now. They've played this very well.
No, correct point about the strategy, which is throwing Area 69 off guard. 2 points here. SGA seems to be having a single format on their strategy. You are seeing an SSG kind of strategy that we see on Clubhouse being played here. You have one guy playing top floor, having a quick hatch rotation downwards, and the same quick hatch rotation back into site. They are just making minor modifications, which is working out every round, because firstly, it's a strategy that requires a lot of commitment in clearing out one by one. You got to spend 30 seconds to 1 minute clearing the top floor and then moving to the second floor. And if you do notice a rotation, you need to make a quick follow-up and not make a lone push. Oh, that is a close try. He does the impact coming into play a little bit. The Nomad of Mani not catching him at the right time. Nomad does walk away unscathed. Close, but all players will keep their life at the moment. As for Area 69, why they're not able to read it, they don't seem to be having a contingency. They lose one player and they're all struggling now at what to do. Oh, a pistol kill does not work out. Finally, we see Area 69 getting the first kill of this game. I mean, taking the lead for the first time, because it was previously down to a 4-4, and now it's finally a 5-4 in favor of Area 69. With 1 minute 22 seconds left, they are a little slow, but they seem to have at least started by cutting off Wamai's roam, which was downstairs. At this stage, the wall is going to be opened up. The mute jammer is going to be taken out by the Oski of Ash, making good use of the extra breach charge that she has been given in the latest patch. It's a quick reminder, this is a 3F bar defense, and finally at the 1 minute mark we start seeing the wall open. This shield is going to be a little difficult to take out, not that difficult since there's the Jaeger's band and we probably only have 1 or 2 Wamai discs there. It can be quickly cleared out with, say, the smokes on Knight on the Ace. There's the quick snake strat coming in. I'm not sure if the Oski is going to make good use of it. I'm pretty sure they would have heard it at this stage. Weakling gets his kill onto Adam of the Sledge. There's 2 frags out, maybe 1 frag out, but a lot of breaching potential gone. The smoke does rotate back to site, which means Oski can move in unscathed, and now is going to attempt to get a kill, attempt to get the angle onto the meter. There's a quick exchange of gunshots going around here. A lot of exchange of gunshots. CRL opens his kill onto Knight. At this stage, they're at 4-3. They're doing a good job in delaying them. Oski gets his kill on the Weakling, and finally they take the lead. And AS6 is actually in the lead at 3-1. It's 2-1. It's all up to the meter now to stop this. Are they going for the plant? Yes, Elvis is going for the plant. With the plant, I believe, is going to be successfully put down. C4, does it come out in time? It does. Oh, but it does get the kill. It's all up to Mira, and he does get the kill. What a beautiful clutch by SGA Esports. They are now back in the lead. 1v2 clutch by CRL on the Mira. He does successfully put on the defense, has an ample amount of time to comfortably take it. This round proving that SGA is both good in strat and in gunplay. There are 4-0.
4-0 indeed. The attack did make some early noise there, and it looked like they were about to actually get an execute down. They got control that they had wanted. They had taken control of Piano. They had taken control of they had gotten that control of White Stairs. They got the picks that they wanted, but I gotta give it up to the Mira there. Mira was able to clutch that out, but even though the attack had everything that they had wanted, they hadn't covered all their bases. They got a defuse down without having any like solidified control. You didn't get that control of Cocktail. You didn't get the crossfires covered. You got a plant down on a cracked dream that you could actually make something happen out of it. And because of that, it came down to the fact that the defenders just had to win out their ones. And the attack has been so slow to get any of their executes down that no solid... It is a tough thing that it's like no solid controls come out of the attack. I mean, I gotta give it up to them. They haven't been doing their best, but SGA has been so dynamic on this defense, and it is a entire team effort by them. It has been an entire team effort of the fact that, I mean, if Nero doesn't get his kills, I mean, you can rely on CRL, you can rely on Wheatling, and all of them have been fragging out so well this match that honestly this match is going less to strats, more to frags, and I'm kind of digging it. I mean, SGA has been exciting. You can see the fact that Area 69 has not been able to make anything happen, and SGA has just been capitalizing on that.
I would say it's SGA, definitely no credit taken away from SGA, but it's more of Area 69 still taking a while to adapt. Maxi gets the one-tap headshot. That's beautiful. Been a while since we saw Kali one-tap with the bolt in this. They take out Nero. They're one of their primary kill getters for SGA. I'm pretty sure SGA does have a contingency in place, having their dog out of the equation. Maybe have somebody else at the moment promoted to an equal role. Oh, Mani is starting to make his move. That's a good shot on the Kira. That does leave the entire top floor relatively open, unless somebody can rotate in time. No, he does get the rotation. Get the rotation in time. Gets revived onto just 20 HP, but that is still one more head to take out in this game. It's a 5v4. We have made 2 minutes into the round. There's the attackers are starting to make their move into site. CRL does get his opening. No, then we have one more kill coming in from Oski. Yes, another. They have finally put themselves into a 4v1. It's all up to the Kairo Beatling. It's looking a little difficult at this stage. His position has been taken off the Jackal. We actually overlooked it. The Jackal is still in play. We are starting to see a lot more vertical pressure coming in, at the same time a lot of linear pressure as well. A lot of angles being opened up. It's rather difficult. There's one person in prep room. Wheatling gets a good shot. Oh, the C4 doesn't come out right in time. Area 69. Oh, finally adapting, getting their first round. They are up 1-4, and hopefully we can see some pushes coming in, because this was a much more fluidic round. They're getting in the right angles. Mani and the Kali playing the actual support sniper role, taking up anybody who's threatening the move into the building. Even though CRL on the Val got the early kill, he did get immediately refragged. So they're slowly starting to understand that these people are following the same roaming methodology every time. So it's cutting off, intercepting their reroutes or their kill routes early on in the round can turn it into a 1vx. At that stage, it's just turning their own site into a purgatory. So finally, Area 69 starting to look a lot more fluidic, and we are up 4-1.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused
For
by
indeed, and
attackers.
I gotta say that the biggest reason that the attack had won that round was some over-aggression from SGA. That was kind of a gut check for them. They spent that entire round trying to get spawn peaks, trying to just get those early kills, because they've been winning them. But now the attack is adapting based off that, and the Cali was doing exactly what she had needed to. I mean, Mani was able to find out a lot of those, killed one player trying to spawn peek and down the other. If you are winning and you are dominating the way you are, you do not need to play more aggressively. But nevertheless, I'm liking the way that the attack had adapted based on that. When they had the man advantage, instead of all just pushing the last guy left, they set up their vertical angles. They set up their attack, and they just pressured him. They didn't just funnel him in one-on-one, setting up one-on-one gunfights. They did exactly what they needed to. They set up the crossfire angles. They set up exactly what they need to in order to capitalize on it. And I gotta say, Area 69 made the adjustment they needed to and went out that round rightfully so, playing on the over aggression from the defense and making the most out of it.
Yep, and moving on to the sixth round, the last round before the role swap, the SGA seems to be maintaining the same lineup as before. The Nomad's been brought into play at the moment. Back in, it was previously held by Mani, who's now moved on to the Nomad position to Adam, who was on the sledge earlier but could not really do much. So the Valk here gets free reign at the moment, even though she's lost one cam of hers. I do expect that they will go for a cheeky run out. No, they hold back. They're not taking the same risk they did last time. So we have lost a minute. Area 69 is only starting to make the push into the building, with cutting off any sort of roam clears.
Yeah, cutting off the roam indeed, and we are going to be still seeing. I mean, the roam has not been exactly what it has been before. I mean, last time we got to see them defend this Teteray bomb site, they had a strong third floor roam, and it delayed the attack enough for them to push them on time. Right now, we still yet to see the attack to make any sort of push into the actual building, as they do try and open up that brown door, but not making anything happen out of it, as we do have some roamers up there on the third floor. Especially, I want to point out right now, Kira's being set up in a very, very strong position, as Knight is going to be holding some angles, waiting for the aggression, but the aggression isn't happening. The attack was able to kind of push back a little bit, understand that their aggression didn't play out in their way the last round, and they're waiting for the attack to push in, as we are going to be seeing Adam try and make this drop in and try and get into the bomb site and make something happen. And my apologies, still outside the bomb site, as it's Oski trying to make this solo push up White Stairs.
Oski is going to have to be careful over here. Although most of the players seem to be closer onto the site. We do have Jung. We have seen Jung being very good on his SMG11, but doesn't work in this case. Well, Weakling does shut him down, and now they have lost. It's a one-on-one trade. Nero has lost 50% of his health, but the push needs to start making it. They just had 15 seconds left, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. The Ace of Knight is at to go for a plant. They have a good cover, though Weakling does stop Adam, and the C4 claims Knight. It's all up to 0-0. The plant does not go down. SGA wins purely on time. I would say in this stage it's less on SGA being good at delaying, because there was not much of a split floor roam that Area 69 had to clear. It's more of Area 69 taking unnecessarily long to get the intel that they should have gotten at the start of the round. So they lost purely on time because they spent too much time outside. Adam going down, coming out, and going back on top is a little confusing because he did in because that's a nomad. He should be playing as backup. When Ace is going in for the push, Ace could have gone in. Ace on Knight on Ace could have gone in for the plant much earlier, at least 20 to 30 seconds earlier, and Nomad could have had the crossfire, taking care of the crossfire coming in from the laundry room next to reading and towards a new hatch. That would have protected Knight on his plant, and at that stage, at least, even if Knight had faked the plant, he would have had a second try, which would have been more successful. The ASX had a good chance at winning that round, but they just spent too much time executing that plant. We are now moving up to 3F. It's a role swap. We are going to see how Area 69 can try to cover up the remaining 4 rounds in a hope of equalizing this map. And we are seeing the typical. We are seeing a similar strategy as before. The Melusi, Mani on the Maestro. Mani is sticking to a support role. He was previously Nomad and Kali, and now he's going for the Maestro. The Leash Adam is yet to open his account after 6 rounds. He can move on to a semi-flex and support role with the Legion. Oski, he was fragging out pretty well. I'm assuming he's going to go for a more split push, probably hold off 2F in reading and mining. I did mention Finca earlier. Kira Miki is on the Finca. That'll be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, seeing Kira on this Finca makes me believe that they're going to be trying to go for more of a rush strat. Not a very typical, I mean, it's not a very typical pick to see, but with the kind of confidence that they played on, it is something that it is something to kind of point out to, as we're going to be seeing Sledge taken out very early on, but Kira able to equalize it out. We are going to be seeing Kira on that LMG. And kind of a nice little pick as we get to see Jung-Goon find that kill. A nice little peek as we are going to be seeing them get some very, very early control onto Piano as Nero finds a kill himself. And what was a first pick for the defense is sort of traded out as we are going to be seeing the attack push it to a 4v1. Manny still with the Alda. The Alda able to make a lot happen. Not all is in detriment for the defense, as Mani's going to be pushing up into bar as the Alda's going to be swinging. They see the gun. Is he able to make something happen? The pre-fires come in, but nothing solid happening as both players push in. One is going to be taken down, but quickly shut down as Jung brings out the Bearing 9 to clean up that round. And we are going to be moving on to match point for SGA.
Jung really loving the secondary SMGs there. He showed that he is good with the SMG-11 and he's even better with the Bearing 9. Challenging the Alda, that split second where Mani on the Alda stopped the spray. If he had continued the spray, he probably would have gotten the kill onto Ash and it would have been much more winnable for Area 69. But stopping that spray for that split second allowed Jung to make that move at that stage, which getting the headshot on Mani, shutting him down, moves SGA to match point. We did see Area 69 having a good lead in the earlier stage, but SGA pulls it back really well. So we are moving on to the 7th round at this stage. With the 6 picks done, we see a 6 pick coming off of Castle and to the Rook. I'm confused with that personally, but I can understand why somebody would want to bring Rook, maybe go for the longer angles. I hope they're not going for a spawn pick, because this would be not the best time to go for a spawn pick, to putting their risk. Because spawn picks are always relatively riskier strategies. You can either get a full delay onto attack, or you can lose one defender in the first 10 seconds itself, which puts you onto a pretty bad disadvantage. A similar strategy maintained as before. We do see the Mira into play at the moment. SGA is going for the same lineup as before.
Yeah, SGA is going to rely a lot on that same lineup, because even though CRL was taken out very early on, they were able to make a lot happen out of it, especially with Kira on that Finca. A curious pick nonetheless, but able to make a lot happen out of that LNG. And Jung-Goon, especially as this playing that support role for his team, he has been able to make a lot happen with the support role, as we're going to be seeing a full rush go in, not being able to see the player on white stairs as he's able to clean it up. Monty finding 2 kills very beautifully from the top. We get to see that rush shut down very, very early on. Kira Nero being left speechless as they were able to clear out Adam, that being the Legion, which gets more powerful as the round goes on. But you are going to be left at a man disadvantage. We haven't seen SGA struggle at all with that man disadvantage, but nevertheless, it is going to be what they're going to have to deal with. You're not going to be having any of those Finka boosts, and you lose a lot of utility from the Zofia.
Interesting point about SGA. They do manage CRL taking revenge for the early kill last round, shutting down Oxy of the Rook. Less of an impactful thing, but it's still one less gun to worry about, one less gun and one less Rook on worry about. With the 2x there watching piano, so they can make a safe push into Cigar Lounge, which does put them straight in the lines of sight of the mirror window, but which I guess is now Hibana's responsibility to clear, because Hibana now does have the rework. She can just throw in one column of pellets at the window to take it out. One point to be noted about SGA's lineup is there is no less critical operator other than Finka. Even Finka did her job in the earlier rounds and now has moved out of the play. And Jungho turning the advantage back into SGA's favor. It's a 3v2 with only Knight and Mani. We have seen these two operators capable of their late round clutches, but the mirror window does get open. It's a big fat hole into the cocktail lounge here. Into the cocktail is sight. Grenades come out, 50 seconds remaining. It's still a 3v2 and it's a good advantage in the favor of a lot of health goes or CRL does fall, but Jungho starts going in for a plant C4. Can C4 stop it? And he does not get off the plant C4. Oh, Jungho does lose his life. CRL is on to. Never mind, Area69 shuts it off. That's a good turnaround back in Area69's favor towards the end. The C4 killed C4 down, I would say, making a good putting the advantage back in their favor towards the end. This is the second round in the game. SGA is still at match point, but Area69 is attempting their way back up.
Yeah, it's really going to depend on how they can. It's really going to depend on how they can defend that kitchen bomb site. We saw them struggle a little bit there on that 3rd floor, and that's a lot of teams' primary bomb sites. And it's all onto the fact that that round was lost because SGA did not capitalize on the map control they had. They did not cut off the crossfires. When they had a player down, they rushed the plant. And it was a rushed play at that. I mean, they had attempted to push that plant down, but with one of your players being down and the crossfire not being set up, it's something that a lot of teams kind of they need to work on. Going for the plant, very, very critical, but not clearing out that C4, not baiting out that C4, playing across the balcony. I mean, Knight had the full advantage of playing that C4 and denying default. You need to be able to clear out that player before you can even go for the execute, especially having a player down. They should have spent a little bit, maybe like 5 more seconds to try and set up that crossfire, clear out Knight, and clear out or prevent a rotate coming in from Mani to push behind that bar. They should have spent that time, but nevertheless, I mean, they still are going to be on match point. Even though they had lost that round, they still looked dominant throughout this. I'm confident that they could potentially clear this up here, but Area 69 has 2 rounds. It could be a point in time where we could see Area 69 take this back and try and go for that comeback win.
So at 240 down, we have seen defense get ready with their strategies. This is a more linear strat, unlike the previous one where we had Vigil being placed on the top floor and Legion and Val going for their rotates between 2F and 3F. Knight on the guide, attempting to block off any entry from the freezer side. The Knight doing his job of the guide. Aside from that, one of the things that we know that we don't see very often is that's the miss shot from Jungho. Regardless, he does attempt to get the wall open and does make a sizable hole to move in. One person in court check being challenged by CR and he's going to go in for the push. Is there a C4 there? No, there is not. He's anticipating a rotate coming in from behind. He's moving slowly towards red hallway onto. There's a big hole all the way into side. This could prove to be beneficial if they do not reach CRL sitting inside court check. First kill does come onto Oxy, the mute out of the equation. I guess his jammers are already in play. There's not much. It's a relatively less impactful loss for AS69. The LMG pre-fire coming in, the 100 rounds. A pause. Oh no, continues. Nice magazine. Keelan putting out the money, and that's the clutching Mira out of the equation. Oh, and that's one more loss down, and plant does go down. CRL takes the last but one kill, and Nero closes all the show. SGA takes the first map. Cafe belongs to the Koreans.
A very, very well done match here from SGA. Absolutely dominant of the first map. We are going to be moving on to Villa, but if SGA is going to be setting a tone, this is the tone that they want to set. They didn't show, honestly, even in the rounds that they had lost, minus some unseen aggression, they very, very little wavered. They showed that aggression on attack. They had spent as much time as they had wanted to gain that map control, minus a misplay on that third floor. They weren't losing that. Very well done from SGA for the first map. We are going to move on to the second map where Area 69 is going to have to bring it back if they want to try and take down the aggressiveness of SGA.
Right, so we'll be moving on to the second map, which is Villa, very shortly. Please do stay on with us. We will be back after a short break.
Shining. Shining through. Getting lost in memories, the surface deeper. Want it all, surrounding, feel it shining. Shining. Shining through.
So cliche. I see the sparks you throw my way. I know your name is written on everyone's mind. Your whole show is captivating me, but don't think that I can see right through that disguise. But when you got close to me, you had me falling so hard, baby, hard, baby. Yeah, now I get it. You got heads turning, and you don't even try.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the second map. Usually quick start, but we are ready to present this to you. We are moving on to the map plans. Quick reminder for those who have just joined us. The first map was Cafe, and that was SGA's. And now we are moving on to the second map, which is Villa. And the first map, I must say, was a pretty dominant win in 7-2 for SGA. And the second one is, we are going to hope that AS69 has read SGA like a book and are able to pull that back. The map bans have started. We have moved on to the first ban, that was Ace, taken out of the equation. Ace was not extremely influential in the previous round, but I can understand why, because Villa is a highly defender-sided map. People would want to get as much of an advantage as possible. So Area 69 taking the Ace out of the equation, which means they're going to be, yeah, which means they are going to be relying solely on the Hibana and the Thermite. Second ban coming in from SGA was the Thatcher. The first defense ban being the Mira. I can understand that why they've taken it out, because Mira is very influential in the Aviator bomb site, even in the library bomb site as well. For my mistake, sorry. Area 69 banning Valk out of the equation. So we have a first bans the Ace, Thatcher, Mira, and Valkyrie. Moving on to the next set of rounds. Joining me at the moment will be Covert. Hello there, Covert. How are you doing? Previously, I don't think I've cast with him. This is the first time we are meeting in the casting booth.
Yeah, most definitely is. I'm doing pretty good. Just got my internet back, so that's great.
Oh, congratulations!
be.
Internet is a serious issue everywhere.
Yeah, gonna be good to get into casting. See how these boys
Mhm.
play.
Yeah, so a quick reminder for anybody who's joining the stream at the moment, we're doing SGA versus Area 69. SGA wins the first map, that was Cafe. Now we're going on to Villa, and the decider is going to be Oregon. This is the APAC Open qualifiers for the SI 2021, and the top two teams make it to the close qualifiers happening later in the week. The first round begins. We are at the prep phase. We are starting to see some people like Wheatling. We are starting to see Wheatling, who was previously fragging out, moving on to a Monty role. That is interesting to see. Monty has been previously said in some cases to be the counter to the utility meta, although we're not seeing too much of the utility usage here, because we are seeing things like Ella on the shotgun coming out, and more of a roam coming in from Jaeger, who was banned in the previous game. At this stage, Monty is being pushed in. Monty and Iana is an interesting combination. We have to see the rest of the roster is pretty similar. Kira moving on to the Hibana, and Nero, is that Nero? Yes, that's Nero. Nero on Ash with Jung on Zofia. Jung proved brilliant on the SMG level in the Berry line last time. We are moving on, and the defense, Ella, Jaeger, Castle, Melusi, and Mute. So a part intel denial and part utility being used here. 2:30 seconds in, we are seeing everybody stack up, the Monty, Iana, and who's kind of defused, that's Ivana. Going on, and the first kill comes in with the grenade. What a way to open the round. Area 69 losing their first member already at the hands of, who has the grenade here? That's CRL taking the first kill. Monty started being pushed into bedroom. It's interesting to see that that A69 has gone for the statue room first, sitting in the corner hoping for the right time to move in, has to intercept the Veloci charge here. We are yet to see if they're going to be using some vertical play to take out the Veloci. Initial bit of blood being lost on SGS side. CRL, nothing much to see here. 155, Monty making the aggressive engagements. 2 more kills coming in at the hands of Zofia and Ash. Oh, that's team kill. Nero gets that kill onto the Zofia. That was Jung. Does not want any competition in this round. Oh, that's a quiet. Mute is quietly moving up the stairs. He's the only one left. It's a 4v1, and he gets the kill. First round goes on to SGA, and they're looking as strong as they were before.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really strong round from the attackers there. The Monty worked perfectly as they expected, and it just went well for them. They were able to get that opening pick with a grenade to the guy playing in closet, which is a really strong position if you play it properly. But obviously, with the nerf to nade denial in ADS and with Jaeger and Wamai, it makes it much harder to play there properly. And you really do have to cut your losses and fall back if you want to keep it an even 5v5, which they just didn't. So you lose that early pick, and then the attackers can, especially with a Monty, just start absolutely rolling.
Yeah, exactly. So the closet having the closet kill did put the advantage heavily in their favor. That's a free entry into site. Nobody pushing it from closet. Whoever was actually challenging from the statue room all the way onto bedroom towards the Monty was also just one guy, and that itself was pretty easy to walk in. Despite the Melusi Banshee being there, it was relatively easier for Monty to go in, and the team kill did not make them lift even a bit. So moving on to round 2, Area 69 has decided we will try to experiment the same with this. The Vigil being brought in. Vigil was influential in the previous game. Not we are yet to see how it's going to work out here. This is, like I mentioned, still a relatively defender side map, so we might see some good closet strategies, some late round flanks. The entirety of defense being used. We have. It's not often that we see somebody going and sitting in defense and coming back up much later, but it's something that Vigil players are familiar with. Oxy on the Vigil, he did do a good job in the previous game as a mix of a flex and a fragger. We're hoping to see something coming out from him. Nothing too flashy. SGA has retained the same lineup as before.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that they'd bring the same lineup. It worked so well for them last time. One thing that is interesting, as you said, is this Vigil pick. It's different to what the defense had last time, and I don't really think it'll be too helpful. As one of the big weaknesses they had was the fact that they lost that closet player early to the nade, and then the Monty was just able to abuse the fact that they got master bedroom control off of it. And I don't know if Vigil can help that. I think Pulse might have been a good shout, because then you can go below and try and C4 him. That can be some very bad timing for the Mute, and it will be, as the Ash gets him right when he needs to. And they've opened up sight. Jaeger's able to find one, but Ash refrags immediately, and the defenders are down now. Another one pushes into the soft bit of landing, and Ash will find a third for the round, fourth for the round now for the Ash, and Ash will get the ace.
Wow, we have not seen an ace in a long time. This is a quick shutdown that we are seeing. In what? I'm assuming this was done in 1 minute of time, 1 minute 10 seconds, and Nero just pushes in and shuts them all down. He had a good amount of support all the way from Wheatling on the Monty, Jungon, as in the previous round, not involving himself much because Nero's taking all of the load at the moment. Goes in, gets the rush, shuts it down, and then the round goes to SGA. SGA realized at this stage that these guys are, even after the prep phase, still getting into their positions, still adjusting to what's going on, and that's the good time to capitalize on the loopholes in the strategy, push in and start popping heads, and then AS69 still looking like they're lacking in any contingencies. If somebody falls, they need to move into send somebody in his position, have a backup, which Area 69 doesn't seem to be having it even at this moment. SG is capitalizing on it very well. We say we don't need a contingency if our primary works, and they're moving in, popping the heads, and we're moving on to the third round.
Yeah, for sure. We finally will see the movement of sight from Area 69. As I would have expected them to do it after that first round because of how dominantly that went. You know, you give that site a rest, you move on, you come back to it later and try something new. But they didn't. They thought if we just hit it again, change a tiny thing, and it might work for us. And it clearly didn't, as Nero was just able to walk in and kill all 5 of them essentially. So really good play from them. Interesting thing is that we do see them go kitchen. I would have expected them to probably go Aviator, as usually that is most people would consider that one of the best sites on the map, if not the best. You know, with the Jaeger adjustments, it makes it kind of iffy, but it is still a very good site. So clearly clearly Area 69 not wanting to go there, whether that's either the defenders being bad at it or the attackers being too good. Wheatling at the meantime is able to find this bandit who's playing extremely aggressively at bottom of pantry. I don't know why he just wouldn't wait and try and, you know, swing on to them on pantry, and he essentially just gave them onto your free kill, which is not great. You're down your bandit, down a C4, and not a great start, especially with Nero now banging on China room door. It's not looking good for them.
Yeah, and a solo Monty pushing into basement and getting that kill, that is definitely something you don't see every day. Meanwhile, Knight does his part of the job, takes out the Iana and her near infinite drones, which puts them on a slight backseat, but this still is looking like SGA's round because it's still in a 4v4, still the chunk of the utility is available. The third kill does come. Now it's looking a little iffy because Jungun is again out of the round. Oh, Wheatling is taking all of the load on himself. The Monty putting down the shield and getting the frag. It's a 3v3 at the 140 mark. Everybody's actually already in sight. This would be a good time to... Oh, another team kill. These guys are loving killing their friends. But down to a 2v3, looking like the disadvantage is still in SGS side. That's a Monty out. The Monty was a primary fragger at the... It's ironic, I get it. But no, it's a 1v3. Knight shuts it down and says, we want at least one round. It's all up to the Hibana of Kira. And with 114, oh, he does get the 1-2. There is still a lot of shots coming in from Ennis, and he does get, no, it's still a 1v2. And I'm hoping that they can pull off the clutch here. He does have time at the moment to play it.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, that team kill on Monty could be very costly. It could be the sole reason SJ loses this round. I mean, having that Monty in sight is just so much pressure because you can't really do anything to him, but you can't ignore him because like you saw what happened with Legion. He didn't pay attention to the Monty because he couldn't do anything to it. Monty got essentially a free kill on him, and that's the issue that a Monty brings. So team killing that Monty could be very costly. Kira here in that 1v2, he's got 30 seconds left now. He will peek and Knight will find the final frag. Triple kill for him on the round, and really good play from the defenders. Obviously assisted with that team kill, but
Yes. So Area 69 does get open the round on Villa relatively earlier than before, where we saw the first round coming in after 4 rounds. I would say it's a double misstep. 2 rounds in a row, we did see SGA making their mistake in reducing their own numbers rather than reducing their enemies' numbers. But at the 3v3 mark, with about 1 minute 40 seconds left, all attackers were already inside. It just does tell us something about Area 69's defense off-site, which is not looking very strong. The Romas are not doing the job at delaying the attackers. That's their primary job. Rather than looking for heads, they should be looking at cutting off attackers' time. They're not doing a good job. The Legions getting killed early on. Legion staying too far away from site, undefended, unprotected, and getting his solo engagements with the Monty. At that stage in a 1v1 against a Monty, despite the new shield guard breaking changes, it's still relatively difficult. If another person were to join him in a 1v2, it's more or less a loss for the Legion. So ES69, they're doing their level best to at least hunker down this site and make sure that even if SG does manage to come in, they can at least block off the plant attempts. But off-site, that's something they need to start working on. So moving on to the 4th round, it's a 2-1 stage. No changes coming in from SGA. They feel like this current lineup can win them the attack half, and the same with no changes coming in from the side of Area 69.
yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I really don't get why you would go to Statuary a third time in the first 4 rounds. You lost it so badly the first 2 times. You know, obviously one of them just being dominant from the attackers, the other one with the Ash getting an ace assisted with the Monty's pressure. And it really doesn't make sense why you would try, without drastically changing your strategy, why you wouldn't just give Aviator a chance. But they have anyway. Attackers very quick here on the south side. Clear, they've got full control of Aviator and 90 at this point in time, so setting themselves up very well to try and push onto site here, as we will see some close setups here, and the Monty will be solo pushing Master again, which was a feature in the last round we saw. Ash getting swung on though by the Malusi there, and that new gun working very well. It was the Mute able to find that pick on to Jonggoon as well. So there goes your main entry of the Ash, and then your secondary of the Zofia. So now it's all up to the Monty to try and gain you any sort of round in sight. And 2 players down with practically no utility use from the defender. Sorry, is really good.
Yeah, one of the better things here, one of the safer things I would say for attack is that despite the 2 explosives being taken out, there is not much that attack has to clear out, but they do have the C4s to worry about coming from below. Oh, the Nomad air jab does throw off his position, does escape. No, the escape does not work out. Nomad does get the first kill of the round. That's CSL onto the CRL onto Oxy. Oxy being shut down. He was pretty formidable force with the SMG-11. Starting to make the push at a 2v4. They did lose the Monty as well. It's still looking a little grim because at 2v4 stage, you don't know who's at where. Oh, it's 2v3. Never mind. That's Kira doing a good job with the Hibana. Does also as a flex role, takes the job of the fragging as well, but does lose his round, lose his life to whose SMG-11 is that? Oh, that's a smoke, my mistake. That's the Knight getting the kill onto Kira. It's all into 1v3. It's a little difficult. It's looking a little difficult. 50 seconds on his stage, but there's somebody standing right behind that statue. That is the Jaeger. So it's going to be difficult to challenge at the moment. If the moment the Nomad of CRL moves out, he's going to be intercepted by the Jaeger.
Yeah, I mean that the angle the Jaeger's holding here is not great. Obviously, perspective and stuff in the game. The head will be seen long before by the Nomad that Jaeger will see him, and we saw that there. The issue he has though is then he has to try and deal with this smoker who will be aggressively swinging. As soon as he sees any sort of gunfight being made with the Jaeger, that's exactly what we saw. The Jaeger couldn't do anything there. The head just being seen way too early by the Nomad, and Smoke then aggressively swinging out, just getting essentially a free kill.
Good crossfire there, both from Knight sitting in master bedroom, because he knew that at that stage, that one person rotating all the way outside the building into master bedroom to try to frag him out is going to take too much time. He would then have to deal with the third person sitting in statue, which was a lesion. Not statue, like drawing room, I believe. Sitting in, there's a lesion over there. So the crossfire they're working out, even if Jaeger had lost his life, Knight takes the kill onto the Nomad. They're finally equalized the score, which is good to see them having read this strategy well. Having lost Nero, the Ash early on, your entry fragger, and then even the Sophia as well. I believe at this stage, this would be a good time for SGA to realize that a small change would be necessary in their lineup so that they can play a little less aggressively. The same rushes are not going to be working because now the statue's been locked out. Area 69 has read that what's going to work for statue now can be attempted again if they were to move to that same site. So we are seeing one change coming from Blackbeard, and we are finally moving on to Aviator. It's good to see that after 4 rounds, the Aviator has been brought in by Area 69. The Blackbeard can be useful on the balcony. There's no Mira's banned, so there's no Mira to play anyway. So yeah, we'll have to see how the Blackbeard can help them slow things down.
Yeah, I mean the Blackbeards also are insanely powerful on the 90 repel. Like if you get upside down repel on that and you know how to upside down repel well, it's pretty much free kills. If anyone tries to peek you, it's such a pain to get rid of because you have to burn through a shield before you can do anything to him. And by the time, with the majority of the guns, by the time you've done that, you're dead. So it doesn't really make a difference. Realistically, on the defense, the only gun that would truly be able to have a chance is the SMG-11 if you can hit all your shots, because that burst is so quick. If you can get it off before he sees you, you're probably good. But other than that, you can be screwed. So it'll be interesting to see how they push it. However, it doesn't look like he's pushing that. It does look like he is just pushing Statuary with the rest of his team, getting a flank drone set up below just in case. And it doesn't seem like they're gonna use his face shield to its full extent, and that might end up costing them.
And 2 minutes into the round, we are something that we didn't really speak of. CRL moving on to the Iana. Oh, Junk, he was very good in the previous game, but he's trying to use his be the opening kill pretty much every round. Aside from the team kills, he is losing his life relatively very often. Oh, does he get this kill? Yes. This was Nero getting that kill onto the Legion. So later on in the round, they're going to have less of a pain dealing with those goo mines. But but Junggoon has lost his life. You have lost your concussions. That is generally your mix of an intel and your stun grenades, which is no longer available to you. But at 133, it's looking like anybody's game. Area 69 has shown that they can try to bring this game back. We did see something in the previous map. We are starting to see them more or less go head to head on this match. Most of the utility is still in play. Melusi has her Envis. Envis has his utility put down. It's all for the Blackbeard to go for head-on fights. He does need to challenge the person there holding the entry, otherwise the plant is going to be a little difficult to put down. Finally, we see Nero. Oh, beautiful shot. Nero does shut down Oxy. Oh, the shield is coming into play. No, yes. Weakling does put it down, showing why the Blackbeard is more or less broken. And we have lost 2 lives. Finally, the advantage was previously in SGS favor, but no longer in SGS favor. It's a 2v2. The plan does go down. Kira Mika says we are going to put a plan down. And the plan finally does come down. 40 seconds left in the plan. This is now all onto the shoulders of Adam and Ennis. Adam's still in the 90 hallway, hoping that somebody's going to pick him from this side. Is he going to make a sneaky push? No, that's Ennis on the Melusi, trying to challenge the Blackbeard. I do not think he has any of his shields anymore. They are trying to try a fake plant to bait out some of the attackers. Is he going to stick it? No, he's not going to stick it. That was a bait. Through 14 seconds, they need to start making a move. Remember, the plant timer is 7 seconds. Oh, that's a nice knife. It's a 1v1 there between Kira and Adam. Adam is on full health. Can he try to shut down? Oh, the match is gone. It's 5 seconds left. It's all up to... You can just wait it out a moment. The round does go to the attackers. SGA finally take the lead back at a 3v2 on an Aviator.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very close game. That was a very close round. It was it could easily have swung either way up until essentially that plant went down. And you have to wonder why, when that round was so close, the defenders were so against trying to go there prior in the half. I mean, obviously at this stage, they literally had to go over there, or they were forced to go library. And library is very, very strat heavy if you want to hold that properly, because you need really good control of the area above it, as well as knowing how to properly use a utility on site as well. So it makes sense that they'd go there, because you essentially have to hold aviator in games anyway. But I don't understand why, when they were they weren't terrible at that, they were really solid at that defense. They were so objected to doing it prior.
One of the things to point out here, Adam was spending a little too long in the 90 hole for making the push. I assume the only reason he did not yet make a move to 90 and on the other side of the 90 was because it's probably because he was not sure whether there would be the Blackbeard holding the angle, because it's risky challenging there. You put yourself into 2v1. It's a lot harder for Melusi and the NAs to take the retake at that stage when you're in a 1v2. So maybe he was still waiting for the intel, but I do think if Adam had made a move a little earlier, they would probably have 2 or 3 more seconds to get the kill and move in for the defuse. It would still have been close, maybe winning off by 1 second, but could have been possible. It was definitely a positive set of chances. Moving on to the last round before the round swap, it's both sides maintaining the same layout as before. There's a bandit being brought in for the first time, and Oski was playing the SMG 11s on smoke and mute earlier. He's moved on to the Oxy's moved to the bandit. The bandit was last brought in and pretty early on fragged out by the Monty in the basement of the room. Oh, the first kill does come in. Nero does showing that he is the prime entry fragger. He takes out money on the Legion. That's Legion taken out in the 2 minutes 30 seconds. That means just 2 points of his are on the board. 6 other goo mines were still on his pocket when he was taken out, and that means it's a lot more freedom on the other side. I believe most of the Melusi charges are inside in order to slow down any plant attempts, but this could definitely cost them. This is not an impactless frag. This is a pretty useful frag. At 2 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, once again, this Ash just showing her ability to take space so effectively. But this flank coming out from Bandit, there's no way she knows, and he will get the kill. She thought her back was safe, but no one was watching that red hallway, that red carpet hallway, sorry. And he was just able to push up aggressively. She had the claymore on the library door, but that's not where he pushed from. So unfortunate for the Ash there, she played really well, but he will be continuing his flank now, going into basement, which is where he died previously. Really big stack up onto pantry. There's 2 key layers on the pantry stairs, and then there's also this. There's also the Blackbeard on the window. The Yana narrowly missing this bandit below as he's on very low HP, and he will probably be retreating. No, the Zofia of Kira has also been dropped to extremely low HP, and they will be struggling for health at some point soon. If they can find a pick, though, the attack will probably be sorted. Interesting thing with this round is obviously if the attackers win, this is a defender-sided map. If you see a 4-2 split in the sided to the wards of defenders, 99% of the time you think you're good. Bandit taken out there as he was trying to play above, taken out by his own C4.
no.
That is unfortunate, and he took out himself as well. That was a double kill onto his own team from the Melusi there. C4 killing both himself and the bandit upstairs, as this smoke is left in a 1v4. I think a 1v4 anyway, possibly a 1v3. Either way, very unwinnable, and that'll be a split 4-2 to the attackers on Villa. Very dominant first half here from SGA.
Yeah, and seeing how strong SGA was on their defense in the previous map, which is Cafe, it is said to have similar defense win rates as Villa. I'm guessing that unless Area 69 can pull some rabbit out of their hat, it's going to be very difficult for them to claw their way back here. They are going for SGA is going for a very similar setup as before. You have your Jaeger smoke, Sequoia Mine. This has worked in the past. They are bringing in the Clash. I believe they're going for some active time delaying over here. Clash is the first time we are seeing it. It was previously banned, but now we are seeing it for the first time in this game as a whole. Clash on Villa, and this is going to be an Aviator defense, is it? Yes, it is an aviator defense, and Clash holding off 90 or the red stairs is going to be very difficult for them to deal with, even if they do manage to deal with it, because on defense, what you're seeing is, or what we are seeing on attack is they didn't bring a Blackbeard as before. This Blackbeard Knight might be looking at holding off from the balcony towards site. At this stage, I would say a Capita would have been useful. At this stage, I would say a Capita would have been useful, but we'll have to see how they can re-strategize.
Yeah, I mean, the Clash being brought. I mean, it's interesting. You don't terribly see Clash too often nowadays on defenses. With Malusi in the game, they kind of do very similar things. It's just Malusi can place her gadgets and then go off roam and try and get a flank later on in the round, whereas Clash physically has to be there and not be able to shoot while she's doing it. But it does make sense. Obviously, Clash is, a shield operator, and shield ops on Villa are really good because the amount of doorways that because of the amount of doorways that don't really have alternative angles onto them, and the amount of long hallways, they are just really good at taking space. Plus the ability to just slow down the attack when needed will be pretty huge. Goro playing downstairs now will be interesting, as if they don't clear him, he can easily get a flank or a C4 late round, which could be monumental in a shift of momentum. At the same time, we do have them setting up for a very heavy study take by the looks of things. They know there is one on top of main stairs, and they will probably try and nade him at some point, as Jonggoon will get injured, as Ash is just in sight. She's in vault right now. She finds the smoke, and she will also injure the Wamai. Kira knows what they've done so far, and they will be getting harassed by this Clash. The Clash will take about half HP damage, as the Wamai will get rezzed. So Goro shield also being destroyed there as another nade of some sort goes off, and this is looking very dominant for the attack. The attack actually have someone in position to plant, but they didn't expect the Goyo on top of red. He will be able to find the C4 onto Adam, as Knight's able to find the Goyo. Ash is then able to find one more again, as the Wamai will eventually go down, and Manny on the Nomad will find the final kill, and they were just in sight. I mean, I wasn't really paying attention as to how it happened, but the Ash was just in vault practically immediately, able to find the free down onto Smoke and then the free down onto Amaya, getting harassed by that Clash, but it wasn't doing anything because they were just fragging out anyway. And then from there, it just went all downhill for SGA, as they were just losing players left and right because they didn't have side control.
Yeah, the earlier kills onto getting the Jungwoo on the swoop, that definitely took out all of their planned denial utility. Goyo in this case working against them, because once the attackers are inside, it's all under their control. Those two Goyo shields with their 10-second delaying fires did not really help the Clash. It in fact blocked the Clash from making the rotate into the gun vault. So smoke out, Jungwoo again losing his life really early on, unlike before, which is a little difficult to understand here, because Jungwoo was an extremely good fragger the previous game. He's only gotten just one kill at this stage. Wheatling doing everything in his power with Clash to delay as much as possible. The Goyo getting the C4 kill with C4 plan denial at that stage, but losing his life pretty immediately. So at Area 69, taking their first attack round at a 4-3. So we're moving on to the next round. There are some two changes coming. The Goyo moves on. Wheatling takes on the responsibility of the Goyo, while Akira moves on to the Mozzie. We haven't seen him in quite a while, but this is a mute Mozzie combo that we're seeing finally. That's interesting to watch.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the mute Mozzie combo, it can be so effective because if you're like, oh, you put the mute jammers in like the main places you need to stop drones, and with the Mozzie alongside it, if they try and navigate around it, you can get them with that, or you can also put the Mozzies on other doorways that aren't as trafficked but still have drones come through them, so you can save some of those mute jammers to use to deny walls or entrance ways, especially with the amount of Yana we've seen so far in this map. It makes a lot of sense to bring the mute because it just completely denies her ability to do anything because she can't send her drone through. They have to remove it before they can do that, and if they have, if they get some ADSs set up properly or something like that, it could be really difficult to try and do. So the other thing is obviously, the Blackbeard being brought again is always tough, as It's not ideal. That Yana taking a lot of HP damage from, I'm pretty sure that was Nero on the Jaeger. He gets droned out from bottom main stairs, so he knows he will probably be getting pushed from there at some point, but doesn't quite know when. This is a really good setup though behind Bar, as you can watch the bottom of stairs, so you can give great assistance to the Jaeger without even having to go near where he gets threatened from, and it's really good. Ash this time just getting caught up in that trophy area as he constantly needs to check his back. So
The Pixel there previously proving out to be very good. Oh, that does want to come one down. Anis does get res by Knight on the Blackbeard, but they have lost their Heart Breacher. It's not extremely influential at this stage to have your heart on this side to have the Heart Breacher, but that doesn't matter because Oxy gets taken out by the SMG-11 of CRL. That puts them into a 5v3 at the 121 stage. Area 69 is starting to choke a little bit in this case. Blackbeard still maintaining the same angle with the SR25 balcony. Finally makes his way in. Somebody needs to start pushing up the red stairs, up this stairs, onto the Pixel being held here. That Goyo shield can work against him, but then I don't think Ennis has any of his grenades left with him. But there are still 2 ADSs that have to be cleared if they do want to take it out. Oh, they are finally starting to make the push up red. There is a vertical angle that they are going to attempt to get it. Oh, is this kill going to work out? I don't think so. Or they probably retracted their grenade. At the 46-second mark, this is starting to look a little difficult. Finally, we see the first kill coming in by the Blackbeard of Knight.
yeah, I mean, Knight getting that first kill for the attack is pretty big, as it does give them a chance, but 30 seconds left in the round now, and they still have man disadvantage with essentially no control of anything they need. They don't have control of main stairs, don't have control of study, don't have control of 90, don't have control of landing. It's going to be really difficult here. The Jaeger will get pushed from below and above. The person below will be taken out by the Mozzie on the flank. Jaeger will find the one pushing above of the Nomad, and then the smoke, I'm pretty sure, finds the kill somewhere else.
Well, I mean, with just less than 30 seconds left, they had to start making a rush push, which didn't really work out. That Pixel not having cleared out early on did cost them most of the round. So nothing much to see. They did it did Area 69 did start to struggle after they lost their 2 initial picks, both of their entries. SGA takes the round into 5-3. They're 2 rounds away from sealing this match and moving ahead. We are moving on to the 9th round. And the Thermite still stays despite the 6th pick onto Buck. I was actually expecting the Buck to come here because I do think that the vertical pick can be of benefit to them. Since Aviator is already in defense, it's all up to Statue and Trophy. Statue and Trophy does have most of its sides still soft, so the vertical pick would have been useful. But I believe they would want to retain the Thermite to open the master bedroom wall. Sophia and Nomad finish the rest of the combo. Blackbeard in this scenario makes sense. If they were to go onto the master bedroom window, it'll be useful to cover off any rotation from the statue room into the master bedroom so that the next push can be made into the toilets or vice versa. Either works over here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the attack looks, on paper the attack looks fine, but it's all about how you put it down on paper. I mean, the defense as well, first time we get to see them defend this site, and they will be going for a hold that I haven't really seen in too many other regions. It happens a lot in ANZ, and I know it happens over in EU a fair bit as well, but I haven't seen it expand really much past that, and it is a really good hold because it means even if you have to, you obviously eventually have to give up that area. But the thing is when you eventually have to do it, you will have wasted so much time and utility from the attack that it's just really hard for them to try and push on the time. Even if you end up losing a player in the process, it's still perfectly fine as they don't really have much to push onto site. Ash does seem to be just trying to avoid it by going through this trophy box, which is actually an applicable thing.
Yep.
It is actually an applicable thing to do. However, it is also it can also go pretty poorly. As if the defenders are aware of it, they can get nasty cross or even nasty 2-ways or even 3-way crossfire sometimes, and it can just be practically impossible to do anything. Sophia below in dining will probably be looking to try and clear out any sort of utility they need to. Maybe try and get a pick if they can, as they will destroy that. They will destroy, I think, the mute jammer that was on the wall, and they will be able to open that now as they are starting to pressure onto bathroom as well as master bedroom. But the attack hasn't really gained much. They're just ignoring that aviator side hold. but they're using so much utility trying to get close to an opening master wall that I don't know if it'll be worth it. Plus, not having control of that side means the defenders can pull back to landing type of area, the landing and trophy box type of area. It can be it can be just a huge pain to try and clear them late round.
Yeah, so at this stage, the first kill does come out. Kira does lose some health, but takes out Oxy and does also take a lot of health out of Adam and Enis. And he's also loses his health. Nero does lose some health. There is somebody right behind the wall for Adam, but he's just on a sliver of health. Small grace, and he's out. And he is out. Area 69 does drop the diffuser because the Adam is no longer in play. That is CRL on the mute. Oh, one more kill comes in at the hands of Kira. Kira is looking strong. He's making up for Jongweng not doing much in this stage. He's taken a back seat while Kira and Nero are taking a front seat, driving seats. Oh, is that going to... Oh, the Blackbeard does manage to get the first kill for AS69. It's a 4-2 stage at 40 seconds. I can hear the shield pop, but they need to start making the push quickly. Astro has not been cleared out yet. This is a very difficult pixel pick to contest alongside the red stairs pixel that is generally held for Aviator. Nomad does start to put out her utility at this stage. I think she's already out of all of the air jabs. They're still attempting to contest it all the way from washroom. Still the pixel there. The ADS does catch it. Now you start moving. It's 12 seconds left. You need to start making a push. AS69 start getting the kills. Here you are at. These guys are fighting. Oh, the first kill does fall. It's a 4 versus 1. Now it's 3 versus 1. Nomad does get the kill. Is it an impactless frag? Yes, it is, because it's 0 seconds. There's not much she can do. SGA wins it purely on time and moves on to match point.
Yeah, that was a really good round for the defense. I mean, Kara getting that opening pick's huge. It swings on momentum in the defender's favor if it wasn't already on time and utility. And from there, I mean, they were just really strong. The only 2 picks that were found was that Blackbeard finding the first for the attack, and then after that it was just Nomad essentially having that impactless frag because the Jaeger had already killed her teammate in that 2v4 situation, so it doesn't really matter. You know, you still got the Maestro Lice, you still got the denial of the Maestro cams, you've got someone off roaming, so they can come back late round if something terrible happens on site. And it's just a great position for them. You know, she can't really do anything there. If she tries to plant, she's just gonna have 2 people swing. The Maestro's probably gonna sit on the cam stunning, and she's gonna have 2 other people swing. If she didn't have time to go for frags because of the Malusi gadget, so just great from the defenders there. Overall. SGA will go to dining now, and they will obviously, as previously said by my co-caster, be on match point. Seem to be running a pretty standard setup. I mean, you bring the pulse so you can get those C4s through the roof, and it is very effective. I mean, if you know how to do it properly, especially if you've got other C4s, which they do 3 in total, you can get so many kills through that, through the roof.
Yeah, so one of the flaws in the previous round was that while SGA did have a split roam, somebody was roaming downstairs, Enes did not clear it out completely. I think Enes was also on the Zofia last time. He did not clear it out completely, which is why people were able to go back downstairs. And even if, like you had mentioned, they had gone for the plant, you would see them rotating back up, or you would see them going for a late round flank. So at this stage, SGA is looking back in the dominant position as before. Area 69 has gone for a slight shuffle and hoping to turn this into a pure gunfight thing. We have seen SGA very capable of taking the gunfight. So they have decided that to go for a pure gunfight situation. So then Oxy has moved from the Ash to the Twitch, getting whatever intel is necessary in the early stage and then moving on to engaging purely with the F2. The rest of the lineup seems to be remaining the same. Mani retains the Nomad and Knight retains the Blackbeard. Since this is a dining deck, Blackbeard on the pantry side stairs can be pretty useful in blocking off any sort of rotates or anybody attempting to make a cheeky peek from there.
Yeah, 100%. The pulse coming in really useful here as they know exactly where they know exactly that there are people on pantry. 2 drones there with 1 shotgun shell for Kira. It will give away a mute's position, but at the same time you get 2 drones. That's big players, and now your Zophia's got none, and neither has your Thermite. So you're down to 4 normal drones and 2 Twitch drones. I don't know how the Twitch drone economy is going, as Mani gets injured, but so does Kira now. So even trade. Oh no, oh, that's unfortunate for the Nomad. Gets taken out by the electric floor. She's trying to back into a corner to stay safe from the bullets. Kira finally getting picked up now by Jungoon, as Nero will be taken out by the Twitch. I don't know what happened there. Maybe peeking just a bit too aggressively, and that will be the end for them. The Pulse sees another one on Pantry Stairs now, and they know exactly where this attack is coming from. They're just entirely pushing for this Pantry side at the moment. You have one person on top floor watching for a rotate, but they're not trying to go for it. And you have this Sophia trying to solo push Laundry. It's not great to try and do that. And pushing Laundry by itself at all is pretty horrid, as it is just a big channel. It's just a big choke, essentially, going into that one door, which is so easy to get angles on.
So even at a 4v4 stage here, it does not look like attack AS16 started with the push, because at this stage you should start going and starting getting the frags. And they did hear me, supposedly. Oxy does get the kill onto CRL. That's the Jaeger round. He's been doing pretty well in this round. It's all up to the Maestro. Junggung does get the kill. Oh, there's one kill there. And before I can say anything, AS69 decides no, they want to still stay in the fight. They moved up to a 6-4, which is good to hear. The Twitch did make a difference over here, getting 2 kills here by Oxy, and then that's a very suspicious wall bank. Doesn't matter. We're into the next round.
I can't believe what I've just witnessed. That round, that was in the bag for the defenders. I mean, they were in such a good position. All they needed to do was find a couple more kills, and they were doing really well. They find the kills that they need, but then all of a sudden the attackers just get a final life of breath. The Zofia is able to find 2, and then that Nomad hitting that interesting shot through the melee hole. I suppose she thought, I might as well just wallbang it, see what happens. It just works out to be effective. So, I mean, well played, I guess. That does mean we will be going another round with SGL match point. The bad thing is, though, is this attack of Area 69 need to win another 2 rounds for them to even have a chance of winning this map and continuing the series. So it will be difficult for them. Obviously, Aviator going back, being able to go back to Aviator will be probably really beneficial for SGA.
Alright, so moving on to the last round. SGA is on match point. They are on their way to hopefully clinch this match and move on to the next round. But we'll have to see if AS69 has something in their hats to do so, to pull off over here. Next round, not much of variation since before. They do retain the same Lucy and the Goyo. Nero's going 13. Is that 13? Yes, that's 13. Nero's doing a very good job at fragging at this stage. He's showing that he is the prime entry fragger of the day. Meanwhile, Jung Ho has slowly attempted to claw his way back up. The Blackbeard, I would say, at the first stage, we didn't expect much of it to work outside of Aviator, maybe once or twice in case of the statue room, but it is working out pretty well. We have Knight at 8, and we did also see SGA bring the Blackbeard a couple of times. So an Aviator defense as before, and we are going to the 2-minute 30 stage. You still have the attackers trying to gain whatever intel necessary, getting the angles, and defenses is waiting for them to make a push.
Oh, that's a very late use of gadget there by the Jaeger. He's putting an ADS down of essentially 45 seconds into the round. As Nero is able to find that first opening kill onto the Zofia. Really good there, as this main stairs just hasn't been able to, the attackers just haven't been able to clear it. They've not been able to get the pressure from below, and every time they try and push from atop, Nero's just able to find easy pickings. You still have the Mute and the Melusi roaming over on Master, so there's not really going to be any plausible way for the attackers to try and get control of that side of the map at the moment, especially with the fact that they only have a Twitch over there, and it doesn't look like either way of attacking is going well. This Nero's able to get blinded, but they don't do anything off it. Adam's able to find one onto Jungoon, so that will be your smoke going down. I don't know how many canisters he used, but it won't have been all of them. Adam does get refragged as well, and then Oxy is able to find one of his own onto the Melusi. However, you do lose Knight, so it's now a 2v3 for the attackers. A minute and 10, sorry, left, and they do have plenty of time. They will need to try and even this score count out, though. Oh, that Mute playing perfectly, just swinging out right when he needed to, able to find the easy kill with the shotgun. The M590, so powerful up close, and it's all up to Mani now in a 1v3 situation, looking very unwinnable. 50 seconds left. He's stuck on study balcony. He's got crossfires everywhere. The defenders are set up perfectly. He's gonna have to try and do something, but I don't think he will be able to.
Same scenario as the last round that we had last rounds we've previously seen, putting into a 3v1, everything on his shoulders. It's relatively doable, I would say, but clearing out this Red Stairs shield hold, despite the Goyo being there and being a double-edged sword onto Jaeger, doesn't help out because he does put down Nomad, and this match goes to SGA. SGA also wins the first game against Area 69 and moves on to the next match of the bracket. And I must say they move on to play against. We'll have to confirm that soon. But SGA takes the series 2-0, winning Cafe and Vega against Area 69. GG's on the board. Area 69 did try their level best to win the map, but SGA just proved to be the better team. So thank you very much for joining for the first game. We will do not go anywhere. We will be moving on to the next set of games. So do stay with us. First map, quick recap. We have SGA wins after this set of casting, I will have my role to take more Chief and Covert. Yes. So Covert, good casting with you. I will hope to see you soon. And Chief, all the best.
I see the sparks you throw my way. I know your name is written on everyone's mind. Your whole show is captivating me, but don't think that I can see right through that disguise. But when you got close to me, you had me falling so hard, baby, hard, baby. Yeah, now I get it. You got heads turning, heads turning.
intoxicating your energy. First time in so long you felt the heat evaporating your bindings. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the I know the sadness that cripples you. It comes in waves and out of the blue. But there are days you feel freedom too. Bask in the glorious lightning. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the radiate, radiate, radiate. Gravitate, gravitate, gravitate. Innovate, innovate, innovate. Move like the
Get up. We want you to get on your feet. Stand up, stand up. Come on, get loose with the heat. Right now, right now. Leave the body till you black out. So get the fuck up. Cause we gon' light up this place. We got the business for days. Toki GA from the outer space. So cover and dock, you're out of luck, we don't give up. Yeah, we're going up, next floor is us, you're riding with us.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better off, better off. I am wicked, you're insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance, pound for pound. We're a perfect match, pulling punches, or toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. Cause together, we're better off, and we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance, pound for pound. We're a perfect match, pulling punches, or toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. Cause together, we're better off, and we can. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. They said, don't fall. Don't forget all the things you've been taught, you've been told. Don't blink, don't run. Don't turn left or turn right or look straight at the sun. My mind's going in circles, I'm trying to fight it. Getting these voices inside to stay quiet. Going to the place where all this began. Just start again. Oh, you won't see the light until the dawn breaks. No, till it's all said and done, you won't know what it takes. Gotta make a wrong turn and turn around. Gotta fall fast to pick yourself up off the ground. Until you get lost, you'll never be found. And you can't start again until you break down. Break down. Until you break down. They said, be meek. Look beneath the bed before you go to sleep. Keep on, I shine. You'll surely get burned if you reach out and touch. My mind is a battle, I'm trying to hide it. Getting these voices inside to stay quiet. Going to the place where all this began. Just start again. Won't see the light until the dawn breaks. No, till it's all said and done, you won't know what it takes. Gotta make a wrong turn and turn around. Gotta fall fast to pick yourself up off the ground. Until you get lost, you'll never be found. And you on my last straw. I'm broken and I'm woken up. I'm done feeding your lies. I've had enough. I can't run your place in this faulty game. No. And all the words you speak mean nothing more to me. 'Cause let's start over now. Rewind. And I won't let you go. I need you by my
I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the whole closest starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep, I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. I forgive the pain you gave to me so long ago. Sleepless nights I laid awake just begging to let go. I almost got to suicidal thoughts, but you stepped in. An angel sent from heaven showed me how to live again. Now I'm falling.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for SI Quals. We're currently in the APAC division. This is the round of 64, but only one of these teams can move forward today. It's going to be Crest versus SGA.
Yeah, I mean, goddamn, that's a lot of enthusiasm, my guy. I did not expect that. You should have warned me. Jesus Christ. Yeah, welcome everyone. We are here with some open SI quals. You know, obviously, I'm pretty sure, obviously, the teams that do the best in this get to move on to the closed qualifiers, which will be streamed by probably one of the like official ESL or Face It things. I don't know. I don't really care. We're here for the open quals, so.
That was
Yeah.
quite a roller coaster of a sentence. Now, honestly, open qualifiers have delivered some, dare I refer to it as, unique levels of gameplay. We've seen some Finka LMG rushes before. That was in our first series of the evening. And honestly, those Finka rushes did not go quite as planned because they weren't doing their due diligence in the rushes, setting up preset drones. Now, I keep referring to a team as they, but I have to call them out on stream. That was SGA. So hopefully they've calmed down. You know, those pre-round jitters and, you know, those early series jitters have kind of gone away because every game they play after this is going to be basically more difficult.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, with the way that the open qualifiers work, any team can join. You know, whether you're tier 1 that just missed out making SI normally, or if you're some rank star team that was made 2 seconds ago, both can make it. So it is the first couple rounds are mostly just weeding out the teams that actually are good and the teams that just signed up because they can. So I think we are close to getting there that stage. This round or next round should be the ones where we just have the teams that are worthy of being here. So it will be progressively getting harder, as obviously those tier 1 and very high tier 2 teams will probably be making it through all the way unless they get unlucky with the bracket and end up having to verse one another really early on. And it will lead to some good games where we should hopefully get to see some tier 3 teams trying to prove themselves against some of the big boys. So.
Honestly, though, one of the best ways at breaking down a T1 or a T2 team is to be unpredictable. And if you can bring a certain level of aggression, something that they're not prepared for, sometimes Pro League IGLs can't make adaptations to hyper-aggressive teams. One of the great examples is E United and how they were playing. At the start of stage 1 of the NAL, they were so hyper-aggressive that most competent Pro League teams were struggling to deal with it because they were so darn unpredictable. Now, after a few play weeks, everybody expected them to be this hyper level of aggression, and they were just creating macro strategies around it. But here in qualifiers, where your map pool is just basically filled with question marks, your bracket is filled with question marks, you do have hyper aggression as a legitimate strategy. I've gone on record a plethora of times saying that T3 teams need to have strategy first, macro mechanical skills second, but honestly, in SI quals, sometimes you can just swing for the fences.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Obviously, another great example being Joe from Navi. I mean, that man in the first stage had some incredible numbers for his player rating, and it was just because people don't expect you to just, oh, what's that? You're on mirror? Oh, wait, never mind. He's out a window.
Yeah.
You don't expect it. It really does work because you don't expect it to happen. So you're just chilling, and all of a sudden he's jumped out a window and got a free kick, and you've not done anything to stop it because why would an anchor be, you know, swinging like that? And it just really worked for Navi, and obviously they have over the time where he was swinging like that was just they were able to work him down in scrims to fit into a comp team a lot better, and he's been doing just as well in stage 2 because he's playing a lot better as a overall team player now than he was before. So
That's a phenomenal way of putting it, but enough theory crafting. Let's actually start to talk about the match in front of us, going first live to Cafe. And Cafe has seen a lot of turmoil recently simply because Utility Consumption Simulator, this map started, that macro meta has kind of gone away with the introduction of Neon Dawn. But still, one of the best operators at breaking down Utility Consumption Simulator, the bane of Rainbow Six Siege, Thatcher, instantaneously removed. Now, Pixel strategies are still very common. Even though operators have lost their deployable shields, you still need ADSs and my pancakes to be holding that ground for as much and long as possible.
yeah, for sure. I mean, with that whole pixel hold, I have seen a lot of teams develop how they hold Scar, and they have one person playing a lot deeper now. as obviously you can't just rely on the Jaeger SESs or Midas to hold down Pixel for extremely extended periods of time. So you need to try and slow them down before they get to that. And obviously Pixel is a really strong position for holding angles, so it can lead to some great wasting of time as the person playing deep just can't get pinched because as soon as they try and push him from cigar shop or try and go for any sort of aggressive repel in, the person on Pixel can just shut that down easily, and it doesn't usually end up working really well. Obviously, kitchen with the lack of utility, it has become a lot harder to try and extend into bakery and VIP type of sections.
Now, Pixel holds will be nerfed just slightly with that Warden ban. He's one of the few operators that still has a deployable shield in his back pocket. So if you want to play Pixel, we're going to have to bring a Goyo. And already before we even enter the 6-pick phase, he is currently being teased. So this is screaming that it is going to be a derivative of that Pixel style of hold. Now, Jaeger will also be joining him in that. But Will Wamai, the operator that again brings those pancakes, and it's all about wasting as much time as possible. But also in North America, we've seen a lot of Valkyrie being played instead of that Maestro. Now, she used to fit the role where she was a pseudo Echo, just designed to grab as much information as possible and even plant denial type of information so you can send that Nitrocell sky high. But she started to find herself in the new meta to be a lot more aggressive, coupling with her 3 cameras and the Nitrocell. As soon as she gets one of those new Z pings, it's just open season on the poor attacks.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's been a lot of controversy, obviously, in the pro scene around those Z pings, as they just give so much intel with essentially the attackers having no idea it's there. I mean, the good thing is with the X pings is you just get a huge pop-up on your screen. You've been spotted, you know? Really hard to miss the fact that the defenders now know your exact location, but with the Z pings, you can get the perfect locations and have no idea. So it is extremely strong. It leads to some very aggressive swinging that quite often works out for the defenders. It also leads to free Nitro Cell kills, especially on a map like Cafe where there's so much verticality.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. But the attackers are going to be released from their spawn for the first time this best of 3 series. Amaru is prepared for her hand cannon and her ascension in through the window. She is just waiting for her roly-poly drones to confirm whether or not there's anybody on the cocktail side. Now, hopefully, SGA has done their due diligence, actually prepared for this level of aggression. And right now, members of Crest just seem completely lost. They have no idea. They are prepared for utter death, except for that one Valkyrie camera. This can provide all the information in the world, change the tides of round number 1. We're just still waiting for Amaru to full send.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, with that Valkyrie camera, they'll have a lot of info, and they might even try and go for some sort of jump out, and it could end up going really poorly either way as, oh, that is some terrible timing from Amaru. She jumps in right as the Melusi is crossed and the Melusi gets a free kill. Lots of frags happening there as Melusi finds another one. Jaeger's able to find 2 of his own as the Sledge will be left all on his own. So they're able to pick up the Melusi who jumped out. And I don't think had the... Oh no, did have the door below open. Just couldn't get back inside, I suppose. But it's a 1v4. I mean, the Sledge is on full HP and you have smoke on half and the Goyo down a tiny bit. But I'm pretty sure any sane person would probably say this is a lost round as that smoke goes for the hyper aggressive run out once again, and it works perfectly. He knows exactly where the Sledge is on cams, probably Z-pinged himself and was able to just get essentially the free pick there as he had a nade out. So great round from the defense there.
And it seems like both of these rosters were prepared for hyper-aggression. Now, usually the attackers find themselves at the slight advantage when they just go full tilt, going the frag hunting route, simply because attackers' ARs just do more damage, and if you position yourself correctly, you can win the majority of your gunfights. But it didn't work out that way at all, because the attackers were starting to skip steps. Again, they didn't do their due diligence. They weren't actively looking for cameras, which they should have been, because Valkyrie was shown before we even hopped into the 6-pick phase. They had a strategy where they wanted to get aggressive, they being SGA, but they didn't really have a good understanding or coordination with their aggression. You have to have a full macro strategy if you're going balls to the walls, and it doesn't really matter how big your cojones are. If they're just, you know, massive, it doesn't really matter if you don't have the strategy behind it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as you were saying, that they just didn't take out the cameras, and that left them wide open for those aggressive plays because the defenders just had all the intel they needed. The Melusi, the Malusi just having some really or not really, but semi unlucky, semi good timing, I should say. On that Amaru, she runs across and gets into a safe spot where she can't be obviously just kicked. As that has been a thing we've all seen in the meme or frag montages a lot recently, and is able to find the free kill there. Then she goes for the run out and is able to find another one. The Jaeger runs out at essentially the same time. Is able to find, I think, runs out anyway. Maybe not. I don't know. But is able to find 2 kicks of his own by swinging aggressively at the very least. And then it's all up to the sledge on his lonesome. And once again, that camera is still there, and it's just essentially a free pick. So.
Now we're going to be seeing Finka in play, and Finka to me screams ANZ. Every time we see a Finka, it's another one of these crazy macro strategies where the attackers are just going to go absolutely bananas. But it seems like Finka and Kira is going to be playing this incredibly passive for the time being, almost trying to calculate her utility and find her impact of the round down the road. Maybe she expects the defense to be prepared for a hyper-aggressive play, so she's going to be sitting in spawn, droning her teammates in when her utility is needed. She's just going to pull her fist, and it's going to be free, basically recoil control for about 10 seconds. However, I don't know if that's the best use of her. I would like to see her over in Kochek trying to have a flank watch and just shut down one of the avenues for the defenders.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the like having that flank watch is huge. I mean, now that the meta shifted ever so slightly away from that utility, obviously with the Jaeger nerfs and stuff, it is still prevalent, and it does obviously mean that the defenders do have the possibility of roaming. I mean, with Malusi, it's great because you get all of that rush denial on the defense, with then your ability to essentially rush a defender herself. Free speed, solid gun, nitro cell. It's essentially pretty much everything you'd want in an operator. Now, them also bringing the Valkyrie and the Vigil means you've got plenty of roamers. Mute playing above is one thing I didn't expect to see, as he will be injured, and another player watching that red stairs. It will be the Nomads able to find that first pick onto the Vigil, and getting rezzed is that Mute. Valkyrie able to get him, but probably gonna have to start falling back to site, as they are still pressuring that top floor. Attackers in very deep in this red hallway though.
A lot of people think vertical holds are just for the attackers. You can have holes work both ways, and if the defenders set it up properly, they in theory could shut down the majority of the movement from the attackers, particularly over on the kitchen side. When they enter in through prep, they have to be challenging multiple angles. They have to challenge the bomb chassis, where Lucy's currently playing, as well as the window and the vertical holds. Now, stun locks is a great way of pushing on through, and the attackers are going to start to bulldoze their way on, but they're winning the majority of their gunfights unprepared for the defenders, as the entire lobby drops. 8 members instantaneously burned into the grave, as it's now just a 1v1. 17 seconds, the attackers are gonna have to start to put their bomb down. But does Mute actually know he's gonna get the quick audio cue that's gonna be enough to have him spring into action, SMG 11 in hand? But both players are so incredibly lit. The pin is gonna be pulled from the nitro cell. It's gonna find its target. Crest is gonna win another round in a row.
Yeah, I mean, that was intense. That's what we expected to see. That's what we expected to see the last couple of seasons. Obviously, 20-second meta. Don't expect to see that as much nowadays, but it's exactly what we saw. Just absolute frag fest on site. Obviously, you losing that contestant onto top floor, it does allow the attackers to essentially just push into site, because they only have to worry about site, and it does leave you wide open. There was a lot of trades going on. I saw a couple double kills, and I think I saw a double kill. I think I saw a triple kill in there at some point as well. And it's all up in that 1v1. Finka, that pocket strategy we're talking about against a conventional Mute, and the Mute's able to wing it out just with the power of those holes to throw the C4/smokes through, and him having that C4 still available. So good round there from Crest, as they're able to win out probably one of the messiest rounds I've seen in a while.
So people link the 20-second meta to just saying 20 seconds on the clock and be like, oh, we didn't do our job, we're just going to rush onto the site. Now, that was a story of round number 2, but I just want to go back in time. The 20-second meta started from Utility Consumption Simulator because the attackers were just spending far too much time dealing with utility, and then once they checked the clock, they realized we have nowhere to go other than just sprinting into the site. Now, technically, SGA did find themselves in that circumstance, but not because of utility, just because of poor time management. They had the entire round to work with, they never took control, and instead they just went for a very linear West-style take into Big Bakery. The problem with that is you don't set up any crossfires, nor do you really deal with the mid offsite pressure, those buffer rooms that Crest was currently utilizing. Their whole strategy was to hold train room for as long as possible and utilize pre-made holes. SGA had a decent understanding that they attempted to alleviate that pressure, but once they took away that pressure, they never actually did anything with it.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, they took away the pressure, but the amount of time they spent, because they used so little resources trying to do it, it did leave them with almost no time, and not terribly much utility, so they did just have to go for that frag. Rabbit able to find this opening kill onto Nero. He was SGA's top fragger on Villa, which was the last map they played, so him going down early probably doesn't air too well for them, and it obviously gives the defenders a huge advantage. Frost, not an operator you usually see. It's interesting to see. I suppose you can get, obviously, the gun. Not terrible. I'm not going to say it's great. It's definitely not great, but it could most definitely be worse. You know. You got the obviously, but.
Honestly, with Frost's gun as well as the UMP, put an angled grip on it and a 1.5 times sight, and they're actually pretty gnarly. Like, you just need to ADS quickly, and it's just a nice way to just zoom onto somebody's forehead, pow, 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 and that's going to be a free kill. It just requires you to hit your shots. And, well, honestly, if you're complaining about the UMP, I hate to break it to you, you're usually just not hitting your headshots. And in Rainbow Six Siege, headshots are absolutely imperative. Something that is also imperative is time management and just taking control, being prepared for wide swings as Jaeger is just going to go fishing. He's able to find two. He'll be down in that process, but with no help from any of the attackers, he's most likely going to be well-rezzed. A frag grenade being pulled, and Jaeger's demise might be imminent, but it's actually going to be his teammate falling, and there he goes. All of a sudden, things were looking brilliant for the defense. It is still looking strong as they have a +1 man advantage, but not the other oppression they had earlier.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the one thing that's interesting is that the Frost still has a mat in her pocket. Now, obviously, you know, the mats aren't terribly useful, but they can be used quite well to just get sound of when people are pushing, because obviously most of the time you will have to get rid of them by shooting them. So it does give you some quality sound info. So that's how I've seen a lot of teams use them. But I'm imagining pretty much the sole reason they brought the Frost is just the shield. So few defenders have one nowadays. It's really imperative that they have it. But here's the thing. Cool. The defenders have dropped back. The attackers have top floor. They're down a man, but they've got top floor. Less than 20 seconds left now. They're going to have to just start bursting onto site. Extremely similar to how they did last time. It's just last time they had the man advantage. Now they don't. Sledge will drop down into launch, and he will be taken out very quickly there by the smoke. Wheatlings just had to sprint into sight on the Nomad. Frost looking the wrong way, but able to flick and find the kill. And there goes the third round in a row to Crest, as they have just been looking ever so strong on this defense.
And here's the problem when you're attacking Reader Room. This bomb site used to be the best bomb site across all 7 maps. Now, it has been usurped by Meeting Room over on what we might be seeing later in this series, but that is Oregon. At least not in this series. We might see it down the road. But nonetheless, what makes this bomb site so armed is it forces the attackers to take 2 different floors. And, well, most defenders are very competent. They're going to be utilizing a staged roam, sniping away drones, and falling back to little border points, or they have the opportunity of still sniping away drones or falling back. Now, Jaeger was doing a wonderful job that staged room until he started to overstay his welcome, hanging out in washrooms just a little bit too long. He could have played his life better, but at the end of the day, Crest did win it, so I can't be too critical of that. Now, SGA seems to be a team that strives in chaos. They like to set the pace of rounds, and currently, we haven't seen them do so, and they've been struggling to find their rhythm.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Jaeger, obviously, he was able to find that double kill by just swinging, so it was good from him. I think he acknowledged that he probably overstayed his welcome a bit too long, and it was probably best if he just traded positively with his life, which he did do, so fair play. I mean, it would have been great for the defenders. They would have been set up in a 2v4, but then the Sledge was able to find that nade onto White Stairs as well, which made it a lot closer than it realistically should have been, but the defenders still able to come out on top. Obviously, the last time we saw this bomb site brought by Crest, they played extremely aggressively onto that east balcony. You know, the Malusi jumping out, was able to find a couple, the smoke finding the final kill with it. The Jaeger in that round also swung and was able to pick up 2. Kira here on the Ashe knows exactly that where someone is. Is not able to hit the shots to start with. Takes a lot of HP, but so does the Valkyrie. Definitely Val coming out better there, but they're still very low HP. This Ashe is one tap to the SMG-11 from across lane, to be honest. I mean, that's so little HP, but the Valk's coming off a bit better. You know, some of those heavy hitting guns will one shot the Thermite's primary. If they've brought the ARX would be a good example. But you know, very difficult. Oh, Whiskey very close there. He knew that the Ashe is there, but just thought twice about it, as the attack hasn't really done too much so far.
A few mistakes on the side of SGA. One of them is not shooting the default camera, and another mistake was Ashe threw her drone basically towards the skybox. When you collide with the skybox, it destroys your utility. So 10% of the attacker's drone economy basically zapped by Zeus instantly, with no way of getting that back. So SGA is going to be extremely nerfed with their information. They have really struggled with utilizing those roly-poly drones to gather information. It's imperative to do so, and their information acquisition is going to continuously fall as members of Crest are able to find the scoreboard. The attackers are currently playing as individuals, not as a cohesive 5-man unit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you lose your Thermite there to the C4 below. The Ashe goes down. The Ashe obviously on so little HP. You know, you expected her to go down at some point pretty easily. The Goya is able to find another one there, as that will be Wheatling going down. Issue you have now is you're the attackers. The defenders are set up in really powerful spots. I'm pretty sure the Valkyrie is still below, so she can go for a late flank if she needs to. Great positioning here as the Malusi is able to find that 1 kill onto Sledge. It's all up to Jungoon. Onzo Fair now getting swung aggressively by the Malusi. She will be able to find the final kill. That will be a flawless round for Crest. Really well played from them. 4 in a row.
It's just pure domination at this point. I hate to be too critical of a roster, but SGA is not coordinating and they're not synchronizing. It is absolutely imperative as the IGL of SGA that you start to understand why you're losing gunfights and why you're losing map control. And it's simply stemming from the fact that there is no drone economy and they're not setting up crossfires. What can make Cafe somewhat attacker-sided, or at least closer to a 50% win rate for the defenders, is the fact that you have the option of setting up crossfires. You can utilize Skylight, you can utilize White Hallway, you can even utilize an East Window Repel if you set your flank drones up properly, or utilize Nomad. None of those steps are being made, and it's just SGA falling to very rudimentary mistakes. Now, it is true that 4-2 splits are common on this map, and Crest has won 4 straight in a row, so it's not unheard of that SGA is going to be able to win the next 2 rounds, find themselves in good standing when we move over to the half, but just their attack is just looking uncoordinated.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, the other thing that I think is really interesting is the Valkyrie has been brought every round, I believe, so far, and
Correct.
you have to wonder why they haven't brought an IQ yet. It's so easy. You know, she's got good guns. The G8 is solid. 5.52 Commando is solid. Or if you know how to use it properly, also a solid gun. So you don't really lose much. I mean, some of the options you're bringing, it makes sense. You don't want to sacrifice them, but you're gonna have to sacrifice someone here because you need to be able to clear that utility because they're just getting free intel all round.
I'm guessing it's just still a byproduct of the utility consumption simulator. A lot of teams want to bring explosive devices. Now you have Callie acting as a pseudo Ashe because she can not only destroy utility behind walls, but because she can destroy Goyo shields or any other type of shield that is currently being brought out by Crest. Now currently we don't actually see shields at all, so it's not going to be a shield bonanza, so she can actually relegate those charges to basically another type of explosive device, which means you don't need to bring a sledge, you just bring that IQ with breaching charges, and that is going to be your entry point, because actually breaching charges make a larger hole than Buck's shotgun as well as a sledgehammer.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. The other thing you have to remember as well is obviously IQ. She has the breaching charge. Great, but the other thing is you've got your electronics detector, so you can go above and you can clear out the electronics without even having to make holes. Obviously, you're still gonna have to make holes to clear out the power positions, make sure there isn't there aren't defenders playing there, but you can still clear out plenty with an IQ before even opening the floor. So it is really questionable as to why they haven't even attempted to bring that yet, but I guess we'll have to see.
This is the problem with the linear take. You have no crossfires whatsoever. Everybody on SGA is looking in the exact same vicinity, and they're going to start to fall because of it. They need to change something up, and right now, winning gunfights might be the change. And there's the first casualty in the round, and everybody's going to start to fall in this lobby as they just push their way on through. Diffuser going to be set on the ground, and this is going to force the off-site pressure of Crest to rotate back to their bomb site. Well, with 45 seconds guaranteed left in the round, the defenders are going to have to turn into attackers.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is you do have man advantage as Whiskey, the mute above is able to find that one pick through the floor, and Whiskey's able to get revived. But the issue you have now is the attackers are in a really solid position. You've got air jabs set up on key positions. You need to be watching. Terrible time to look away there from Wheatling as the defenders are able to push into sight, find that one kill, and then Whiskey's able to find another. As you see, just the legs there of the Thermite dangling, and that's the round one. That was really surprising. I mean, the defenders have to push aggressively, and as attackers, you've got claymores placed, you've got nomad air jabs. You should be able to do something, and they just weren't. They couldn't hold their angles. I don't know what it was, whether they couldn't hold their angles or they just missed their shots. But whatever it was, they just didn't do what they needed to do, and there goes the 5th round in a row to Crest. And you have to see them pull something off in this last attacking round, or I'm pretty sure you're writing this map off entirely. So
yeah, SGA is still in that fallacy of being far too aggressive. Now, that push into the bomb site did work simply because it caught Crest off guard. They weren't prepared for that level of aggression, and they were just basically a bull in a china shop, knocking everything down. But would have made that attack a lot stronger if somebody on the attacking team of SGA worked their way into coat check and held the crossfire. That would have cut the entire bomb site in half, and that would have been a lot more of a difficult engagement for Crest, because they would have now had to challenge a 90-degree angle, and sometimes you just run out of mouse pad when doing so. Also, most teams, and it doesn't really matter if you're a pro league player, you're not going to be able to challenge and win a 1v2, and that's what makes and separates pro league teams and T2 teams, their ability to utilize cross angles and phenomenal power positions. Now, we also might just be seeing an incredibly defender-sided game. Sometimes the attackers just struggle to find any footing, and this map is defender-sided, but it's actually somewhere in the middle, and NAL, it has a 50% win rate for the defenders.
yeah, I mean, it is obviously, you can't ease this. This is, I would say, just purely strategic-wise, it is defender-sided, as the bomb sites are just they do just favor the ability of the defenders, like, because the attack needs to vary so much in its proficiency of different things to win each bomb site that it is really hard for them to try and equal it out of 3-3-1/2. But it is possible to go either way. I mean, especially pro league, with how incredible some of those coaches and analysts are, and how good some of the players play. I mean, Bolo, obviously, Bolo and Merc are great examples. They're just able to walk into site and find frags when they need to. So, you know, it is interesting, but at this level where, you know, you've not got the insane levels of coaches and stuff like that, it can be a lot harder.
I'm so glad you started highlighting the support staff, because they don't get enough love. Now, CRL is going to get plenty of love. That's going to be from his teammate getting shot in the back. And all of a sudden, members of SGA are going to start to solo drop and hatch, and solo find themselves in 6-foot graves, being tucked nice away in their body bags. They have no answer whatsoever from Arya here on the Valkyrie. He is just running this map, getting plenty of information from his preset Valkyrie cameras. And as you're highlighting, IQ maybe would be the play. I also have to be very critical of that Nomad. He just basically haphazardly threw his air jab in the middle of the red stairs, and a perfect position for anybody of Crest walking up the stairs to get a free kill. Honestly, on Cafe, I'd prefer to see a gridlock. The reason is track stingers have a loud sound propagation in this map. I believe it has to do with stairwells, and well, it's going to force the defenders to shoot, compared to one air jab, about 7 track stingers, and they make a lot more noise.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the other thing that you get, obviously, with gridlock that you don't get with Nomad is you get smoke grenades, which are pretty, you know, that they're really good for committing onto an execute plant, and also just zoning off a deployable shield. There's a shield, you can't push. Oh, just smoke it off. What are the defenders gonna do? All they can do is just try and blindly pre-fire through it and hope they hit something. But realistically, if you just wait for them to do that first blind pre-fire, then you can push through perfectly fine. So it does bring a lot of utility. As you were saying, the sound propagation, I don't know what it is on this map. I think it is the fact that if there's just open air connecting, that it propagates a lot better. And obviously stairwells 99% of the time aren't going to be completely enclosed, you know, from each part. So it does lead to some very good positions. Kira just stuck on the roof with 10 seconds to go, just going to save the KD by the looks of things, as Eclair may TK the Frost here. I'm unsure. It's a 50-50, maybe. Tries to, not able to hit the shots, and the Frost will survive narrowly. So
Now, Covert, remember, black ice on your pistols is going to do more damage to enemies, but actually has a reverse effect on teammates. It does less damage to teammates, so that's obviously why Jaeger lost that gunfight. We all know simple math, 2 + 2 is clearly 5. Now, what is important to note, is it just an anomaly? Is this map going to be a defender-sided, or will Crest be able to change the strategy, create an attacker strategy that is advantageous to themselves, and start to win rounds? Just looking at the defender lineup, though, it is incredibly oppressive seeing that Mira being shown. Mira, this is truly her best map. She shuts down the entire west lane, which is piano. But instead, Castle will be 6-picked into. Again, it's that style of utility consumption simulator, but I'm not sure if that's the play. I'd much rather have the Mira, but she does fall in that Mira fallacy. If you're not playing her, if you're not scrimming with her, you're not going to bring her in a live match.
yeah, for sure. I mean, there is this big issue now of it is a defender-sided map, and you would expect normally SGA to probably be able to win out a defense on top floor. You know, they seem pretty strong in it previously, but you know, you've just lost 6 rounds in a row. You've not put a round on the board. None of the rounds have been. You had 1 round that was close, and that's it. The rest of them have been pretty much pure dominance from Crest. So you really, your mental is gone. Your mental is gone. You're probably thinking, you know, you're probably just thinking that I don't know, maybe we just give up this map, go to the next one. Hopefully we can win that, and it does just boom you. So it'd be really difficult for them to try and come back from it. Obviously, another issue you have after losing, we're online. You can't have a tactical timeout. That's why lands. That's why lands are good, because you know, if this were to happen, you just call your timeout. You know, you reset your mental, and then you come back into the second half strong, trying to bring it back. But you've got no chance here. You just have to keep playing.
Well, so far the attackers have a lot of map control. They're kind of playing as very aggressive, and it might work out well for them. Now, they're all relegated to the roof, but what's making this attack aggressive is where they set up their drones. The grenades are going to come down. It's going to find a little bit of HP target, but the only thing those nades will really do is kill a drone. That might sound like it's a little bit of a story, but 10% of your drone economy on a map like Cafe really starts to add up, particularly with a staged roam. Now, fortunately for the attackers, staged roams aren't as oppressive upstairs on the bomb site, but nonetheless, you want as much utility in your back pocket.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, having utility is always a good thing. It's you know, it's just nothing you want. I'm sure everyone, when they've been on attack at some point in their time playing Siege, has just wished they had that one extra drone, that one extra stun, you know, just that one extra thing so they could do it, and you just don't, because you've used it unnecessarily, or you've had to use it because your teammate has used something unnecessarily prior. And it is just one of the worst feelings you can have. Whiskey able to find that nade onto Jungoon, however, the smoke dropping really early. I can't imagine he would have used more than 1 canister at this point in the round, as Kira is able to find one of his own onto Eclair. That will be your Ash going down. Probably used quite a bit more of a utility than the smoke did.
with 60 seconds left in the round. Either one of these teams could be successful, but an Extracell is going to go up. It's going to find part of its target, but not be able to confirm. That missed utility might shut down a potential plant for the attackers, but no longer in their back pocket. This is going to put the attackers just at the slight advantage. Shots being exchanged between both parties, but it's going to be the attackers losing that engagement with a player down but not out. A quick call for a res, and everybody's back alive in this lobby with the attackers with their +1 advantage. The lobby is going to start to pop off. Individuals are going to be falling one by one, and it's going to be the Alda with 82 bullets left. He's going to have it go burr. The bomb's on the deck. Things are looking even worse. SGA might be out. A bad dry peek by CRL, and things are going to start to crumble through their fingertips. It's going to be Crest taking map number 1 in extremely strong fashion, a 7-0.
Yeah, I mean, as I was saying, it's defender sided, but when your mental is this boomed, it's really hard to try and do anything. That's what it looked like there. The defensive strategy seemed fine. There was no real issues with it, but the defenders themselves just didn't seem to be in it and fighting, and it did lead to some gunfights and possibly some movements themselves that just didn't go great. I mean, as we saw that Maestro, he needs to kill that Buck to have a chance, for the defenders to have a chance. And instead of just trying to hold that angle and waiting for him to repeat, he just decides he's going to push up and completely expose himself. The Buck then's able to get the swing, and obviously just a chunky free armor out in the middle of nowhere is a pretty free kill, to be honest, most of the time. And it was, so just not really being able to pull it back there on the defense.
Yeah, a great way of putting it. It seems like perfect amounts of aggression is going to be what wins possibly both of these teams this series. But before we can continue with this series, we have to dive over to a quick 5 to 10 minute break to allow these teams to talk amongst themselves. Oh, I've been lied to. We are not diving over to a break. I actually think we might be going into map number 2 relatively quickly. But we're talking about levels of aggression. And well, honestly, teams need to adjust their aggression dial. Most T3 teams find themselves at both ends of the extreme. You're able at like 6,000% aggression, or you're at 0 aggression. And right now, SGA, well, they were in that 6,000% aggression. They were just swinging for the fences, and they were striking out every time they tried to hit the ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great way of putting it. They were doing their best, you know, but because they strive when they're able to set the tempo, when they're able to just make the enemy teams confused and dumbfounded essentially by what they're witnessing. But in this game, it pretty much swung on them. Crest just took control. They were swinging. They were the ones that were swinging the most of the time. They were the ones that were deciding when they wanted stuff to happen, and it just went really well for them. I mean, as we saw that one time that SGA were able to decide when they wanted stuff to happen, it was very close. It ended up in a 1v1, and a C4 was able to win it out. But if they aren't the ones that initiate and set the tempo, they just don't seem to be able to do well.
I think that's a great way of putting it. Attacking rosters that set the pace of a round tend to be attacking rosters that win. Now, the ball is truly in the defender's court, however. They, in theory, should always be setting the pace. And that is why, when the attackers set the pace, they tend to win, because they're forcing the defenders to basically actively participate on the attacker's schedules. And you never want to find yourself in that scenario. Now, what could be our last map, Villa, is a perfect example of that. If defenders have their backs against the wall because the attackers put them there, most often the defenders tend to lose that round. Another great parallel is actually going to be on the map we're going to. That is going to be Clubhouse, and particularly over in Cache CCTV. If the attackers have control of the east main breach, take control of construction, utilizing 180 crossfires, and you have defenders just pinned into the kill box that is Cache, well, most of the time, the defenders are going to have their feet removed from grenades or just be bullied by the boa constrictor strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great way to put it. Like, they do. I mean, the defenders, if you're stuck in sight on a map where there's verticality or where there's multiple staging area, like multiple areas you can stage an attack, if you just end up stuck on a site, you're pretty much screwed unless you've drawn out almost all the utility from attack. And when I say almost, I mean if they have a stun and like a drone, possibly. But I mean if they have like anything more, if they've got a nade, if they've got if they've got like a smoke grenade, if they've got like Zofia concussion, something like that, it just swings so quickly into their side, because the defenders, they have to watch so many angles. A great thing, Cash CC, they have to hold garage, they have to hold main breach, they have to hold construction, have to hold suicide window, and you've also got to worry about red stairs. There's 5 things you have to watch. There's 5 defenders. If one of them dies, you're screwed. Obviously, if you have utility, it's really easy to find just that one pick, and then you're pretty much done, because the defenders have to give up holding something, and the attackers can just funnel through and find frags at that point. So
That's a great way of summarizing it. And we talked about map number 1, the Bane of Rainbow Six Siege, Thatcher. Well, once again, he's sadly going to find himself relegated to the rubbish bin, as well as Ace this time. So basically a hard breacher, as well as a pseudo hard breacher, or a hard breacher facilitator. I guess that's a better way of putting Thatcher
Ace was
off the
banned
board.
Ace was banned
Pardon?
last map as well.
Yep.
So that's him in the bin twice. Thatcher and
Right.
Ace in the bin. Just scrum pulled up. Don't want you. I'm sorry. Unfortunate.
It's a really bad day to be both of those operators. Clash also banned. Are we going to see a Warden to follow things up? I mean, maybe we're just going to see a repeat of the first series. Now, Warden receives a few bans simply because sometimes you just want to go Ying and drop flashbang. Also, he has a deployable shield. A great ban, but an incredibly better ban. SGA has learned their lesson from the first series. Valkyrie, the linchpin, and the apex for Crest no longer available. So we're going to have to see what they're going to utilize to be aggressive. Now, in T1, we have seen a lot of Valkyrie bans nonetheless, so it's hard to tell if this is a direct counter ban or just, we see the pro players do it, so we're going to do it too.
I mean, I'm going to be honest, I'm pretty sure it's a direct counter ban, because if you were going to go for a ban like Valk, I mean, Cafe's probably your number 1 map to do it on. There's so many Valk camera placements you can have, and so much intel you can gather on that map from her. Plus, the verticality of the roam with the C4 is incredibly effective. I mean, realistically, you've probably got Cafe and Consulate are by far your best 2 to do it on. So I can't imagine this was a pre-made strategy. I'm pretty sure this was essentially them just going, we don't want to play IQ, and we don't know how to counter you otherwise, so you just can't play it.
That's a good way of putting it. Now we're going to be going over to the defense first and downstairs in the basement. Now, I've been loving how Europe has actually been attacking this bomb site. It's a French style of execute. It's a great way of bypassing utility consumption simulator, but also a great way of bypassing roam clearing. Now, Dark Zero is notorious for droning out the entire map, pushing all the way from the east to the west, and then repeating that on the first floor, west to the east, making sure there isn't a single defender at any nook or cranny. Now, that does take a lot of time. It usually takes about 90 seconds, but fortunately for Dark Zero, they have created their own rhythm, and it tends to work out pretty well for them. But the French decided, I don't want to do that at all. We're just going to take control of kitchen, the top hatch, and dirt, utilize utility, and particularly a smoke grenades, which sadly won't be a factor in this map, and just start to go for execute, removing players over in AK's dummy boxes, as well as the 3 boxes in the middle of the bomb site. It is a phenomenal strategy. It requires pin-perfect communication and coordination, which is something we've honestly have been lacking in this map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as you were saying, Dark Zero, they spend so much time on it, but they communicate perfectly. It is like, it's incredible. If you watch any of their games, the absolute, just perfectness that they bring is incredible. It's just beautiful to watch, and it does mean that despite the fact half the round and they've gained nothing other than map control, most of the time anyway, they might be able to find a pick here and there, they can still execute perfectly. The fuse, which I'm going to be honest, I was questioning when I saw it, don't see a fuse too often, is able to find the opening pick onto Maestro. So there goes a lot of just utility now overall in the Evilize. They obviously still get the intel, but they can't be used. So Sophia is able to find one of her own onto Nero. So there goes your primary fragger once again early in the round for SGA, and the attackers are in a really strong position now.
A unique round to say the least from Crest, but they've always been showing that they have mechanical brilliance and the strategy to back it up. A lot of utility has been well destroyed, and I'm guessing the Fuse pick was to actively deal with impact tricking. The best way and the best asset the defenders have at holding this hot patch is to utilize impact grenades. And sure, deployable shields have been removed from a lot of operators, but Valkyrie and Wamai tend to have picked up those impact grenades, which basically has been a huge buff to impacts. But all of a sudden, members of FGA caught out on islands and immediately found. But fortunately for them, Goon is alive and active. SMG 11 in hand, able to find 3 perfect headshots. He's the sole reason his teammates are still alive in this round, but he's have to deal with this 180-degree crossfire. His position is incredibly known, but he's able to find a 4th. It's a down but not out. It is one step closer to being successful. He's gonna have to line them up, knock them down, but unable to land the 5th. A phenomenal attempted effort by Goon, but unable to land the shots.
Yeah, that's absolutely incredible there from Goon. I mean, he hadn't been doing great up to this point. I mean, in the Vela map he played in the last series, he was just dying first so much, and he wasn't really able to do what he did on the previous map. Last map, we didn't really see anyone from SGA go super hot, but I mean, there you go. If he could continue doing that throughout this map, I'm sure SGA are going to put on a lot of rounds in comparison to last map. And really good attempt from him, but narrowly misses out on winning that 1v5 clutch.
So it seems like SGA has understood the mistake of trying to utilize their, dare I refer to it as a turtle strategy, putting all the defenders basically in the basement and say, good luck hanging out here and holding this pressure. So instead, they're going to go for this aggressive style of roam. It's actually going to be the SSG's roam, and a derivative of that. Traditional SSG will actually have a Legion, but it's going to be a Melusi being subbed in. And this is actually showing how teams have been basically taking what was one of the best strategies that actually started the penultimate meta. I guess we can't call it penultimate anymore. It's been 3 metas ago. The information denial simulator, that was Mute Mozzie being in play and shutting everything on down. So I like to see metas like that just coming back and rearing their ugly heads. Now, this is going to force Crest into a very awkward predicament. Are they going to go for an aggressive play, just hot dropping one of the hatches and just full send rushing, or are they going to do the Dark Zero style of execute and clearing out the entire map? Now, I tend to be concerned when teams bring out Pro League style of strategies because they're designed to counter a particular team. That's always what Pro League strategies are. SSG was trying to, well, shut down Liquid, one of the most aggressive Pro League teams, and Crest, sure, they're aggressive, they're winning gunfights, but they seem to be this very level controlled style of aggression. I don't know if this SSG style roam is the appropriate macro strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that. Pro League strategies, obviously, you know, they get paid a lot of money, they have a lot of support staff, and the strategies are made per match, essentially. I mean, if you see some of the strat books, they essentially they will be completely re-innovated for some teams every week, depending on who they're versing. And what I do think is, if you take the basis of Pro League strategies, so not the actual strategies themselves, but if you take the idea that they're going for and adjust it to your team's personal needs, it can be really good. But the attackers have just bursted onto site. Oh my god, they find 2 kills. The Vigil takes out 1 himself, and then another 3 go down. Jesus. Jesus. Everyone's dead. Just...
Wow, that was quite a quick way to find your demise, and we're too busy talking about theory crafting and macro strategies. That is one of the problems. When you're utilizing an SSG derivative, you put a lot of pressure off-site, and it's going to force your on-site anchors to have, you know, basically their head on a swivel. They have to be prepared for the execute, and sadly, SGA wasn't. SGA is a team that thrives in chaos, but it looks like Crest is going to make their own level of chaos, basically just storming into the bomb site. Now, I do have to note, we have seen Pro League matches be attacker-sided here on Clubhouse. It's extremely unlikely, and it just seems like SGA is just playing as individuals and just allowing Crest to bulldoze their way into victory.
Yeah, I mean, it is. The Crest have just seemed just as dominant, and like that round especially seemed just as dominant as they were last map. The first one was really dominant until Goon just decided, screw it. What if we like didn't lose this round? And he nearly did, and not able to win out with that. Zofia able to find him right at the very end, but that round, that last round, just went dominantly towards Crest, like the entirety of Cafe did, and they've rotated sites. Finally have SGA, but it's going to be really difficult. The Monty being brought, and he is, I'm going to say it, he is currently undergoing a few, I want to say bugs, possibly glitches, you know, and it does make him a lot stronger than he usually is, especially on a site like this where Monty's already automatically good because he can just push garage. Oh, what's that? You've got a defender that's being really annoying on the rafters. Oh, send a Monty in. He can't do anything. He can't shoot. He can't shoot him. He's got a shield covering his entire body. You can't ignore him because he's gonna shoot you. It's essentially just free control, and it will be interesting to see how the defenders try and go about this.
Now, this is incredibly refreshing to see this Monty strategy. It has been a long time since we've seen a Monty in play, and also clearing top rafters. This is his bread and butter back in the day. He was so incredibly oppressive over here, he actually started the meta shift away from defenders actively holding rafters. At least not as hard as they once used to. And while Crossfire is being established, Raptors control being facilitated by the Monty, and all of a sudden, one of the most important buffer rooms has now been dealt with. But the attackers actually drone out Oil Pit? Have they done their homework? Have they done their due diligence? Because if soft members of Crest start to work their way up the Raptors stairs, they're going to be felled. Jaeger now dealt with and droned out. His position will not be as oppressive.
Yeah, I mean, the Jaeger, they know that the Jaeger is there, I hope anyway. The Monty's able to push up, but the big issue you have right now is you can't get this main wall. Like, the attackers put themselves in a great position having full control of the garage, but without having really anything whatsoever to do with that main wall, it's going to be still really difficult for them, as they're going to have to try and funnel their way through. Finally able to get something going on that main wall as the Mavericks able to open some things up, but it's still going to get down to about a minute before that main wall is opened properly, and that's not ideal. But you do have man advantage, and of course you do have a Monty, so
Monty is still that very oppressive operator, and it's going to be on the attackers to set up their crossfire. They have a 90-degree crossfire, but their crossfire could be a little bit better. Monty is going to work his way in through CCTV. He is going to say hello to Jaeger as they have a quick duel to the death, a melee battle as the bomb's going to go down. Monty's going to have to force himself to unsheath to save this bomb plan, but nitro cells are abundant, explosions all around, and what was looking brilliant for Chris has finally fallen as members were not synchronized pushing together, and this is going to come down to a brawl up the red stairs. Mira's going to have to hold this position. She gets the audio cue of the barbed wire being meleeed, and it's going to be a free kill. SGA, their first round win across 2 maps. They were lackluster in the first map, but finally they find their impact.
yeah, I mean, that was really good overall from SGA there. I mean, they're able to find some, they're able to find the picks right when they needed, and they're able to just win. Like, it was really good from them. They were finally able to switch their momentum, which has been a huge thing that we haven't really been able to see. Is after that first map, they've just been stuck in this infinite loop of them not being able to gain momentum back properly, and all of a sudden they just have. So really good from them there.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. The attackers were doing everything right, and then he started to skip steps. And Nitro Cell Denial from Lounge is probably one of the oldest tricks in the book. Back before this map, or I guess as this map was reworked, technically, I think they called it a map buff. This is the first map to be reworked or buffed at that time, and that opened up that Catch TV style of bomb site. And well, as soon as that happened, defenders were like, hey, I have a Nitro Cell, that's a soft floor, I just send Nitro Cell up, the attacker in default plant, well, he's gonna get exploded. GG, easy, write that off as a free round win and move on to your tertiary bomb site. And speaking of the tertiary bomb site, here we go. It is going to be Gym Bedroom. The problem with this bomb site is the attackers are going to be forced to utilize pretty much all their hard breach utility. The whole point of this site for the defenders is to waste time in hard breach utility. But since Maverick has been left unbanned, Spa Wall should be opened up more or less for free. So it's going to be how well Crest deals with the cash box.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely. You can you do see a pretty standard setup here from SGA. If I'm going to be honest, there's nothing too out of the ordinary. The only thing that's you don't see terribly often is this mirror. Obviously, she does get banned quite a bit now that Wamai is out of. Now that Wamai, you know, like the Wamai Jaeger being nerfed significantly, the Wamai bans, especially without him having the shield, have gone down drastically. So mirror's a lot more common nowadays, like now after this recent patch. But don't see that, so we will see the mirror being brought. I do have some production issues, so I am gonna be able to not see the stats perfectly. So that's gonna be great. But I can still see
Well,
the rough idea of what's happening. So it's
mate, it
fine.
wouldn't be a cast with Chief here if something didn't go awry. I seem to curse most teams. Usually teams just start to drop out of lobbies, but actually it looks like my NA curse as well affected your game a little bit differently. It's forced you to go back in time. Somehow I had you divide or create like a DeLorean time machine. So a quick little oopsie, but nonetheless, we're going to deal with this. Now, most attackers tend to actually just destroy the hard walls over in Cashbox, but instead a linear line over here on red, that's going to be enough to force the defenders of SGA away.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, most teams do opt to just putting a big hole there. You know, it's the best way to clear it. But just having a little line that means you can cut off their rotations out. It does lead really well for the attackers. Obviously, didn't get it quite in time as the defenders were able to get away anyway. But it does give you a great way of taking. Obviously, especially if you're prone like that on a staircase, it gives you really good angles because you can place yourself so low that the defenders have to go so far back to even have a chance of seeing you through the angle. That it's essentially one way, and it is really strong if you do it effectively. We do see the two players below at the moment as Jaeger gets absolutely not Jaeger, sorry. Mozzie gets absolutely obliterated. Jaeger was behind as Sledge also gets taken out. Or Jaeger swinging out from Meat Closet and able to find the pick onto Zofia. I'm unsure how he lost that, but that is unfortunate nevertheless as the Jackal gets taken down by the defenders. Another two go down as you lose your Zofia and you lose your Mirror. Double kill now for Eclair as the attackers of Crest have the advantage. Now it's all left up to Wheatling, I think, on the Kaid as bomb is going down now, and we will no, it gets pulled off, but we will start to plant again as the attackers have full control of bedroom right now. But no, Kaid sees his foot and he will be able to kill, and he will be able to take out the person planting, and that will be the round going in favor of the defenders. That is really interesting there from the attackers as to why you wouldn't move and plant behind the bed.
And that's just coming down to Crest not actively participating in mini games. One of the most important things to do as an IGL is understanding how the hold is being set up and breaking down every single component of that or mini games. As an IGL, you should probably have close to like 50 steps that you need to do. They come down to the most basic step is putting a flank drone in bar. To steps as well, we have on-site pressure, we have walls, what do we need to do? And as an IGL, you identify the operator, you identify the utility that a potential operator could have, you call for reinforcements, which might be a Zofia utilizing an impact grenade to kill one of the shields, and you create a strategy that's going to be how you're actually going to kill that. And as an IGL, again, you repeat those steps throughout a round till you find yourself into victory. But the moment you stop making those adaptations and those identifications, you're going to start to make mistakes. Now, Crest has been winning a lot of gunfights based off their fragging power, but they've stopped doing so because, well, they're skipping steps.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they most definitely are. They just seem to it seems, honestly, not trying to be rude to them at all, but it seems like they've gotten a bit cocky, to be honest. They just seem to be ignoring some of the basic things you need to do as a team to get a round on the board, and it's just been going bad for them. SGA, as we said there, they were just missing out some things. Obviously, that Jaeger, they got that. The Zofia was able to kill that Mozzie roaming. Had no idea there was a Jaeger behind. Somehow was able to win that gunfight. You know, pretty much solely because Jaeger whiffed. But it shouldn't be coming down to that. You should know that there's a Jaeger there, and at the same time, you should know with those feet holes in between sites that you need to be planting somewhere where you can't be shot through them.
And it seems like Crest now is not going to go for a big grandiose rush. Instead, they're going to do a more sensible style of strategy, doing and emulating Dark Zero, taking control of the map, actively dealing with that off-site pressure. Now, Fuse has worked his way up in through stocks, so that is a big piece of the puzzle. And with his positioning over there, that actually means all of SGA is just going to rotate back to the bomb site for free. And that is going to be real estate that Crest can just utilize as quickly as possible. Now it's going to come down to how quick those drones confirm the location and lack of location of the defenders. Now they're actually going to be doing their own reverse Uno card. I have spoke too soon. The caster curse is going to reign because SGA is going to attempt to retake the top floor.
I mean, that's the issue you have. You know, the defenders give up the ground, but if the attackers aren't on their toes immediately, ready to capitalize on it, the defenders can just go, oh, actually, no, we want top floor again, unfortunate. And that's exactly what they've done. Habana taken out there by the roaming mute, I believe it was. It was indeed. And now Mad Advantage swings in favor of the attack, in favor of the defense, sorry. And the attack doesn't have control of top floor, which is not great. Kitchen hatch will get opened, which is always good. But you don't have top floor control. The defenders are still just up there chilling. I'm pretty sure anyway, unless they rotate it back down. But you're in a really tough position here if you're the attack.
And it might just be the defenders cracking a nice cold one on the central stairs. The attacker's still skipping steps as an SMG-11 starts to chime. And he's going to be looking for another one. CRL is unstoppable on these staircases. Everybody from Crest is going to be dry peeking straight into him. They seem to be lacking macro strategy. And the majority of their drones has instantaneously been evaporated. As there's just now one left in this lobby. It's going to come down to Crest winning their gunfights. It's not going to happen as it's now just a 1v5. Things are looking worse. Your primary support, he has an M4. It's been called one of the best ARs in the game, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to just be walking back to their spawn, calling a quick technical timeout. That might be the play. Talk about what's going wrong and try to finish this half at a 3-3 split.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the thing is you don't have timeouts in online play, but you can always just go back to spawn and talk it out. You know, go back to spawn, everyone alt tab, you just talk out as if it is a tactical timeout. And I'm assuming that's probably what Crest are doing. Is they looked so good up to this point. They looked so good on that first map. They looked so good in those first 2 rounds, but everything has swung back to SGA now, and they do need to try and get this final round on the board. And obviously, if they don't, they can still win. Their defense on Cafe was insane. If it's anywhere close on this map, definitely winnable for them. But if they take this half out 3-3, it's probably looking like I would probably be favoring Cresta.
This is a phenomenal 300 IQ style of play from the attackers. They're showing Capital, and well, that's going to force a 6-pick into a mine. But that's where the attacker's strategy is a huge win for them. They have brought out the Monty. Monty took a lot of map control over on the Rafters side, more or less for free. That was Crest's primary apex. But where things started to go wrong was, well, the lack of synergy. And you know, when you're an attacker, you have to have crossfires. You have to force the defenders to basically be uncomfortable. And, well, that never really took place when it actually came down to their execute. Something that Crest has been doing a phenomenal job of is this Maverick tricking of pretty much every single wall. Every time there's a Cade or a mute on a wall, it really doesn't matter. Maverick is just going to slice the wall on the top, the bottom, and then Sledge is going to swing his hammer and get free real estate control.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, that's one thing. Is you so often see Maverick banned on this map. I mean, especially over Ace. Ace is not common, and it's essentially solely because Maverick can. Oh, what's that? You've got a Kaid, you've got a Mute, you've got a Bandit, you've got, I don't know, next season, you've got an Aruni. Doesn't matter. I'm just going to open the wall anyway, and there's not really anything you can do about it unless you want to peek me. So
I mean, yeah, that's a good way of putting it, right? I mean, utility is always going to be the name of the game at the end of the day. That's what separates this game from CS. Sure, CS has grenades and smokes, but they don't really have the in-depth level of utility, and one of the best operators that is just pure and utter utility as our lovely Mountain as he takes control of top rafters. Now, he doesn't really have a lot of teammate support, and he's just basically being a giant Christmas tree over here on the staircase, glowing and just being as big and light as possible, and this is going to force SGA to deal with him, and hopefully Crest is able to get a free kill in that whole debacle.
Yeah, I mean, the Monty being here is huge because you're distracting this Rafters player. He's not going to be able to do anything there, and as you can see, that's what happens when you're distracted on Rafters with a Monty. Habana's just able to find that free kill for the second time in a row. Rafter player goes down to this Habana because they're just distracted with a chunky shield boy in their face.
A chunky shield boy. I mean, that's a great descriptor. He is exactly that. Now, the attackers have been here before with the entire control of the south side of Garage, but are they going to be able to translate this control into a round victory? And with Jaeger over an oil pit, it could have been a huge misstep, but Jaeger unable to find the impact frags, and the attackers are going to take even more control. They have so much real estate to their name, but they're going to have to start to win gunfights, and this is where that strategy started to fail. But a unique bomb plant might be the answer to their prayers, as it seems like members of SGA aren't prepared. The bomb's almost going to go down, but the Nitrocell is going to find its impact. It's going to be Nitrocell Bonanza, as everybody in this lobby is going to try to explode.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the attackers did trade it out mostly there, but as you can see, the mute is able to find that pick onto Sledge, and now it's all up to a 2v3. Sophia's able to find one of her own, but Habana gets taken out now, so it's a 1v2 for Sophia. She gets injured, obviously. She has that self-res, so it's not immediately the round over at that point, but Jungoon able to clean up the injury, obviously. Just a big M590. Doesn't matter what sort of witchcraft you have to will yourself back to life, you don't survive that.
You know, I think we're just going to see basically hot and cold streaks. SGA with 4 rounds in a row, or maybe it's just the defenders, but Crest is doing a lot of things right, except when it comes to execute, they're just rushing steps. And maybe when they come to defense, they're going to be able to utilize what they did well on attack, which was a synergy and coordination. And SGA on attack in our first map was pretty much not there. They had no synergy, they had no coordination, and one of the most important steps of Cafe is your preset flank drones on, well, the white stairs as well as the red stairs. And when you translate that here at a clubhouse, it is imperative that you still have flank drones. You put one over by secret stairs, you put one upstairs in bar, and that's going to cut basically the majority of the rotation to the defenders.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, being stuck downstairs, you're in a lot. Being stuck on site downstairs is a lot better of a position than being stuck on site up in CCTV, but it still isn't what you want, especially if the attackers have either time or utility remaining. Is they can easily just commit to finding a pick somewhere, and then they can just snowball that essentially out of control. And it will be interesting to see how Crest decide to try and go about their defense. Obviously, SGA didn't look great on their Cafe attacks whatsoever, but at the same time, Crest looked really good on their defenses there. So if Crest can keep that kind of aggressive tempo controlling defense going, they'll probably be in a really good position. Malusi finds the opening frag onto Capital there. Unfortunate as he just gets caught out in Garage. And that will be man advantage going quickly over to the defense. I'm pretty sure that was in 20 seconds.
Absolutely eviscerated, just completely removed from the lobby. And this is going to come down to what we were saying. I refer to them as flank drones, but another key aspect of flank drones is preset drones. Those are going to be the drones that you set up throughout the map, and particularly at your entry points. So you confirm, hey, we're going to be, well, challenged when we enter through Garage. We probably need to deal with that. Well, we have drones here. Phenomenal. We set up our crossfires, our mini games. It's going to be a more or less easy style of execute. Now, it's absolutely perplexing that we currently see Kaids over in the stock hatch. Most of those Kaids tend to go to Moto hatch, which can be a great position for the attackers. As soon as they have control of Moto, this is one of those buffer rooms that extends into a wonderful 90-degree crossfire for the attackers, but they haven't done their homework whatsoever, unable to deal with this offsite pressure. Now, Jaeger did overextend his welcome, but the defense still has a +1 man advantage.
Yeah, I mean that was a interesting play from the Jaeger. He is able to find Habana, but I'm not sure how many of her pellets she used. Obviously, with the changes to her kit, she can adjust between 2, 4, and 6 pellets. If you haven't been paying attention over the last month or so, which does make her a lot more flexible as a hard breach and definitely bumps her up the hard breaching ranks. But losing her, she also obviously Type 89, brilliant assault rifle if you can control recoil. So it'll be interesting to see what the attack can do without her. The defenders losing the Jaeger, not a huge deal. With you know, you trade it evenly, and Jaeger's already used all his utility, so he's got nothing really to do. He's able to find one of his own now, as the Zofia will go down, all up to Sledge and Maverick now. Maverick drops Moto aggressively. He's able to melee the Melusi before he gets swung, so he's in a pretty even sort of battle here, other than, you know, other than the fact that he has to get 2 kills, a minimum, for the attack to stand a chance. Both of them are pretty much on top of each other here in Moto, as the smoke canister, I think, maybe, no, the C4 will go out, is able to find Sledge, and then the Maverick will just have to try and jump in as well, and won't be able to do anything, as the mirror is just sat there, ready to light him up.
Not sure that's the play I would have called as an IGL for SGA. I mean, sometimes you just gotta full send rush through a fatal funnel, but obviously you can see why that strategy just tends to not work out very well. You just walk away into explosives and the bullets, and you're just gonna start to lose the majority of your gunfights. I mean, 2 Nady boys up against the world is not really the place you want to be. The attackers were, again, just skipping steps, and it truly sounds like it's going to be the motif of this series. Attacking rosters making incredibly silly mistakes, not utilizing drones. And again, it's incredibly refreshing to see Monty being in play. But this requires the attacking teams to have a high level of synergy, something that we, again, just haven't seen.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it most definitely does, and the haven't looked like they've got synergy at the moment. They just, you know, I don't know whether it's the comms, the preset strategies, the IGLing, but something just isn't working out properly for them, and it just hasn't looked like it's been going incredible.
And we're gonna go up to CCTV for the first time for Crust. Now, one of the most important things they can utilize is as much of this map control as possible. I've been highlighting a terminology called buff room, but if you're not familiar what that means, it basically means the rooms around the bomb site. So construction is a nice buff room. All of garage is a buff room, and you can even include the red stairs in the hallway by red to be another one of those buff rooms. And that's just gonna allow the defenders to hold as much real estate as possible. And again, it's all about wasting time. Now, the problem with buff rooms and just holding a very traditional turtle style of defense is as soon as the attackers have control of those buff rooms, that basically means you as a defender are going to find yourself with a back against the wall and really know where to go.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the buffer rooms obviously being key points of contention pretty much universally, any map, any site. And Monty is a great way of getting control of them, especially when they're really open, because obviously that favors the defenders, because it means the attackers have to push in without cover. Monty, guess what? Brings his own cover. You don't need some sort of natural cover. He's just got a big shield. So it will be interesting to see whether or not the attack can work around him a bit better. Maverick, though, trying to open up this wall, will get his little toes shot by Jaeger, and Monty semi stuck at the moment. With this wall not open, it makes it really difficult for him to try and push into garage properly, because this Jaeger's just able to play below, and it makes it really tough because he has to block both rafters and the door to lounge, whereas now that wall's open, Jaeger essentially has to retreat, and means Monty's in a much better position. He will take a lot of damage from that smoke nade, going down to half, as Sledge is able to find the opening pick onto Jaeger. that Jaeger finally being cleared out from lower garage / lounge.
The attackers might have found the opening pick. They're starting to stall, though. They need to start to set up crossfires. That's going to be the most important position. Now, Monty is going to be the spearhead of this attack once again, but he has to tread very carefully because Smoke still has 2 more toxic babes. A well-placed grenade will be his undoing. And now, since he lost about 35 HP, you add an additional basically a nitro cell or maybe an impact grenade, and he's going to start to drop relatively quickly. Now you can see Sophia trying to utilize her breaching launcher, but the problem is we currently see invulnerable Kaid charges. The wall will not be removed unless you know exactly where to look, and here comes a push into the bomb site. The attackers have the man advantage. They have all the avenues to work on through, but the bomb isn't yet going on down. Shots exchanged between both of these parties, and the huge man advantage the attackers once held has suddenly left through their fingertips. It's going to come down to an absolute brawl in this lobby, but everything is working in favor of Crest. It's going to be an MP5 finding its target. The bomb's going to attempt to be put on the deck, but it's not going to go down whatsoever. Monty unsheathed, pistol in hand, unable to land the shots.
Yeah, I mean, Crest just really dominant from there at the end. It doesn't matter how good your round is as an attacker. In the setup to your push, if you cannot push it effectively, there's really no point. And that's exactly what we saw there. The attack finally looked like they were communicating well and effectively committing what they need to do. But then, boom, you have to execute onto site. There's not much time remaining. There's lots of utility left for the defense, despite them being down 2 players, and you've lost the round, so.
Well, it's going to be now Crest's turn to go over to the tertiary bomb site. This will be Jim Bedroom. Now, the quaternary bomb site very rarely rears its ugly head that is going to be downstairs. It's going to be Barroom Stock. Now, we're talking about this map getting its rework back in the day. That was back in year 1, year 2. And Barroom Stock in Pro League used to be the best bomb site. But as soon as this map got reworked, Pro League teams were like, honestly, this bomb site just isn't it. So they started to bring out new bomb sites, experiment, and Cache CCTV they found out was, hey, this bomb site's phenomenal. Downstairs and basement, that was always phenomenal, and same thing with Jim Bedroom. So you like to see these adaptations, but once again, it's going to be, well, a unique style of strategy from Crest. Instead of directly holding Cache Box, they're going to be expanding into Red Stairs, and again, utilizing as many buff rooms as possible, forcing the attackers to basically destroy every single minigame if they want to find victory in round number 9.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as you were saying, Bar and Stock were really good bomb site. Was a really good bomb site before, but metas change, maps change, and all of a sudden that extra hatch over by Stage and Bar, you know, some extra, so just extra, like a bit of reworking. You know, you've got that extra, you know, bathroom got changed. You've got that extra wall right next to Sophia right now. And pool table got changed, and all of a sudden, bada bing, bada boom, the site is a lot worse. Obviously, you also got that wall splitting Bar essentially in 2, as the attack will be making a solid amount of progress right now. They're trying to clear out Jim and get control of the balcony, which they're doing relatively effectively. The Sophia below is able to do that, and we will finally see SGA bring an IQ. I wonder why they opted into bringing it this round and not for the entirety of Cafe, where they could have used it.
Maybe they're just going to bring the G8 because the gun goes burr. Sometimes if you're not winning gunfights, you just pick up a crotch operator. The G8 is a perfect example of that. And now you can start to obliterate anybody in the receiving end of your gun barrel. And you're absolutely right. It was perplexing that we never saw that Cafe. An incredibly well-timed Nitro Cell is going to find its target, but Mirror will be down. This is now the second member of Crest to be down but not out. Mirror is in a position to be res, and Rabbit would be back up. Now he's going to be basically set at 20 HP for the rest of the game, and that means a single bullet from the attackers of SGA finding impact on his body will be his undoing.
Yeah, I mean, totally, you know, now you've got 2 players on 1 bullet, essentially, unless you're using the SMG-11 or the Bearing 9, and it does put the defenders in an awkward situation, but them finding that second pick on to Zofia is huge, because it does mean, you know, although you have players that are low, you have that 2-man buffer, which at least, you know, if you're expecting realistically, you just need to hit a body shot to take out, like you see there with the mirror. You would expect for one of those where they just get hit in the body to die, you would expect another one of their teammates to be able to refrag, so you still have that man advantage. And Mirror goes down without the refrag, so they won't have it there, and Smoke will also go down without any side of a refrag, so you do lose both those 1 HP players in very quick succession there. The IQ, as you were saying, gun go brr, and it seems to be going brr very well for SG at the moment.
23 seconds left in the attack. The attackers are going to have to start to vault on through. They haven't cleared out Catchy CTV, and that might be their undoing, but no, what quick flick from CRL might be how the round ends, but nobody expected anything to go in favor of Crest, but somehow they're still able to win it, utilizing Father Time to their best of their ability, as well as their mechanical skill. A phenomenal showing the dying seconds of the round, and it looks like it's just a paradise of defenders.
Yeah, I mean, bro, as I was saying before, I mean, they looked so good on their defense on Cafe, and it was just a question mark of whether or not they could transfer that effectiveness over to this map. And so far, it looks like they have. They've taken 3 rounds in a row. They've swung the they swung the round advantage, sorry, back into their favor, 5-4 now. If they win their next map, which is Basement, which they won pretty handily in that first round. Obviously, you know, the 2 players of the attack just had to jump through that hole next to the mirror window. One got blown up, one got gunned down by the insanely fast-firing Vector, and it'll be interesting to see what SGA can do to try and get a round on the an attacking round on the board here.
So honestly, it's just going to come down to how well they can break down the unique positioning of Crest, and again, something we've been talking about the entire time, actively dealing with minigames. And it seems like both of these IGLs have just struggled with understanding these micro positionings and these micro utilities. You know, we talk about macro strategy all the time. The macro strategy is basically, mostly for attackers, it's like, all right, we want to put the bomb down on the ground. Phenomenal. How do you accomplish that? You accomplish that through micro strategy. You work your way through your checklist till eventually you find yourself in that position of putting the bomb on down. A great example of that happening downstairs in Basement is, well, that French style of execute. You basically take control of kitchen, you start to remove players from the 3 boxes of arsenal, AKs as well as dummies, and then you go for your drops. Again, it requires a lot of utility and great understanding of map positioning, but it's worked out very well for European teams, and we've seen NA start to adopt that, and maybe now it's APAC's turn to do exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, there is always the thing of, no offense to my own region, but we do always seem to, unless we're making up the strategies, we seem to be half a season to a season lagging behind the rest of the world most of the time. And sometimes that works in our favor for international tournaments, because teams just don't expect to see what they see. They're so used to their regions adapting, and their regions adapting quickly, and to see a region still using an old strategy that they're not prepared for can be pretty effective. So it is.
That's actually a great way of putting it. And that's why Latin America is so strong, because they just have this banana style of play. It's like pure and utter aggression times a million, but it works out well for them. And it's perplexed North American teams, and SSG almost lost the nip in SI 2020 because they're unable to deal with that level of aggression. Now, we all know how that tournament ended up going. The tides did shift, particularly on a map called Clubhouse, where we currently find Crest playing against SGA. And maybe this is SGA's turn to change the tide, basically channel their inner SSG, and basically turn a series that looked pretty much like it was forfeit early on. A nitro cell in hand, trying to send that up through the hatch. The hatch was never opened, and holes worked both ways, and members of Crest are going to learn that lesson the hard way. They had the early man advantage, but it's now going to be a disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, now you saw it right there. Is just the aggressiveness to just be hard peeking through those holes as the attacker. It works out. I mean, the defenders didn't. The defender just thought he was going to be able to get the nitro cell off as soon as the hatch got opened. He didn't. He died before the hatch got opened because the Zofia was aggressively holding the angle, and it works out perfectly. Jaeger goes down as well, but you do lose your sledge, which obviously not ideal. One thing that's interesting is we have seen some we have seen some, I want to say, strange mavericking techniques for hatches. I mean, I saw a man do 2 lines and then come back and do another 2 lines for this for bar hatch before. He did that, whatever that was in stock just then, and it seems to be effective though. So
Seconds remaining.
interesting to see the different ways teams approach maverick tricking a hatch.
10 seconds left.
I mean, it might work out well, but currently his defense is not working out at all. As it's just gonna be a TCSG stuck in a 1v3, down but not out. He's getting closer to victory, but unable to find any impacts after that. It's been a cold streak for SGA, unable to find a round win for a very long time, but the cold streak has finally ended. The attackers have won a round, and it's looking like this map will most likely go the entire distance, as we're guaranteed to see round number 12. But the most important thing to note is one of these 2 rosters will be guaranteed to be on match point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it will obviously depend pretty heavily. This next round, you know, it depends who goes into the final round of regular time with the advantage. I mean, if they take it to OT, the other thing you then have to look at is who won the who won the last round, because obviously they will have the more momentum going into OT. And the other thing you got to look at, defense has just been,
Defenders,
at
protect
this
your
point
bombs.
in time, defense has been overwhelmingly defender favored. So whoever's starting on defense as well probably has a huge advantage if it does go to OT.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. We're going to see basement once again. And you can see the positioning already starting to change from Crest. They're going to be putting more deployable shields. Now, we've seen this darn reinforcement every single time. It seems to be just an APAC tradition. The problem with that is a lot of teams utilize it as a primary rotate. And I understand that they're trying to cut down the entry into that door, but I don't know if it's exactly the play. The better way of utilizing that would be a deployable shield, because that's going to give you a fixed apex position to stand up and challenge a quick drop, and it'll be another great way at throwing a safe nitrous cell towards one of the default plants. Now you have to be very careful with how you put that deployable shield, because your body could still be exposed from the hatch.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I have to admit, I haven't seen that wall be reinforced much personally when I've been casting ANZ or been playing in it, but I suppose it makes sense as why you do it, but at the same time, it does just eliminate so much that a defender can get from it that I don't know if it's worth it. Plus, by reinforcing that, you've essentially admitted that you want to give up kitchen hatch, and I don't know if that's worth it.
Yeah. Honestly, you want to try to contest kitchen hatch as much as possible, utilizing impact grenades to deny. And we really haven't seen it. The primary way of denying for Crest is going to be Kaid tricking. Kaid still has a charge in his back pocket. As soon as he hears X-Cairo pellets on his Moto hatch, he's going to throw his Kaid. And since Thatcher is banned, there's really no stopping to that unless you actively Maverick trick. So this is going to basically be a 3000 IQ from Crest, forcing, well, those X-Cairo pellets to rotate into the positions they want. And it looks like it's actually going to be the pocket thermite charge of Capital relegated to that utility consumption.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. The other thing is that you can obviously, I can't remember what region did it first, but you've been seeing it a lot more recently, where if you hop onto that soft bit right on that main stairs, you can get a nade perfectly arced to explode right where you need it to in Moto to destroy the Kaid Claw. Obviously, before it could be a really big pain, because if you just adjust a Jaeger ADS there, then they can't really do anything. But with Jaeger being nerfed now, it's a lot more applicable, and I can't imagine the Jaeger ADS is there. So it would be possible to do it without having to Maverick trick, but opting not to.
And it looks like Maverick is going to find himself in the struggle bus once again, attempting to open up the Moto hatch, and it just seems like the hatch has been bettering him, just like the vertical play of Malusi, able to find shots through the rafters. The metal beams not enough to stop those bullets going sky high. Sledge is going to be felled, and more members of SGA are going to find themselves in a world of hurt, as attempting to push down blue was not the advantageous avenue. It's going to force SGA to basically call all their horses into one position and go for broke. trying to get aggressive, trying to find their picks, dealing with mirror windows as well as utility. Nitrocells are raining all around them, almost landing in front of the feet of the attackers, but the shrapnel will not find its target. That is going to be a nice sigh of relief. Here comes a hot drop on through. Everybody in the lobby is going to start to drop, but it's just one member of SGA stuck against 3 with 8 seconds left on the clock. It's most likely going to be a dropped round unless it's a miracle happening, and there will no miracles on Club.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been some insanely good gameplay from that Maverick if his team wanted a chance to try and get back into that round. And sadly, we didn't see it. He expects the Kaid to be prone on the floor, which is interesting. He's able to hit the shot, but he only hits the shot onto the Kaid's lower back. And obviously, you know, not hitting that headshot, very costly.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're just rushing into the bomb site like that, you have to synergize and push together. That was there, but when you're at a man disadvantage like that, you're basically just going for broke, attempting to do the inconceivable. And sadly, well, it is going to be another nightmare on Elm Street for them, as it's going to be Crest now on match point, series point. This is one of the most important rounds they're going to face. We're currently in the bracket of 64, but if Crest wins this, they're going to be hopping over to the best of 32, one of the best positions to be in. There is still a lot of Rainbow Six Siege to be had. It's not over until the Nitrocell is blown up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it definitely getting to the round of 64 is pretty. I mean, sorry, getting out of the round of 64 is a pretty big achievement. That means you're realistically one of the top 32 teams that haven't just been immediately invited to the closed qualifiers, and that's a pretty big achievement, especially in a region as big as APAC. You know, having APAC North, South Asia, and Oceania. There's a lot of teams competing tonight.
And we're going to see another cache extension. And, well, one of the most important things the attackers have to do is actually deal with the buffer rooms over in cache CCTV. Now, Crest is going to be utilizing more than just a cache box hole. They're going to have an extension up into Reg, as well as CCTV itself, utilizing those nice lines of sight as well as CCTV. But they're actually going to forego the strategy they ran all the way back at round number 9. They're going to leave the wall soft and allow Buck just to go ham on it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Buck just getting some nice holes there. I mean, it looked to be shaped like somewhat of a lewd image, but probably not intentional. Probably just opening up the feet holes to be watched from the rappel, as well as opening up a hole that you can walk through. Just happened to be done in an awkward way. Big issue you have here, though, is that you're trapped in cache if you're the defender. No real room to be rotating around and stuff like that, so it will be very difficult. Mirror here trying to aggressively take the fight with the Maverick, and he will find the injure. I don't know if he knows about it though, as he has fallen back, and if the Mirror just uses a C4 here, that's essentially the only real way you're going to be opening that wall gone.
So as you were highlighting, pro players as well as comp players do not play with points. That is per the rule book. So Rabbit does not know that he has confirmed down, but a lot of competent players are counting their bullets. And also you have a lovely audio cue when you're shooting a player. It basically just sounds like you're crushing like potatoes or something, just like plump, 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 plump. And, well, you should be able to hear that, understand that, hey, I do have a confirmed down. Now, I'm actually happy that Rabbit didn't attempt to confirm that. That would have been a little bit too aggressive, overstaying as a welcome. And his Nitrocell will clear him out in the end. So it was a happy story nonetheless. At least a happy story if you're a fan of Crest.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he wasn't able to immediately pick up that down, the down he got, but 20 HP, if that C4 lands essentially in your postcode, you're probably going to die. So, and that seems what it happened. He just tossed it out onto the balcony, and Maverick was screwed. There goes the primary way you're going to be trying to get rid of this. If you have impacts, which I hope you do, you can probably get the clear onto these mana pellets, but it doesn't look like they have anyone with impacts in position to do so, as that will be Jacuzzi Wall finally getting open, but 30 seconds left in the round is not looking good.
It's going to be pure and utter assault for the attackers. Everything is so important right now for SGA. Their entire SI run is all on this round. A hot shot through Logi Hatch will not be good enough. It is going to be Crest Gaming moving on to the round of 32. And unfortunate for SGA, they will be unable to participate in the APAC SI qualifiers from here on out. It's phenomenal showing by both of these teams, but it's impossible to overcome the 7-0 massive victory that Crest had in our first map, which was CAF.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, clearly there on the attacks, the mental from that first round just started creeping back in, and it just seemed like SGA had fallen back to that mindset on Cafe. Are we just not good enough to win out these attacking rounds? They obviously pick up that one in round 10, able to find that basement victory, but Crest immediately go back and immediately put them back in their place, and from there they just seem to have no input on Jim and Medric.
Yeah, and it just seemed like SGA had a bad understanding of how to be aggressive, pushing flanks. And, you know, that's the thing with SI. You're going to see a lot of different skill levels just coming together, especially in the early rounds of this tournament. But ladies and gentlemen, with the conclusion of map number 2, that means also the round of 32 will conclude. So we're going to be stepping away for a quick 5 to 10 minute break. My partner in crime today was Covert. My name is Chief. It's been an absolute pleasure. Stay safe, stay well. We'll be back with you for the round of 32 in about 10 minutes.
Shining. Shining.
can see it beat, intoxicating your energy. First time in so long you felt the heat, evaporating your bindings. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the, move like the, move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the, move like the. I know the sadness that cripples you. It comes in waves and out of the blue. But there are days you feel freedom too. Bask in the glorious lightning. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the, move like the, move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the, move like the. Move like the, move like the. Move like the, move like the. Radiate, radiate, radiate. Gravitate, gravitate, gravitate. Innovate, innovate, innovate. Move like the sunlight.
Get up. We want you to get on your feet. Stand up, stand up. Come on, get loose with the heat. Right now, right now. We go party till we black out. So get the fuck up. Cause we gon' light up this place. We got the business for days. Tokyo GA from the outer space. So cover and dock, you're out of luck, we don't give up. Yeah, we're going up, next floor is us, you're riding with us. Get up, we want you to get on your feet. Stand up, stand up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better off, better off. I am wicked, you're insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, or toe to toe, we're always on the road. We're so better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off, and we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, or toe to toe, we're always on the road. We're so better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off, and we can. Getting lost in memories, the surface deeper. Want it all, surrounding, feel it shining. Shining through. Getting lost in memories, the surface deeper. Want it all, surrounding, feel it shining. Shining through.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our clouds when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she
me at Woodstock. They are drumming around and no run forward. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Holding. Over your skin, you can see it beat, intoxicating your energy. First time in so long, you felt the heat, evaporating your bindings. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the, move like the, move like the sunlight. Darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the, move like the. I know the sadness that cripples you. It comes in waves and out of the blue. But there are days you feel freedom too. Bask in the glorious lightning. Move like the sunlight. Darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the, move like the, move like the sunlight. Darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the, move like the. Move like the, move like the. Move like the, move like the. Radiate, radiate, radiate. Gravitate, gravitate, gravitate. Innovate, innovate, innovate. Move like the sunlight. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better off, better off. I am wicked, you're insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, or toe to toe, we're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off, and we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cut. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, or toe to toe, we're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off, and we can. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. All alive. The devil's in the detail, lingered inside. Oh, a holy crime. But how can I hide you without an alibi? It's a lover's fight without an alibi. You took my innocence. I can't wait no longer. I'm playing with the monsters. Everything that brought me alive. Though we're all like nonsense, playing with the monsters. They brought me alive, but got no alibi. It's a lover's fight without an alibi. You took my innocence without an alibi. Smoking gun, you got me on the run. We know there will come. We're out up till dawn. But how can I hide you without an alibi? It's a lover's fight without an alibi. You took my innocence. I can't wait no longer. I'm playing with the monsters. Everything that brought me alive. Oh, we're all like nonsense, playing with the monsters. They brought me alive, but got no alibi. It's a lover's fight without an alibi. You took my innocence without an alibi.
decide to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? Let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? Let you So why is it so hard to let you go? Let you go.
So cliche. I see the sparks you throw my way. I know your name is written on everyone's mind. Your whole show is captivating me, but don't think that I can see right through that disguise. But when you got close to me, you had me falling so hard, baby, hard, baby. Yeah, now I get it. You got heads turning, heads turning. just lit this town like a fire in a blaze. Gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it rain. Tonight we gonna let it rain. Tonight we gonna let it rain. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it rain. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it rain. Tonight we gonna let it rain. Tonight we gonna let it rain. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it rain.
I lost my best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me. I saw no shadow, I looked around, searched every building and home that I found. I saw no shadow, but felt a glow. The warmth inside me, it kept me afloat. It felt like heaven had found my bones and gave me comfort when I feel alone. Now you're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone. If I fall, break my bones, I will scream even louder. 'Cause I'm not dying alone. I lost my best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me. Best friend to 23. I heard the heavens crying above me. They gained an angel, I lost a friend. I felt like dying again and again. I went through hell, stared at death, but I keep fighting with each living breath. I saw no way out from where I stood. Felt like the fire had burned me through. Now you're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone. If I fall, break my bones, I will scream even my best friend. Oh my God, don't do this, for I missed I need my best friend. Oh my God, don't do this, for I missed I need my best friend. Oh my God, don't do this. Oh my God, I need my best friend.
Get up. We want you to get on your feet. Stand up, stand up. Stand up. Come on, get loose with the heat. Right now. We go party till we black out. So get the fuck up. Get up. Cause we gon' light up this place. We got the business for days. Tokyo GA from the outer space. So cover and dock, you're out of luck. We don't give up. Yeah, we're going up. Next floor is us. You're riding with us. Get up. We want you to get on your feet. Stand up. Come on, get loose with the heat. Right now. We go party till we black out. So get the fuck up.
Empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. La 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 la. Oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights. Turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Oh no.
Hello and welcome to the APAC 6 Invitationals Open Qualifiers. My name is Isaiah and we're also here with Covert.
Hello, hello, hello.
And we'll be your casters for the next game coming up, which is Ohama versus Narrative Faisaru. I got that right, yeah?
Yeah,
Covert?
yeah, close
Yeah,
enough.
cool.
Close enough.
Not
But you've
butchering
done better than
anything?
me. You've done better than me. So
What have you called them?
I've not, bro. I can't get past the first half of that second word. I'm gonna be honest. I
Anyway. Oh, sorry. Teams are just lining up now. We're getting ready. If no one knows why we're giggling a lot, it's because before I was eating a burger, they decided that we should just start, and now I'm not eating my burger anymore. But yeah,
straighten it
just a-
up, Isaiah. You got this. I believe in you.
Hey, man, just a question. Do you have the map bands?
I don't. I know club is first. That's about it.
Club, and is that Sun? No, we changed teams. I
Yeah.
have the wrong ones written down. I'm just gonna pretend like everything is normal and that I knew that this was all happening, and we're not gonna worry about anything going wrong, okay? We're not gonna worry about my delicious burger, which has just been thrown. I'm not gonna worry about much, you know? We're just gonna live our happy lives. Alright. So first map is Clubhouse, and I'm assuming that was chosen by Ohama. Ooh, Ohama. What do you think we can get from just that pick from there, Kovo?
I mean, obviously, Clubhouse is a map. It's very friendly for hard breaching. You know, obviously,
Mm.
the amount of main walls and especially basement with hatches, it's really, really good for Maverick. And with the Habana changes, she's really strong on basement at the moment because she can open all 3 hatches and dirt by herself, essentially, as long as they're not being kaided or they're not being impact tricked and such. So
Which I
hard
think.
breach, hard
Sorry.
breach, it's kind of heaven for hard breaches, to be honest. Other than that, Monty effective for top floor pushes. Garage, just send a Monty and it'll be fine. So
Which I can say it's fair now. You're talking about how much it is for hard breaches. I can see that we're gonna have Maverick bans, Thatcher bans, Kaid bans, Mirror bans. These are gonna be consistent bans. I feel like we're gonna see no matter what. It doesn't matter if we're looking at APAC North or we're looking at the South Asia or Oceania. Those are just common bans amongst the entire world. Do you think there'd be any other surprising operators that they could ban for this map?
I could see there being some surprising operators. I mean, earlier in the day with the last match I casted alongside Chief, we saw Thatcher, which is pretty standard. We had Ace, Clash, and Valk being banned. All of which you'd probably say not really standard for this map, especially with how the Habana changes have gone. I would have much expected a Habana ban over an Ace ban.
Yeah, and I think that's also playing onto the idea is the using Ace now is going to be so useful because it can count it. The mute gadget doesn't prevent it, and Habana's just now so perfect when attacking downstairs, and so I feel like we'll see a lot more anchoring position when it comes to downstairs, especially with the amount of hard breaching utility that we do have in this game. And I really do hope that both teams, though, while it's going to be crucial, they're smart in how they do it, and they're not going to be one of those teams that play very fanatic in these games, and they're not going to be running around. Their attack's going to be very surgical. They're going to be very cooperative, and the communication should be 100% on point for all teams, especially when we're looking at the Opens qualifiers, which can take you into the SI if you're one of
SI
the lucky
close.
teams.
SI close qualifiers, and SI.
Yeah, they've got to win that.
Yeah, they have to win. You have to win open, closed, and then you eventually make it to SI. So
Yeah, but here we are. We're coming in with the game. Ohama versus Faisura. No, I stuffed it up. Oh no.
Pfizer?
Faisaru. We'll get it good by the end of this.
Probably not. We'll probably perfect the wrong pronunciation. It's probably what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I am very sorry to all our Japanese viewers because I feel terrible for butchering. Okay, here it is. First band's coming from
Maverick.
Faisaru.
Maverick. It's very expected, to be honest. Obviously he's so good. He could, it doesn't matter. You bring a Kaid, a Bandit, a Mute. Doesn't matter. He can just hop on the rappel and easily get a wall open. So it makes a lot of sense. Thatcher being banned as well. Also pretty common ban. His ability to just press a button and there goes all your electrification and mute jam is disabled for 15 seconds. Unfortunate. So makes a lot of sense.
Aid. These are like the first 3 operators that I named before being consistent bans. I'm not going to be surprised if we're going to see a mirror come out here, or if they keep the mirror in the game and they decide that maybe it's a better choice if they pull someone else.
Goyo.
Yeah,
Goyo
for the shield.
Big brain prediction.
Yeah.
It's a Goyo ban.
Or mirror, come on.
I'm
I
probably wrong.
win. I got them all right.
What do you want? Do you want a medal?
I think so. Can you give me one?
Hang on. Let me draw one up for you.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll treasure that one later. Here we go. Round number 1. Ohama is on attack. Faisaru is on the defense. And let's look at this lineup. Ooh. I haven't watched much play, but Twitch hasn't been, for what I'm seeing,
Cav.
super common. Oh yeah, the Cav too. That was kind of cute.
Okay, there's no Cav. Big sad.
I really want to see a team bring Cav. I want to see them do something different, but they're going to bring a Capcan there.
Oh, that's different.
I'm looking at this lineup, and this is something that I feel like we would see, 2 seasons ago. This was like a consistent lineup 2-3 seasons ago in Rainbow Six Esports.
Yeah,
Which is one they're pulling up now, which I hope has got good reasoning to why they've chosen these people, and not because they're just trying to play it safe with, grabbing those trap setters and, having two hard breach, or the hard breach I think is a bit different.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as we saw on the attack, pretty standard. You bring the Habana because she's just so good at attacking this basement. You bring Ace as well, just so you have another hard breacher, just in case something happens, you lose some charges to impacts or something like that, you can still get walls open you need to. The other thing is obviously bringing in Ace, he brings smoke grenades, which can be really impactful for a plant, you smoke off the key line of sight that the defenders use to watch to deny hatch drop or deny the plant, makes it much more difficult for them. As well, AK-12, just a good assault rifle. I think statistically it's one of the, if not the best in the game. So you can never go wrong with that.
Yeah, you can see that Ahama is not going to be a team that is going to lack in this hard breaching utility. They're bringing their Twitch, they're bringing their Ace, they're bringing the Habana. They're going to open up what they want to open up. But a quick kill coming on from Demic onto Kawa, who I'm assuming was trying to get a good spawn peek, but didn't successfully get the kill, only causing 50% health taken off.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty big. You lose your vigil. That means I'd say you're probably limited to, at most, your Legion roaming, which isn't ideal because obviously, as anyone that's played the game for more than half a second will know, his goo mines generate over the course of the round. So him being on the roam isn't ideal because if he drops early, his goo mines can be a waste. Plus, the other thing is when you're on the roam, you can't use them as how do I put this? You can't use them as effectively as you would want to, because you can't just throw them through the floor onto site. You have to use them around you. Demic getting injured by, I'm assuming, a cap can trap, looking at how looking at what happened below, and then that's interesting, using a C4 to confirm that kill. I don't know if that's worth it, maybe unless they've used all the impacts they brought with Legion, but I would have assumed that using an impact there is a lot more effective than using a Nitro Cell, because now you don't have that easy plant mount.
Yeah, we can see now it's just quickly dropping like flies is what the players are doing right now. We're down to a 2v3 situation. Hammer not looking too great. Two players left on an attack, but they still do have a hard breacher. I don't know much about his utility, but it really is going to be important that Faisaru is going to be able to hold it down. You can see that they're going to probably make a changeover to push through Dirt Tunnel. Something that they're going to need to get a bit more movement through, because right now with 1 minute left on the clock, Yeti and Vamos have to be able to come around and work together. Even if they have to push on their own, they need to be able to work together, and you can see them right now. They're getting on their drones. They're grabbing that intel. They need to get picks off to start winning, to start being able to get that chance of beating Fasurai, but the Nitro goes out. Doesn't secure a kill, which is very unlucky for Capcan, moving themselves back into site. 30 seconds. Twitch moving down the blue stairs just to get a quick pressure into site. The commotion being caused by Vamos has been caught out there, but Legion getting picked off by Yeti. Yeti making a move into Arsenal. Got the goo mine inside of them. It's not going to help him secure a win. That goo mine has taken 25 health off. Twitch going to keep a watch out. She knows that she can get a quick res, but has to go for the plant. Yeti planting down. 5 seconds left on the clock. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Oh, the down player caught, and there it is. Ayokayo is able to finish off and win the round, giving Fasiru a winning... Sorry, giving them the first round.
Yeah, I mean, that was really good. That was pretty solid overall from the defense. Obviously, losing that vigil at the start is really terrible for them. You're trying to get the opening pick, to give your team the advantage throughout the round, and you end up doing the exact opposite, giving the attack the advantage. It is not ideal, but they were able to come back from it, able to injure that sledge with the cap can trap. It is unfortunate, but those things happen, and you just have to continue on afterwards. So, but they just didn't seem to be able to, and the round went pretty handily to the defense at the end there.
Yeah, and we can see now that they're going to move themselves to CCTV, which, looking at their operator choice for Faisaru, is really interesting. They're bringing two key intel operators here, Maestro and Valkyrie. Now, this is going to be very important for them because a site like CCTV can at some times have 5 points of ways to get in. The red stairs, outside through the main wall, the highway, through construction, and garage. And those are the 5 points of entry, and so you need to be able to cover those areas because you can't delegate one player to one entry. It just doesn't work out like that when two players are pushing. And so it's good to see that they're bringing these intel operators to really hold back on the chances of, you know, Ohama being able to get in without being caught.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, it most definitely is the issue. That's what I was. We were talking about this in the last series we casted, where obviously when you're concealed back to site, you have to hold those 5 entranceways, and it becomes practically impossible. A little bit of extension, it becomes a lot easier if you extend. Obviously, if you extend into garage, you can have the person in rafters holding garage and the breach, and it's all about those overlapping lines of sight. If you extend into construction, you can obviously watch suicide and construction itself, whereas and then obviously the person on top red can watch top red and main breach. So there's a lot of good overlaps you can do where you cover multiple of them. But like one player will watch 2, and you have overlaps of like 2 players watching 1, but them also watching second and third one each. So it does make it all.
Yeah, we can see them just getting a quick few peeks onto that highway, trying to catch out the players sitting upstairs. These Maestro cams are going to keep out on a stall. 1 minute has been taken off the clock, and we can see Ash now breaching from underneath, trying to get that main wall open. Vamos able to put down those A's. Gadgets, and there it is. The main wall has finally been opened. This is a crucial point as it causes a division between garage now. We can see they're going to get in their drones. They're going to grab that intel. They're ready to go in. And they're holding out still with that extended holders you were talking about before. They've still got control of garage. They still have control of red stairs. They still have control of master. It's really required now that our Hammer's now going to make a quick push as they've only got 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as you can see, they are starting to push much more aggressively downstairs, and probably we will see them start to push somewhat aggressively towards construction, so they can get that pinch starting to form between the sites. But without garage, it's going to be very difficult because garage is such a strong position for the defenders to have because they can watch main breach, they can watch. If they play it right, they can watch to the construction door, they can hold the window into CCTV, and you can hold red stairs. Raft, it's such a power position for the defenders, but shots being traded through the wall there. Jaeger over in Penthouse is able, will go down as alongside his teammate Maestro as Ash was taken down roughly at the same time. And man advantage now in favor of the attackers, but with 30 seconds left and still not all the map control they could hope for, it is not looking terribly strong for them.
Here it is, last 20 seconds. It's very common for APAC to have only a 20-second meta running out here. The Habana pellets are going out. The stuns are going in. Here it is, the quick push coming in from Ohama. Can they take out Faisaru? And they're going in. 3v4. Yeti is going to make a quick move down those red stairs. He can't get much in there. Vamos, the nitros are going off. Replica's going for that plant. Yeti getting a kill right off there on Kawa. Then Demi getting kill on Sirius. Perry getting the nitro, but that's not enough. Oh, sorry, that is enough to win the round because the defuse has been cancelled, and that is Faisaru winning their round.
Yeah, I mean, it all kicked off there at the end. The attackers just had to go. They had man advantage and all. It was in a good position for them, but the defenders had one person below with that C4, and it was able to come in so clutch as they were able to just deny the plant from going down. That's what won them the round. They had nowhere near man advantage. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was a 1v3 at the time, and just able to win it out because they played utility, because they played map control and they played utility properly. So good job overall from the defenders.
Yeah, now they're going to move themselves to the third of the 3 main sites that they cycle through, gym and bedroom, and we can see that they've got that intel back again. And upstairs, it's great. But for some teams, it tends to work a bit better if they do bring that castle. But I want to see how they're going to really use these 2 intel operators to keep control of bedroom and gym, because they're not very easy to. They're not. It's not a very easy to hold site. You need to extend yourself out to cash like you can see them doing now, and you need to be able to have a lot more control for a lot longer because there's so many areas to cause a division here. And I hope that we can see Fasaru really holding it out.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you have to hold so much on gym bedroom. People think, you know, oh, CCTV, it's kind of a pain to hold because you have to extend into garage, into con, but gym bedroom is even worse. If you want to hold it properly, you got to extend all the way to cash at the minimum going that side of the map. You have to extend into logistics. You have to extend into main stairs. You just have to hold essentially pretty much all of the top floor, and it's really hard because it stretches your your overall manpower and your utility so thin.
Yeah, and this line of sight that I11 is really trying to hold out there, not able to get any picks off. That's quite unlucky. We can see that our Hammer is now going to move themselves onto the roof. They need to get, you know, a bit of control going around here with, you know, 40 seconds off the clock. We can see that we still got Faisuru really trying to make their hold go up there. That main wall is not reinforced, only caches, but the ace charges are going out here by Vamos and a few shots through the drone hole there, causing a little bit of an issue, but Jacuzzi is now open and it's caused a lot more dangers for Fasaru really trying to hold it down.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one thing that's interesting about that is the fact that they've used 2 of the ace charges, but they've used them next to each other. So it does mean you've got 2 entryways you can go through, but by doing that, it still means you limit yourself to having to crouch through the rotate holes, which obviously, depending on the circumstances, is not ideal. I11, sorry, is taken down there by Valkyrie on the roam, and that will be your Ash going down. So there goes your primary form of entry. It's not great, but you can still work around it. Obviously, you have players with guns that can still entry, the Type 89, the AK-12, both insanely hard-hitting guns and really good for entering. But it's the thing is, there are your hard breaches, and Habana's got your diffuser, and Ace has smoke grenades, neither of which you really want to sacrifice by the entry. So it's probably going to be up to the Sledge or Nomad to try and do anything. Meanwhile, we are approaching the 1-minute mark, and map control is going decently well for the attackers. They have control of cache and construction as well as that, as well as the Jacuzzi wall open. I don't know how they're going over in logistics. It doesn't look great though.
We can see that Fasaru on their defense is really trying to use these hatches to move around, but it's caused them all to be forced downstairs, which is somewhere they don't want to be. So we can see them all rushing themselves up those main stairs. Now you got them making a push around there, and Demic is able to get a kill on Pero, putting it to an even playing field now, but a quick refrag coming out there, and it's back down to V4 as Kawa gets a double kill. Sirius gets a kill on Vanos, and there it is. Replica on such low health with a Goon Mine, but quickly pulls it out, getting a kill on Kawa. 1v3, can Replica make this clutch, sticking themselves inside the construction, makes a move into the master bedroom, but so many angles are being held. Has to check the bathroom, has to check behind the bomb, gets a quick kill on Sirius who's hiding behind there, knows I have to go for the defuse, and now is planting it down. We see that Devon is off site, one sitting on site going for it, but he doesn't get the kill, goes for the plan, and Aokayu is able to get the winning kill and giving Fasaru 3 wins. All sites have been won, and they're going to rotate themselves now downstairs back into church.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty good there overall from the defense. Obviously they got pushed back to site in decent pace. You know, a minute left, and that's when you're just stuck on site itself, essentially, plus main stairs. But essentially, the only top floor place you're holding is site. But the defenders were in a great position. They were able to find the frags when the attackers were trying to push in, and it was left all up to the Habana, able to find that one pick to the person playing over by the logistics wall in master bedroom. But then from there, is just stuck in a situation where even if she finds that Maestro, she has to stick the plant, and you've got the player down on main stairs ready to come in and just kill her when that happens. So.
Yeah, and here they are. They're going to go back downstairs. They're bringing that cab cam, bringing the Legion. Same lineup as they had before, I'm pretty sure. They didn't bring a Jaeger when they first went down here. They did have the mute, if I'm correct. It did cause a lot of issues in the droning. So yeah, let's hope that this setup is going to work. We can see that Ahama's now having to change their attacking lineup. They're going to bring Zofia. They're going to bring Iana. It's kind of worrying for a Mac like Clubhouse that you're only going to bring one hard breacher. However, looking at the site that they had to choose, it's not a shock why they only just brought the Habana. There is 3 hatches, and you got 18 pellets to work with. You'll be good and covered to open up those hatches, even if they try to outplay you with impacts, which the only impacts that can come in right there is from Pero.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously you need that. You got that one hard breach. The way she can split them now is great because you can get all 3 hatches. That adds up to 12, and then if you know how to use Habana pellets properly, you can use another 4 just to open up a crouch hole into dirt, and then you're fine. You've got dirt opens. You can get dirt control. All 3 hatches are open, so you've got all the vertical pressure you could want. As Ash gets taken out there by the Vigil, that will be 2 early frags going to this defense here as less than 40 seconds had gone, and they're already down their Ash and their Sledge. So really not looking good for this stack so far.
Yeah, that's not what you want as an attacking team, to be numbers down when going in for your attack. But Fasaru is doing so well in the fact that they're able to hold down their position and they're causing a havoc with their roamers. Kawa is just everywhere. It's not making it easy. Pera is causing all this chaos, and it's seeing really well that now they're going to pull themselves down and they're going to have to force Ahama to come in with 3 players. Compared to their 5, they can set up their crosses. They've got traps. They've got so much utility to win now that it's golden for them as a defending team. And it's only 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. Not much can be done by Ahama here, but Replica is still alive. Replica can still get those hatches. However, they're wasting so much time trying to do these roam clears for roamers that aren't there anymore. And it's kind of it's wish that they would have more people alive to get more droning going. But that's not going to be how it is right there. Replica moving down those stairs, getting caught out by a goo mine. And Pulse is able to scream out that she's there. 1 minute left, and they need to get a move going right now. Pulse has grabbed so much intel. Sitting in that Arsenal knows that that hatch is going to be open, but he doesn't care because he can tell where everyone is at what time. And it's great. It's holding them back. Sirius has got so much intel that, well, Ahama can't do much, and they're holding down everywhere they need to hold down. It's going to be a quick push here from Yeti just to get that intel, see where they are. A few shots out, calls that it's the Replica Gemini, sorry. And there it is, going on top. Replica's holding that flank, which shouldn't be necessary considering it's the last 30 seconds. A quick drop down motor from Replica, but he's taken out by the Mute. Down to a 2v4, gets a few shots coming out from Yeti. Yeti's getting a quick tap onto that Legion's head. Vamos is now taken out. It's a 1v3 down onto Vigil. Can Devin and Aokayu really hold this down?
They have
Aokayu
diffuser,
sitting
so
in sight. He makes a quick peek, able to get the nice kill on there. Now has to grab this diffuser. However, will he catch the one player? No, it's the captain trap from Aokayu, winning Fasuro their 4th round. How upsetting. And the teabag, just for a bit of toxicity.
Yeah, I mean that Capcan trap, it's unfortunate. Realistically, even if the Capcan trap wasn't there, the round probably goes to the defenders. With the time left, they would have had to literally grab diffuser, sprint into side and start planting. You've got the last defender right above Moto Hatch, ready and waiting for the plant to start and for the clock to hit 0. And it's just unfortunate that they died to the Capcan instead of planting. Obviously, you know, that bit of T-Mag at the end, I don't know what we're going to think about that. It could end up biting them on the butt. If they end up losing this map, it will be quite funny. But at the moment, it doesn't look like they are, as they have looked strong in every defense so far. That being the closest one, and that round only being close solely because of some heroics from the Yana.
Yeah, and if I'm correct, this was Hama's map choice. Am I correct in saying that, or not? I don't want to say the wrong thing. This being their map, I was kind of hoping that they would be winning right now, having some more strategies laid out, but it seems that Fasaru has got some better work going on here. They seem more coordinated and able to make those pickoffs, and their aggression as a defender's team isn't one that's very held back. They're going at it. They're not holding back. They're ready to just rip into these attackers, and Ahama needs to really push back. But as a team, they need to get their drone intel. They need to be using this time right now to call out where players are. In this situation, we would really want to see them going, okay, they're all on site. Saw them all there last. We know that they have to be somewhere close. If they're going somewhere else, we'll call them out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one thing that's been interesting is how aggressive some of the roamers have been able to play early rounds. And obviously, first round, the attackers of Ohama were able to shut that down immediately. The Vigil died in about 15 seconds, I want to say, and the round was looking good for the attackers. But ever since then, they've dropped the ball on paying attention to the hyper aggressive plays early on in the round, and it'll cost them dearly. So we'll hopefully
Nick-
see that improve as Ash is going down main stairs.
Yeah, it's really upsetting to see her going downstairs as if she's trying to hunt down a player because, well, if you use your drone intel, you'd realize that, well, no one's down there. But I don't know if you saw this before. Right inside of Cash Room, there is the 3 ADSs set up all in one spot. We can tell that they're preparing for a push from construction. But does Demic able to call that out? A quick throw-in of the grenade is able to clear out that wall. And a kill coming from AO Caillou is able to take out I-11. There's what they call their heavy roamer, and the quick 2 Selmas are going out. As they consistently do, Vamos is getting up that main wall open, and once that wall's open, you have officially segregated the site into 2 sections right now. But the line of sight that Sirius is going to get is going to be perfect for them to win a few rounds if the attacking team doesn't pick up on that. We need Ohama to realize where they are right now, but Fasuru is spread out. They're everywhere. There's 1 minute left, and right now Ohama needs to go in and just start picking off these kills as a team. They've got 4 players. They're down by 1, but a quick flank coming in from Devon is able to take out Replica, gets another shot onto Yeti, but Yeti's put him down on such low health. Yeti goes for a quick hunt, but realizes he shouldn't. Pero is now getting a kill on Demic. This is not looking good. Ohama is dropping like flies. It's down to a 1v5. Can a flawless round come here for Fasaru? And there it is. Yeti now moving through master bedroom. Going to make a quick pick on Garage. Catches Pero, but the Fuse trade out a bit of health, and Pero comes up on top with a headshot. And there it is. The 5th round. The flawless round for Fasaru. And giving them a lot more of an advantage now. Having them only have to win, I'm pretty sure, 2 more rounds.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in this, the position you're at right now, realistically, if Ohama want a solid chance at being able to come back and win this map, or at least push it to overtime to give them a chance, they really are going to need to win this next round, because if you leave the half 6-0, you've got no momentum going into your defenses. Obviously, I think most people would say this is probably leaning toward the defended favored side, not heavily, but it is going that way. And, you know, but if your mental is gone and you've got no momentum, it's very easy to just lose that first round immediately and the map's over. So
yeah, and if we're looking at how these attacking rounds are going for Ohama right now, they need to move it. They are consistently going in there with their classic APAC 20-second meta. And every time it seems to leave them crumbling into pieces where their team is everywhere and they're losing so much. And I'm really hoping that now they've got a lineup ready to go for such an aggressive push. And I'm really hoping that they're going to be smart now and realize that they've lost 5 rounds because they're always the last second. Let's get aggressive. Let's put, ace charge right there in construction. Separate them up right now. Make a quick move through. We can see that they've got their drones kind of a bit everywhere, and it's good to see that I-11 and Replica have got theirs in Garage, getting a bit more intel in there so they know, oh, we can shove Garage, or let's hurry up and get that CCTV wall.
yeah, 100%. I mean, it is good from what they're doing, but they just haven't been able to, they haven't been able to make that final push click as of far. And it's essentially them just been hoping for frags to occur by the looks of things, and it's just not happened. The only frags that have been coming is from essentially the last player that gets left alive in the situation, and you can't rely on a player 1v5ing to win a round. That's, not a good strategy, to say the least.
Oh, but Devin getting a pick on I-11 is not good. It's pulling it down to a 4v5, and straight off the bat, it's how Ohama is always going down, and another kill coming on Replica 3v5 right now. They've lost their Habana. Quite an important hard breacher for taking out that side, considering he's just used all his, or he's not used all his gadgets, sorry. He did save one, which I hope is going to keep him winning.
Yeah, he does indeed save one, but it will be interesting because a singular, what a nice shot from Kawa there, able to find, but gets shut down by the ace very quickly, you know?
Oh,
Oh, Yana's able to find one of her, sorry, Yana's able to find one of her own, but Vamos is injured as of current. He is just going to be chilling out on the balcony, but the res will be able to come through as pretty much all of the defenders have pulled back to the site itself, which is the right thing to do here. You know, you've got man advantage. You probably know that one of them is going to be low at the minimum, you know, because there'll definitely be the call that Vamos got tagged, even if they don't know he was injured. So they will know one's low, and with man advantage, they're in a very good situation right now.
yeah, man. Those people are trading harder than kids with Pokemon cards, and it's hoping that they don't really keep trading like that because Ahama doesn't have many more cards to trade out here. It's a 2v3. They got a quick shot, but no, the smoke canister's taking out the Ana gadget. This is not useful right now. They need to get an entry. 50 seconds. This is what I was saying before. Ahama always has things down to the last second. They need to make their push now. They can't hold back. They have one more chance of grabbing intel, but it's a bit late to be stealing intel now. Vamos using his final gadget to open up a wall. I'm not too sure which one. Hope it's a crucial one. No, it's to help him get through into logistics. Kind of upset about that, but hopefully this is going to be great for them to get a quick pinch around because right here, they're in the perfect position now to pinch into the side, to work together, but no, they're staying together, one underneath, quick shots and a kill coming out from there. 1v3 situation. Vamos has got to clutch it up right now, walking carefully through the smokes, doesn't see anything, and Sirius getting the kill, and right now, leading Pasaru into their attacking rounds with the major advantage that they could have.
Yeah, I mean that was one hell of a round from the defenders. Obviously that early pick by Valkyrie to take out Ash is pretty huge, but then you get the Legion as well, finding I believe ended up being 2 and an injure off of memory. He finds the Habana, he finds someone else out on that balcony and then gets the injure before eventually being taken down. I mean, at that point it's really gonna be hard for the attackers to try and make a comeback. You know, they've got man advantage. One of the players is really low. They've got a decent amount of time to work with, but that's about the only thing going even semi-right for them. And now you're coming into the second half of the map where you can't make a mistake. If you're a Harmer, you cannot make a singular mistake. Any sort of mistake over the next 6 rounds will lead to you losing the map immediately. So it has to be perfect from them here.
Yeah, and right now they're pulling out 3 intel operators, which is an interesting choice. Maybe they feel like they're currently losing because they don't know what's going on in the game, that they have to get more intel to know how things are operating. But I don't know if that's going to work very much for Ahama here because they've got to hold down an entire side and they can't mess up once, like you said before. So I really hope that they use their Valk cams in really good positions. I'm hoping that their Maestro cams are set up in places that are going to just make it so much more complicated. You can see right there, locking off Dirt Tunnel, which is quite important because if there's a pinch that comes through, you want to know someone's pinching.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it will be really difficult for the defenders here as they just need to play perfectly in every possible sense of the word, absolutely perfectly. Any sort with how we've seen Fasaru been playing so far, it really does seem like if they slip up at all, even if it's minor, give them a chance to get 1 pick here or 1 pick there, it looks like they will just capitalize in it and snowball the round off of it, and you can't have that happen. So you do literally need to play perfectly here from the defense. And other thing you have to watch out for here from the defense is just, even if you play perfectly, the attack is just outbraining you.
I'm getting a real, SSG vibe right now. The defending team is very off-site, and if only they droned a bit more, they could call that there's only, 2 defenders on site. The other 3 are off, and quick shots coming in from there. Being able to take out Nitros going everywhere. There's a lot of war coming out in the kitchen. I don't know why Legion used his impact grenade there. Oh, perfect. Getting another one in. Maybe he did have intel, and maybe I'm misjudging him for that one. But a bit of this work right here, we can see they're really using all this, you know, the verticality of the map to prevent all this stuff, and all shots on the pellet. But we can see that Devon is now taken down. Fasaru is now in a really upsetting position. They are causing so much commotion here, Yokohama, being upstairs. Even though it's a quick take if they just push through Dirt Tunnel, which you can see that Sirius has already gone to do. It's causing all the issues. Oh, but a pinch on Legion, and Sirius is getting a kill on I-11. This is giving Yokohama a chance to win the round, but Fasaru is not wasting time.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, the attack here of just, you know, they lost that first. They lost that first pick, which isn't ideal, but ever since then they've just been looking like they all want to win this map here and now, and that's essentially what's happened. They are winning this map here and now. Valk able to find that one kill though does mean the man advantage is back to the man count is back to being even. Nobody has a man advantage right now, and this could be the shot that the defenders need. If they can convert this round, they might have a chance of coming back.
Yep, and 20 seconds left. What do we talk about in APAC? It's always a 20-second meta. Quick shots coming down there. Series is able to get a double kill now, making a drop onto side. They're all in there. Demic is now getting a kill onto one, gets a kill onto another, but he's taken out. Sirius on that triple kill. Can he get a quad kill game going on here? Goes for the plant with 7 seconds left. That's all the time he needs. A Nitro come flying out, but he's going to get a bit of aggression coming in. Quick shots and a pre-fire, getting Yeti to win the round. Yokohama is keeping themselves safe, winning their first defensive round.
Yeah, really good job from the defenders there. They get the opening pick. They lose advantage for a bit there. The attackers just seemed a bit too good at throughout that round in some points. And luckily though, when it comes to that final execute onto site, the defenders are able to secure the round win, and that does mean that the defenders are able to try and continue this map for as long as possible, and hopefully they can try and take it to OT so we get even more rounds, because who doesn't just love more Siege?
Honestly, we love Siege. Siege, more of it. We love this. It's not like there was 92 teams doing it right now. Damn, I'm still shocked how many people signed up in this thing.
Hey, I mean, bro, it's open quals for SI, you know.
It's true.
Why?
And
it's free. You know, it's free for SI. Why would you not do it? Like,
you know what's actually funny? If they make the cap money for SI, a team who just gets to SI will already get $30,000 if they make the 3 million cap, which is just it's mind blowing.
Well, the other thing you gotta think about is if a team that is like relatively unheard of somehow makes it to SI. Boom, immediately picked up by a big org, you know, wages, sponsorship money, you're sorted, like.
And it's good. And I really think these overqualifiers are great, because right now we are able to see how players are playing across all tiers, T4 all the way to T1. And it's really important because some strategies in T4 are actually a lot better than some that they can pull up in T1. And there's a lot of little counters that they have. And so I'm really hoping that we see some astonishing plays. The only thing that tends to distinguish the difference between them sometimes is the depth of their strategy and also the gun mechanics. But here it is. Fasaru is not wasting time. They were sick of wasting time. They're going for the quick push in. I don't know why he's not tossing up those ace charges.
Yeah, I'm not too sure either. The Habana Palace will be going out to open up garage walls, so they should be able to get control of rafters some point soonish, hopefully before the 1 minute 30 round mark, at which point the attackers will be in a very good position. So we will have to see though, as this Valkyrie and another defender, I believe, is roaming over on this bar kitchen type of area, and it could be a real big pain for the attack.
Yeah, we can see right here that Fasaru is not wasting time. They have learnt from their mistakes. They've learnt that pushing in this last second is not going to win them their attack. They've opened everything up within the first minute. This is golden for them to have much more of a controlled attack, because they're able to call out where players are, push them in disadvantageous positions, and then win the control. Currently, there's 4 of them, sitting close to side. 3 of them, I should say, are sitting in the entry points. We can see that Yeti has pulled himself towards the main stairs, one sitting in garage, and one sitting themselves in the in the red stairs. So right now they could just choose which one to pick out, but a quick kill coming from Demic is not going to make much chance. But A nice refrag from Sirius isn't going to let his team be in a disadvantageous spot right there.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty huge pick there back from Sirius. Able to get that refrag is Valkyrie able to find that pick onto the Ash. There goes your primary entry, and Maestro finding a nice shot while dropping off the box will be taking out. I want to say it was Habana, but it could have been Yana. I'm not sure. But that does mean 2v4, sorry, for the attackers and ours. They are going to be in a pretty difficult situation, getting pressured from all angles. It seems like, at least from the perspective of the attacker there, panicking, just kind of spraying around, shoots the claim, and oh no, shoots the claymore. Zofia, perfect, swings right as she hears that getting shot. She will be stuck though. Having to push up red stairs is not ideal, especially when you have a smoke with an SMG-11 at the top, and it will be Mute, I believe, picking up the other kill.
What was going on there? The defenders, no, sorry, the attackers, just missing the fact that someone shoots their claymore, walking past it. Oh, we can see Ahama there is doing what they've done in the past 2 rounds. They're causing a commotion. They're running around. Right now, if I was Fasaru, I'd be bringing a Nomad. I'd be bringing something to get these crazy people off my back, because right now, that's how Ahama is winning. They're running them crazy, and it's working for them, and it's great. They have enough intel, and they've got the right guns, and they've got their team working together to just make those pickoffs and put them in an advantageous position.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the defense is just it's almost using chaos as its main tool of war here. They just are confusing, it looks like, the attackers. They just don't know what's happening. They don't know where they are, what they're doing, and it just is working out for the defenders. They seem to have perfect communication, know exactly what they need to be doing, and the attack does not get it at the moment, and they really need to try and click and actually get their rhythm going. Because you've got to remember, they just need a round. 1 round and they're fine. They just click for a single round. It's fine. That's the map. Move on to the next one. You move on to the next one, which is your map pick.
Yeah, and you can see I'm quite interested in Yeti just reinforced CCTV exterior wall, which interesting option, as most teams tend to not want to go that far in their extending, as there's so many, like there's 3 entry points, oh sorry, 4 I should say, into that room when you open up the wall. And so they don't want to have to deal with so many ways to get in, but we can see right now that Ahama is wanting to open up their area. They want to be able to run amok. They want to, you know, take as much area as they can, like they're conquering some country. And look at right there, Yeti moving himself into Stripper. It seems stupid, but he's going to be able to get 1 pick on someone who's stuck outside. They're going to be behind the attacking team. And we can see it right now, one sitting up there in Garage, Replica. When he can tend anyone in Garage, and, you know, already there. 45 seconds are being wasted trying to just get into CCTV compared to other times where they could just waltz in. It wasn't much of an issue.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that I agree with you, that it is a lot of map control that they need to hold. But the thing is but the thing you got to remember is just the time waste, because as soon as you see those outside walls, you worry. You're like, oh, where could they be holding this and that? And it means you drone out more. You waste more time making sure you're not just going to walk in and get 1 tap from someone lying prone in a corner. And it does its job. You lose you lose cache control, but you've wasted 1:20 and you've had to use essentially no utility, 2 reinforcements, and that's about it, which is very much worth it in my opinion.
Defenders having a bit of a mother meeting back there in a bit of a logistics way. They're really enjoying themselves, but the one I didn't see with them was Yeti. Yeti is not with the team. They put themselves away from them because that's what's winning them. The aggressive behavior, the map control. It's currently got 1 minute and 10 seconds left, and they haven't even opened up the jacuzzi wall, sorry. And I'm just being shocked right now. I never knew that mute jammers could actually stop an ace charge going off, so I'm learning that for the first time here because I've never seen that happen before.
Oh, yeah, no, that's been a thing for ages. That's been a thing. The one thing I never get is why mute jammers can stop a blitz shield.
I get
There's
that,
nothing wireless. There's nothing wireless. It's literally a cable from the button to the front. What is it? What signal is it disrupting? Like,
Who's gonna win here? Who's gonna
explain.
win here right now? Is Yeti gonna win or is Akio gonna? Oh no, Kawa it is. Kawa's getting straight past, and Demi getting 3 kills. He's on the triple kill. Will Demic be going for the ace this round? And a quick push up Habana, making a bit of contention there. We can see Kawa charging himself into the upstairs area. Yeti coming from behind. Kawa getting 1 kill, catches one on the stairs. Gonna get the second kill. No! And that is down to a 2v1. Fasaru going for the plan, but Vamos is gonna stop it. And a really good game around there, sorry, for Demin, sorry, it is Demin or Demi, I can't remember now, who was able to score 3 kills.
Demic, right? Demic?
Demic. I forgot what letter was at the end.
I think it's a C. I'm pretty sure it's a C. But yeah, I mean, bro, that was very much defender-sided there. There's a 5v2 at the end, but it nearly swung to the attackers. Habana are able to get that really rapid double kill from the window. Ash just able to waltz up onto top floor from main stairs, I think. Maybe came through main stairs window, not 100% sure, but is able to find that one pick to the player in logistics. If Ash is able to take down the Valkyrie on main stairs there, I would be pretty confident in saying that round all of a sudden goes to the attack.
Yeah, and something I can say is being consistent in this game is that for the past 9 rounds, defenders have won. And I feel like that comes down to how the teams attack. We are always seeing these attacking teams are taking a while to get in. They're always leaving it to 20 seconds to be going for a diffuser. If you know how the APAC tends to work, is that when you plant the diffuser, you have like your chances of winning have just sky like you're I think it's like 80-something% at winning the round now. And so realistically, these teams need to be able to get their chance to get into the side. When Ahama is running around crazy, this gives Fasaru the chance to sneak into that side, or even just pick out a few inside, get a plant down, and they're in such a better chance at winning a round, which is all they've got to do. But Ahama is not going to let that happen. They are running crazy. They are everywhere where you don't want them to be, and it's just going to be crazy. And I hope right now they do what they did the round before and play the verticals, which I feel like they are going to do right now, seeing that 2 of them are already upstairs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it will be interesting to see how the attack tries to adapt. Obviously, they've lost every all 3 of their attacks on all 3 different sides so far, which means they will have info on all 3 sides of what they need to do, or hopefully they will know what they need to do to adjust to hopefully put a singular round win on the board before this half ends. And I think it would be quite amazing if after a 6-0 first half, there's another 6-0 half that takes it to OT. That will be pretty incredible, and it will just show that these teams are these teams don't know how to. No offense, but that they don't know how to attack terribly, because none of the defensive has seen like incredibly like OP, like oh my god, there's no way you can break it,
Yeah, and I feel like that's like not even just an issue within these teams, but it tends to be something consistent within APAC. A lot of the time we have an issue for stressing of time. It's never very much handled so well, and it's always, and as they say, 20-second matter. It's consistently always happening. We've already pretty much halfway through the round, and there's no one standing on site for the attacking team. They are everywhere. They haven't picked up the defenders, but I feel like right now Yeti has a chance to come in for a flank. I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to catch Kawa. Ooh, but Kawa getting a kill onto Demic. That's not going to help. A quick push into Dirt Tunnel is coming in from the attackers right now. Here they are, causing a commotion. Levin and Vanos getting a kill, but Sirius is able to take out Vamos, sorry. And they need to make a move. The impact grenade is going to be able to pick off an attacker as Replica gets a nice quick headshot. A 3v2 situation. Ooh, down to the one person. Yeti getting that kill off. Oh, there's 3 crowding around the Nitro going out. Akayu is going for a few shots, able to pick off one, put a bit of damage into the other. There's so many lines of sights set up. Who knows what they're going to be able to get. And oh, another Nitro coming out there. Those Nitros becoming dangerous. And the stun really causing a bit of commotion. Can Akayu get away into the site? They're holding a double, but no. Levin gets the shot onto the head, but a quick trade-off coming there. Only winning the round for the fact that they were the attacking team. And Replica was sitting right there waiting.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I found interesting throughout all of that is the attackers, they're able to find that pick. The Ash is able to find that pick, onto Mozzie, I believe it was, and it gives you the man advantage. But from there, they lost 2 people, burst into sight, found a pick of their own, so man count is equal. It's a 3v3. One of the players is off on, I believe it was main stairs. I think it was the mute, you know, and that you've got the mute. The Legion's over by Moto, Valksin, Blue. And the plant went down. I saw the plant get to 2 seconds at one point before getting pulled off, and then they stuck it for another 4 seconds after that before pulling off. And I really do just have to ask, why did they pull off there? If that plant goes down, the attackers are in a really good position because the defenders have to start pushing much more aggressively.
Yeah, and here it is, the nice setup going out. Obviously going to extend themselves into garages, and these drones are getting their way around. Hopefully we can see some good plays coming out from Faisaru to get their attack in. But yeah, I'm not too sure what they're going to do as they're attacking around. They do have their drones scattered everywhere. I can't really pinpoint where they're going to attack from, but the defenders are doing what the defenders do normally. They're extending themselves into garage. They're extending themselves into the master bedroom. They're going to hold that construction area because, well, it's necessary. But right there, Yeti is off site within a second. Yeti is flogging this game. 13 kills, is currently just holding himself right at the top there, and it's great for him.
Oh, 100%. I mean, he really has just been fragging out of his mind so far. He is pretty much one of the sole reasons his team is in it, you know, and why they had even a couple of close attacking rounds. He's been doing his almighty best to, you know, essentially drag his team kicking and screaming through this game. And it's been working for the most part, so fair play.
Yeah, and the Claymore on those stairs, I feel like if Yeti wins off that again, I'm gonna be shocked, man. That was a really interesting time, but Demic has lost 50% health, which is not going to be very good for him sitting in garage because, well, he's kind of a vital asset right now to the team. Sitting himself in garage is going to cause so much delay for the attacking team because realistically, them being able to take garage is going to speed up their attack right now. And within 1 minute, they're underneath. They're going straight for him. They don't want him to be alive anymore. And a quick kill coming off the Habana right there, able to get themselves pressure and control right now of garage. This is going to cause a lot of problems for Ohama if they can't pull themselves around. If Yeti can't get underneath, which I feel like Yeti is underneath, getting a double down, and Nitro will be golden for this, picking off one of them. Yeti doing what Yeti does best, going crazy. Kawa getting a pick off of him. Replica is not going to help him, and oh, Kawa finding Yeti on that flank, not getting killed this time. But while it is a 2v4, 2 of the attacking players only have 1 bit of health left. They are dead at the next bullet that hits them.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. The man count, though, starting to get equaled up by Maestro as he's able to find that 1 pick. They do, however, now know that he is roaming off site, which means hopefully the attackers will realize that there's only 1 person in sight. And that hopefully will mean that they can just start trying to heavily push him, but they miss their opportunity. The Mute's able to find a pick, and man counts all equal now. Mute's able to find another one. It's left all up to the Zofia on 5 HP. She's able to find the Mute, but now it's a 1v1 against the Maestro. The Maestro only seeming to be down about 10-15 HP compared to a 5 HP Zofia. She is getting plant down, and it does look like she will be able to get it down, but she pulls off at the very last millisecond, it seems to be, and will try and wallbang and will get flicked onto by the Maestro, and that will be Vamos winning the round for his team.
This is absolutely crazy. Fasaru had such a strong chance of winning there, even with the player at such low health, but it's so unlucky that he didn't stick down that plan. He had 1 more second left on the clock. It would have reset that clock to 45 seconds, and he would have been able to collect himself and then go in for it, but Vamos is not going to hold down. He knows that Ohama is not going to leave this tournament, without having a fight on their first map. And so right there, we have seen Ohama currently win 5 rounds while being from a 0 to 6. So can they win this final round and pull it into overtime? Something that I
I'm
really do want to see without seeing me really biased.
Yeah, I mean, if this goes to OT, I am going to lose my absolute shit. That will be incredible, you know. Going from 0-6 to 6-6, that means the first team has been so dominant, won 6 rounds in a row, and then the resilience and the mental strength of the team that went down 6 rounds to nothing, able to claw their way back and win 6 rounds in a row to push it to OT, which I don't know who is defending first on the OT, but whoever it is will be going in with a huge advantage with what we've seen so far.
Pretty sure OT is randomized still. I don't think there's a setting determining which team starts it.
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like there's an option in the settings, but I don't think in the tournaments we have it set to
5 seconds to insertion.
who does what.
Attackers are moving out to locate a
But
bomb.
here it is. Realistically, for what I can say, and looking at the statistics of this game, this particular game, it's whichever team gets defender decided is going to win this. Whoever gets defender first in this OT has a good chance of winning. But I hope that's not the truth. I hope that one team is going to pull a strategy just to beat all the others. Oh, a lot of shots coming out there for a camera, and well, Ayokayu is just maybe not gonna get it. But that's okay. It's so far 30 seconds off on the clock. Not too much issues have been caused so far by Faisaru. But hopefully they can get in. They've got a lot of intel. They've opened it up. But really wanting to know what goes on here. The Ash is underneath. Going to get ready to, you know, blow it up. Really get a bit more control of the map by just removing utility within the site. And I was shocked here to see Habana making a quick push into Garage. No one's holding Garage away from Ayakayu. So hopefully they're getting a bit more control. They have lost diffusion. I'm not too sure where they've dropped it, but it's somewhere. Now they're calling out their intel. I am so shocked to see that they brought a Kali for this attacking round. But oh, a few defenders making a bit of a push. And Demic is low on health, but Kawa is the one who's dead. And now a lot of contention. The Goyo shield has been blown up. This is not good. 3 of the Hammer players are on really low health, except they are 1 player up. So hopefully this can help them with the win. Akayu is really holding down that Garage. We can see now Kali is already in cash. A long line of sight. This is great as it causes them to it allows the rest of the attackers to flush through main stairs, to flush through logistics and force them to be in Pero's side. But a few shots coming out there, and Replica is currently downed. This is not what they want to be. Oh no. Ahama really needs to pull it back now.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you're the defense, you have one person that will take more than 2 shots to kill. 3 of them are gonna be 1 shot to I believe, all the attack accounts other than probably the Bearing 9 and the Kali secondary. And, you know, it's gonna be essentially all up to Vamos to try and chunk some damage. But the Valk's able to find that 1 pick, will be immediately shut down by the Type 89 off Habana, which is a headshot, so it doesn't matter what HP she would have been on. Goes down anyway. Demic, though, literally you hit him with a flashbang, will go down as replica. I don't know. The mute will go down, and now you're stuck with Habana injured. Oh, they were able to find the pick onto the Goyo. Now it's equivalent to a 2v2 as you do have the injured player. It's now a 1v2. It's all up to this 1 HP Jaeger. He's coming up main stairs. Do they know he's there? If they don't, this could be huge. He's able to find the 1 pick, and you still got Habana injured out on. You've still got Habana injured. It's essentially a 1v1 right now. Diffuser's down, and Jaeger's on so little HP. You've got to think that this goes to the attackers. And the OT will not come, but anything could happen. I believe the res is coming out, and if it does, that will essentially guarantee the round. But actually, maybe it's not. They're just gonna let the Habana bleed out, but so little time coming now, and it's coming down to the last couple seconds. He's gonna have to try and hop in and bait here, but I can't imagine the ace will fall for it. And he will hop in, find the kill, and there will be no overtime on Clubhouse. Unfortunate for Ahama. So close.
Wow, that was a really good game coming out there. Oh, sorry. Yeah, good half. But
Map,
good
good
map
map.
one. Yeah, map one by Faisaru, which is really important for them because, well, that's what they've been trying to hold up right there. They had so much going for them in that first half, and when it came to them attacking, it all fell. But as I said before, I'd really want to see them turn the tables and finally, as an attacking team, win. And it's well deserved. Look at the kill counts of those players. They had so many kills. They deserved to finally have won that.
Oh yeah, 100%. They put in so much effort and they tried their heart out, and it finally came through on that final round. You know, it looked for a strong period of time there that Ohana will probably take it to OT, but the final round that Faisaru have to try and confirm the map, they are able to convert it, and you know, there you go. They win Ohana's map. They get to go to their map now, and they're probably gonna look even stronger than they did. They're probably gonna look even stronger.
Yep. So we'll just be taking a break really quickly, and we'll be back with the second map for Ohana versus Faisaru.
Getting lost in memories, the surface deeper. Want it all surrounding, feel it shining. Shining blue. And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Me up, play me like a bass guitar. Simmer down and mash me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Me up, drive me around and go right forward. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got
skin, you can see it beat, intoxicating your energy. First time in so long you felt the heat, evaporating your bindings. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the I know the sadness that cripples you. It comes in waves and out of the blue. But there are days you feel freedom too. Bask in the glorious lightning. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the
Hello, and we are back right now here with Cafe Dostoevsky just about to come up. We are now watching Ohama v Faisaru. We keep stumbling on that name. Covert, how are you going?
Yeah, I'm going great, man. I'm going great. You know, the break much needed. Able to get a drink, you know, wetten up the throat. It's always good, but we should be good, you know. That first map was a huge roller coaster of emotions. You know, Faisaru start off 6 rounds in a row, you know, it's going into the second half looking practically impossible for Ohama. But by about halfway through, we were thinking that they're probably going to take it to OT. End of round 5, we're thinking OT is pretty much a guaranteed at this point, but Pfizer were able to just clutch out that final round and able to take the map before overtime, which, you know, at that point, if it goes to OT, it's essentially, if this trend continues, would have just been a flip of a coin of who won. So probably best it didn't, just for, you know, competitive integrity and such.
Yeah, we can see right there, last map we watched it be extremely competitive for the attackers. It was a lot more of a struggle to win an attacking round, and it seemed to be so much easier for the defenders. And if we look at the play styles now, I am really feeling that on this map in particular, the Ohama has a lot more of a possible uphand, but Pfizer might pull it back a bit more with the strategies that they do have. We did see before that for a defending team, Ohama was very crazy, but for a map like Cafe, there's a lot more open area, so it might not work in their favor for this map. However, Pfizer's was very strong in how they played their strategy, and so hopefully we are going to see them be a lot more strategic and a lot more stronger in how they do defend. What are your thoughts, and what are you expecting to see out of this map?
I mean, for the most part, I agree with you. You know, the playstyle overall, Ohama, obviously, you know, they were a lot more they were a lot more adept in the chaos of, you know, just confusing the attackers as to what was happening, where they were, what they were doing, such like that, and it worked. They won 5 rounds in a row, pretty handily, and after going down 0-6 in the first half, and Cafes are really is a really effective map for doing the same thing. There's you know, 2 major staircases, lots of hatches everywhere, and it means you can just you know, appear in a different position, and it can be really confusing for the attack if they don't have good drone work or not paying enough attention.
But here we are gonna go in. I'm not trying to be a distraction, but production, I can see the game like a whole pick ahead, just so you guys are aware. And so first ban is just about to come out. here for everyone, and that is Thatcher being the first ban coming in from them. They're going in for the second ban. What do you think Pfizer is going to ban right now?
All my life on it, you know, fate of the universe. I am going. They are banning Blackbeard.
Blackbeard? Okay, let's see what they've got, and it is a Maverick. The Thatcher and Maverick have prevailed in the bannings.
Well,
Now,
the
what about
universe is
Defender?
gone. I'm sorry, guys. Universe is gone. My bad. Well, I'm assuming Jaeger.
Yeah. Perfect. And we are all in sync and all in time. And Ohama's betting the mirror. Everything right there was the exact same band except the Jaeger. Why do you think they did that, Covert?
I think the Jaeger ban is interesting. The fact that it came from Pfizer makes me think that they have a plan in their head of how they want to go around it. And I feel like they might be thinking that they are the more organized and structured team in comparison to Ohama, which I don't know is the case at the moment, because obviously I've seen it a lot before where it works in Go Falls really effectively, where you just you chuck you do a little bit of strat work beforehand on how to play around a Jaeger ban. You chuck the Jaeger ban out, and a lot of teams implode. They don't know how to deal with it. It's only like the tier 2, tier 1 teams that do. But it'll be interesting to see how this map plays out without Jaeger.
I think what's really interesting to see on the lineup here is Akio, is bringing out Zero. Zero is probably only a few weeks new into being able to be allowed to be used in this obviously before this is open qualifier for SI closed qualifiers. So it's interesting to see that they're going to bring a Zero into competitive play. It's not going to be something they're going to play, you're ranked. It's not something like that. It's in competitive play, a chance to go towards SI. So I'm very interested to see that. It might possibly be for the fact that Zero does have the hard breaching secondary utility, and that might help them win. But I'm not too sure what kind of stuff they're attempting to get out of using Zero.
I mean, I think Zero is really good overall, especially if you've been having issues with your drone economy and then in turns not being able to set up good flank cams, because Zero cams are really good for you being able to put them on your flank to watch or to launch them into sight instead of having to do it with a drone. Now, bearing in mind the Jaeger ban has come out, that does mean the only thing that can stop bearing in mind the Jaeger ban has come out, that does mean Zero is going to be able to pretty freely throw his cameras into sight without much worry of them being eaten by the ADS. Will be interesting to see. Fires two of his triangles into the floor under heaven there. One of them watching below, one of them watching above, and it'll be interesting to see quite what his plan is.
Oh, we can see them right there holding the pixel, but without a shield, which is quite interesting. I'm not too sure if there was one there before and it's been destroyed, but there's no shield there, which is not something that consistently happens. Once again, we're seeing Yeti off-site. The X-Kyro pellets now going to open up, giving themselves an entry from Red Stairs into Cigar. And they're calling out all the cameras, all the utility, but we can see right there, Pfizer got some really good plays ready for this Zero. They know where they want their cancel plays, and they're in very crucial spots where you'd want a drone to be sitting. And right now, breaking up some of that utility, we can see 1 minute and 30 seconds is on the clock, and that's 50% of the round done. They are now going to move themselves through, but they need to do a lot more than just run away from the site. They need to start progressing across. They have control of Cigar Lounge now. Will that give him the chance to win the round?
I mean, it depends, really. I think having Cigar control does put you in a good position, I will say. Having control of Cigar is good for the attackers, but it all depends what you can do with it. And right now, losing 2 of your players, including your primary soft reach and your secondary entry, and now losing another one in your flex player of Zero, does not bid well for you 99% of the time. And it's a 2v5 now. It's all up to Habana and your Ash, and you know the round isn't going well when Ash has Diffuser. Habana will be taken down. It's all up to Ash now in a 1v5 situation on just under half HP. It does not look very winnable.
This is the last place the Faiza wants to put themselves in. Yeti is now waiting underneath, where Yeti is obviously going to be. Yeti is always everywhere. Right now, Kawa has not much to do. It's good chance that it's a flawless round. Oh, but Demic has the chance to pick. Kawa doesn't have much place to move. There is 3 lines of sight onto her. Oh, this punch hole from Demic might be a bit of control, but Kawa goes through, gets a few cross shots, and Yeti, being victorious, gets them the flawless round. Round number 1, Ahama prevails, winning their first defensive round. I'd just like to highlight again, defensive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously they win the first defense of this map. I mean, I think most people would consider this map defensive sided. I mean, you're only because obviously the spread in how you have to play as an attacking force on the different maps, on the different sites, sorry, it really does usually end up coming down to what the attack's best strength is, at what site they win, but they usually can't win more than one consistently. So winning out this defense makes a lot of sense if you really do think about it.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
Yeah, and we're really hoping to see that these teams are going to cause a bit more contesting for the points. I'm hoping not to just see all defender rounds winning here, but the drones are going out. Fasaru is not going to wait. Their drones are in a few iffy spots. They have swapped off the 0, brought in Dokkaebi, which is going to be good to get rid of Yeti. If we're looking how Yeti plays, Yeti's everywhere, and it's not helping them. Sometimes they don't even know when Yeti's there. And so they're going to have their team just move themselves around just so that they're able... Or not move themselves around, sorry. They're going to bring that Dokkaebi to move around Yeti. So Yeti is going to be in a bit more closed off areas because you can't be getting a call while sitting inside of pillars. Or inside, but sitting around pillars.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think one thing I am slightly interested about is why they would bring the Dokkaebi when you have someone, you know, like Jackal. Like, a Lion not as applicable, but, you know, he is there if you really wanted him. But the Dokkaebi's interesting because, obviously, you know, you essentially have to bring the DMR because bringing the Boss G is 99% of the time not the play. And it does mean that you're stuck with a non-automatic primary. It does hit hard, but... You know, in a game where fast fire rate and headshots are king, having a hard-hitting gun most of the time isn't going to be what you need. And the other thing is, with a Dokkaebi, you can work out roughly where the player is, but a Jackal, you get a ping, you know exactly where they are.
Yeah, that probably was a better choice to bring the Jackal, but right now, that is ruining their intel. Maybe that's why they did bring the Dokkaebi. Having Yeti go on Valkyrie and Vamos on the Maestro camps, Dokkaebi is now going to just cause them a lot more issues into using their utility. Right now, we need to see Fasaru going to push him back down, but Yeti is not a person that you can tame. Yeti is making themselves sit on those red stairs, and hopefully no one makes a fatal mistake. But Demic is now killed off with the buck from a vertical play that is quite unlucky. The drone calling out that Yeti's moved down there, and Nitro coming out. Not successfully being blown up because it was shot out, but I11 is currently dead thanks to Devin getting another kill onto him. 3v5 situation here, 1 minute and 30 seconds left. What can we see Ohama do right now in the defensive round when the attackers are being so aggressive and they're opening everything up and causing too many problems for them as defenders?
I mean, I think realistically with how this attack is playing right now, how much map control they've got, how effectively they're playing, essentially the biggest thing that these defenders can do at the moment is essentially win their gunfights. Whether it's through the vertical holes, through an aggressive swing, whatever it is, they just need to win a gunfight. If they can win a gunfight, that means it's a one-man advantage, and when the attackers have to push onto site, that's really winnable for the defenders. And there you go, right on cue. The Valkyrie is able to pick off the Ashe, and there goes your primary entry into site.
Yeah, you can see, just being normal attackers, they wanting to make the vertical plays, but right now the vertical plays have cost them 1 life. However, they did get a kill from them. But 30 seconds are left on the clock, and it is consistently common, and I keep commenting on it. They take so long to make an attack, but that frag is going out, doesn't manage to put damage on Replica, but Yeti has taken a lot of health, but is able to bring it down to a 3v3, making it a bit more of an even playground. However, the defenders do have very minimal health there. Yeti getting another headshot on Sirius. This is not looking great for them. but Devin has to move in through the freezer. And there it is, a crossfire. Devin getting a double kill. Devin getting a triple kill. This is perfect right now. 1v1. Devin now having to go for the plant. Vamos is on full health. Look at his Maestro cam, and here it is. Zap, 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 zap. Is Devin going to survive? No, Devin is down. The diffuser does go down, and there it is. Vamos winning the round. Got plenty of time to make a defuse. Only needs 7 seconds, and it's 36. The Maestro kill. It's so mean.
But it is, you say it's mean, and I totally agree. It really is. It does seem like a BM to most people. But the thing you've got to remember, if you hit all of the shots, which is really easy, you know, someone's just there planting, you know, they can't move. You can fire off all your shots in pretty much exactly the plant time, and if you do, that's 100 HP, which means they will be injured no matter what. And the Maestro used it perfectly there. He hopped on the cam a bit late, but the Sophia was down HP, and it does mean she was injured. She got injured, I think, probably a few frames after that plant went down, because it seemed almost instantaneous. And then the Maestro just had a couple, you know, 2 more shots. Boom, the Sophia's dead. I can walk in and get the kill. I can walk in and get the defuse, sorry.
Yeah, and now they're going to swap off that Maestro. They're going to bring Goya now. Those shields are going to be a way that they're going to try to have a bit more control of the angles that they can build up, because they are going to be going reading and dining, and so this is a very iffy site to be on. You kind of need to play the verticality. You can see there 11 running straight upstairs, getting those reinforcements done. You need to hold upstairs right now. And I really do know that Ohama is very good at playing their verticality on defense. And so I hope they pull through with this. But that does mean that Farsaru needs to hurry up and push them downstairs. They can't waste time dealing with the attackers upstairs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the one thing that we did see, though, from that last round is that overall the attackers are pretty effective at being able to aggressively clear out floors above and then aggressively play off of vertical to get picks. And I feel like that could come in really handy in this round if they are able to effectively clear that top floor with time remaining.
Yeah, and you can see right now these attackers are just dropping the diffuser, and right there, look where Sophia's sitting. Devin is waiting for someone to make a peek, gets a few shots, and there it is. A nice, lovely kill. We can see right now, Mute waiting on those stairs, trying to hold something. Goyo getting a shot on that window. This is going to be good for him. They are spread across. They do have a lot of control upstairs, and that's exactly what they do need, because, well, that's what's going to keep them alive. We can see right now Legion just holding downstairs, Levin needing to have a bit more of control there. It is currently in Fazduru's favor.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, but that C4 right there from Vamos switches it right back to being even, as Dokubi will go down. Not sure how many calls she used. I think it was only 1, so that does mean the utility's gone. I'm pretty sure she also uses whatever secondary gadget she has, as I didn't see her use any of that. So that's a lot of utility gone for this attack.
It's really on the even playing field now. 1 minute and 30 seconds. We're 50% of the way through the round. A lot of utility has been used up, but not as much as that should be. There is consistently good jobs coming out here from Ohama, keeping these attackers out. Like Faizaru doesn't have many feet inside of this building, and it's not helping them. They needed to hurry up and flush out that upstairs. But look at this. Replica and Vamos is not going to let her make a move. So much utility is getting used up here just to attack an upstairs with a 3v2 battle going upstairs. But Yeti doing what Yeti always does, going for a flank. Vamos is now taken out from a kill from Peru. But there it is, right behind. Replica getting a kill, with being supported from Yeti. Yeti making it down. Now there's one more sitting in Bar. Bar getting a kill onto the Yeti. Akyu is golden upstairs right now. They just have to make a quick kill, but Devin on the double kill inside the site now has an opportunity to plant down the diffuser, but no, gets killed from Replica now to a 1v1. Replica having the opportunity to catch Akyu, who falls down and giving Ohama the round. Once again, defenders winning.
Yeah, I mean, as we've seen here, the defenders they've just been able to, they've just had that clutch factor to them so far, and the attack just hasn't seemed to be able to win it out yet, and we really will need to see that changing in the next 2 rounds, realistically, they want to have a chance at winning this map, unless they've got some incredible defensive tactics and some good luck on the overtime.
Yeah, and we just need to see them move faster. That's it. Upstairs, it took them a whole minute just to prepare to drop down to attack the players upstairs. That shouldn't have been the case right there. But I just love quickly right there, Kawa changing off Ash into Ying. I'm seeing a very annoying attack coming up right now.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
Most definitely. I mean, you have the Yana, which is already going to be a pain because you got to deal with the holograms. Add a Ying to that, and all of a sudden it is just absolutely painful if you're a defender. You know, because you get flashed by a Ying Candela, you open your eyes, all of a sudden there's a Yana. Oh shit, is that a hologram or is that the actual Yana? What do I do? Oh no, it's a hologram. Oh well, I'm getting swung by, like, it's just a pain. It just leaves you guessing so much, and it's going to be so stressful for the
10
defenders.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, and if we just look at the secondary utility on both teams, we got 2 Nitros coming in for the defenders there, which is quite crucial in this part, especially having Yeti, which is shockingly upstairs. I'm waiting for Yeti to just get downstairs and sit inside of a kitchen right now because, well, that's what Yeti has been doing these past few games. However, we're seeing them really hold themselves upstairs. There's only one player who's sitting themselves around mid-floor white stairs area, but that's nothing too worrying. But, ooh, look at that. That line, that use of verticality I11's using to help protect Yeti sitting in reading is a really smart move. They've caught it right now on the drones. Here it is. A quick push coming in from the attackers. Will Faizaru finally win a round?
I mean, it's possible. One thing I want to commend is finally Faizaru. It's taken them 9 attacking rounds, but they finally realized that Yeti likes to not be near sight. You know, they finally realized they've finally drone off of sight to see if they can find where he is, and it's worked. They know he's in reading now, so they know they have to be careful of that C4 below and that pressure from pillars. And it should hopefully put them in a lot better position. But what a shot from the Wamai, able to find one. Maestro able to find one of his own, but Valk will be taken down by the Zofia. Zofia also able to find Replica on that smoke, and she's doing work now on that second floor.
Yeah, now we're down to an even playing field. 3v3 halfway through the round. Oh, maybe corrected right there. 3v2, 3v1. It is down to Aku, the only attacker to really pull it back. Sitting in Skylight isn't probably the best position to be in. There isn't much to drop or move around in. Right there, Vamos is pulling himself back upstairs. Aku all getting the wallbang in 11, winning that defender round for a 4th time. Ahama currently winning 4-0. 4-0, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, Ahama, their defense has just looked solid. It's looked as sturdy as a mountain at the moment, and it probably doesn't help that the attackers have been making these small little errors that, you know, it's so easy to make them and it's so easy to avoid them, but they stack up and it ends up leading to these round wins. And when the defense has been so strong as Ohana's has so far, you really can't be making them, and it really does seem like they need to step up to another level if they want a chance of winning a round on this half.
Yeah, and I think what's really interesting is that right now, Pfizer is in a golden position. They know what site the Ahama is going to be going to. It is right now, it's after round 3, if they've lost 3 rounds, it's now on a cycle. They know which round's going to happen in what order, which site is going to happen in what order until they break the chain. And so I really wish they completely altered their lineup now. They changed it and they were just like, you know what? We were close, we didn't win, what can we do better? And right there, I feel like going downstairs, while it was just so close, they did only lose because of the Maestro cam. It might have been smarter to, you know, get someone who can push into Bakery and cause commotion there, because yes, they had great verticality control, but they just didn't have much external pressure going in anywhere else.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they literally essentially just had Bakery, and I'm pretty sure just the freezer wall, not Bakery, sorry, above and freezer wall open. And that was it. You know, they had no pressure into red. They had no pressure towards Bakery whatsoever. And it did mean that, as you saw with that Maestro's positioning at the end there, he just... How do I put this? Sorry. It like, you know what, it just means the defenders can pull back when they need to and just play passive and wait. And that's what we saw from the Maestro. He realized that it wasn't ideal for him to just take the front up gunfight with the Zofia. You know, she'd hit 2 nasty shots in a row, probably really confident, and instead just opted to pull off playing Bakery and use his utility effectively, and it ended up winning them the round. And if you just had some sort of pressure over towards Bakery's side at all in the round, the Maestro probably would have second guessed a bit more.
Oh no, the lack of proper droning we saw before. The Aku went droning before but didn't properly check, and so Pero is now dead thanks to I11 being able to hold himself upstairs. The Dokebi call wasn't enough warning for the defenders, but I'm glad he's now tapping an invisible phone.
Oh. Yeah, you gotta love those weird graphic glitches in Siege. You know, the classic just man's tapping at just thin air. You know, he's holding thin air, or he's tapping at thin air. It's great. You know, next thing you know, we're gonna see an SMG11 inside an M590. Who knows what's gonna happen?
Yeah, and right there, I was kind of upset to see that they didn't properly drone out because, well, Yeti's been a Fnatic player this game. Well, not this game, sorry, but the last game. Yeti was everywhere. They should have had their droning being very thorough, but right now they need to start preparing to move into site, and there it is. A few breaches upstairs. They did lose Pero, which was their buck, meaning they have to use their breaching charges now to get the verticality going. But hopefully they get a few picks, a few good locations, and underneath we can see Replica is waiting, finds a head, but's not able to make any work of it. And, oh, I definitely thought Habana was going to do some vertical breaks, but gladly not. There it is. There is the main utility taken off the hatch. Habana able to open that up, giving them a chance to go into freeze up for the last 30 seconds.
Oh, sorry, I had my mic muted. That is my bad, ladies and gentlemen. I am sorry. As I was saying, though, is, you know, you do have man advantage as the attackers here, but you have so little time. You're going to have to start aggressively pushing, and it's not going to go well. You can't watch the angles you need to, and as you can see right there, Rauk able to get that easy kill, holding the tight angle. Dokubi's inside, though. She's able to pick up the smoke, I believe. You know, that smoke cannon there doing some damage. Oh, Habana jumps through, is taken... okay, I am confused. Maestro found 2, Dokubi found another. People died, attackers won. First round to Faizaru off the map.
I'm sorry, I would just like to correct you there. Attackers did not win.
Oh, wait, did they not? Oh, no.
Did have,
it was time.
Still alive, and time did
give
them the win, but that's okay.
I'm retiring. I'm done. I'm boomed. I'm boomed. Oh dear God. Well, 5 rounds to the defenders. Sorry, everyone. As they are going for that golden half, you know, not losing a single round. It will be really good if they can.
Yeah, and I feel like it was just that last round. It was really disappointing to see that the droning just wasn't properly done. It had caused probably them to lose that possibility of winning an attack. I11 was upstairs. I11 could have easily been caught, but I11 wasn't. So it had allowed him to get a kill on Pero, and now Pero, who was Buck, and is still Buck in this round, just lost all his utility that he had. And so it really put them at that really disadvantageous position, and mainly swaying it in Ohama's direction.
Yeah, for sure. They, you know, Ohama were in a good position there. You know, the Kaid just not droned properly. That's one thing that I'm pretty sure every team, whenever, you know, you do scrims before combat, VOD review, you drilled it time and time again. Check all your corners before you call something as clear, and something that no one ever wants to happen, but it's something where a lot of people know the feeling, and it's exactly what happened to Buck. He trusted his teammates' call, as you should, and it didn't work out. What a pre-fire there from the Yana. I'm assuming she had intel from a drone or something. Able to find the opening pick that will be Yeti gone within about 30 seconds of the round beginning. Your primary frag and your primary roamer are now dead if you are Ohama.
That was a golden wall bang coming out for Faisaru. That is exactly what they needed. They needed to remove Yeti. Now they can live in that light and peace, because right now the one aggressive defender is now out of the play. Their backs don't have to be watched as much right now because there's a lot more control, but Kawa's just sitting there waiting. Got many lines of sight ready to go. Anyone who's going to come out from heaven. But so far, does that drone make it? No, it falls underneath. And will they be able to find a player underneath? Probably not. Now, let's really hope that we have a lot more coming in here. A lot of people just left Discord and I'm very confused. Never mind. I'm not going to freak out about that. Covert, you're still there?
I am indeed still here.
Okay, we're good.
I am
take a-
boomed. I am boomed, but I am not leaving the Discord call boomed. At least yet I'm not. So we should hopefully be able to finish the map before that happens. And as you can see there, the Vamos on the Goyo able to find one with that Vector. Such a fast firing gun. It's so easy to find headshots. And then the Wamai, I want to say, finds one of his own. Yana's able to. Ash, sorry, is able to pick up the kill there onto Goyo. Vamos goes down. So now it's all up. Oh, the Wamai goes down. I was going to say it's all up to a 3v3, but it's not. 2v3 now in favor of the attackers. The Ash is on very little HP, and it will be interesting to see how much of an impact she can have. Oh, what a shot there from Habana. Absolutely obliterates Replica's head there, and it's all up now to I11, sorry, in this 1v3. Attackers have essentially everything they could want, missing all the shots there, as they will give up sight control. Malusi in 1v3 will have her head taken off by Devon, and finally Faisaru will pick up their first round.
That's right. Attackers have finally prevailed. It's only taken them, what, 5 rounds? But that's okay. We're gonna now rotate sides. Something that's very interesting, because as we change attackers and defenders around, it starts to really show whether it is a particular side of map or one team is clearly doing a lot better than the other team, which, as we saw last map, it tended to just be that it was very defender-sided for the game. But let's see, this round will tend to give us an idea of whether it's defender-sided or if Ohama is just the better team on this map.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, as we saw from the previous map, it was very much just the defenders were good. The defenders were solid, and the attacks just couldn't stitch themselves together properly. As we were talking about, we saw a 6-0 in the first half and a 5-1 in the second. It is very possible that this could go to OT, or even that Faisaru are able to win it just in regular time, if they can have the same round count as they did last map.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and we're looking at the setup now that they're going for. They got 2 key intel operators, and Vamos here is going to bring a Nomad. Nomad is a very good operator to have on Cafe. There is 2 stairwells to get upstairs. When they're in bar, you get your Nomad charges right where you need them to be, your air jab, sorry, and it's going to blast anyone. But right now, Kawa is trying to open up this area. Can he get it? Come on. Yes, Kawa, you've opened it up. You got your line of sight. Let's keep moving on. Right now, the attackers are getting themselves onto the roof, which is exactly what every team should be doing when it comes to Cafe. Get on that roof. Open up those hatches that should already be open.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I'm not 100% sure, but did it? No, it didn't go through, did it? Where hatches got reinforced. That is sad, you know. No. If that would have been a thing, that would have changed the meta, especially on Cafe, drastically. You know, the fact that you then have to bring in extra, you have to essentially bring 2 hard breaches as a guarantee for both top and reading attacks. Is you need to get those hatches open. You can't go. It's practically it's practically suicide if you try and drop Skylight, or just try and swing in through most of the windows. So you do need those hatches open if you want to have a chance. And as you were saying, the nades coming out, this could be devastating for the Pulse. It narrowly misses. He places it to go onto minibar, and Pulse is just to the side of that. So unfortunate there for Sledge.
We can see right here, a Hammer is going to put a lot of pressure around this cigar shop right now. It is halfway through the round. They're dropping in. They're going in Replica, getting a kill on Pero. That is very important for them to start making that push in. Now they've got to deal with Pixel. They do right now have all this utility, and right there they've destroyed Pixel. Getting a kill on a Sirius. It's now in very much favor of a Hammer right there, but Kawa is getting a kill on Yeti. This is not good. Another kill getting taken off, and Vamos, it's down to an even playing field. However, I11 is able to get a kill, and so is Replica, pulling it down to a 3v1 situation here. The Maestro Gadget goes out there just to get a few kills, but it's not going to help Maestro get a bit more kill damage on them. But there it is, a shot coming in through the Maestro, taking out Ash, who is sitting themselves inside the freezer area. Plant coming out from Replica here, and a quick come around from Demic is able to kill Akio. And there it is, round 7, won by Ohama, an attacking team.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the Ohama clearly coming out swinging, wanting to show that it wasn't just the side that they were on, and it was in fact that they are the better team at this map. And so far it seems to be working. I mean, they won that round pretty dominantly. I mean, it ended up being the 2v1, but realistically, they never. At no point in that round did it really seem like the defenders were in a better position than the attack.
Yeah, and if I was just to think about how their work right there upstairs, especially in Cigar, was to be related anywhere else, it reminds me a lot of Latinam, and the idea of tossing so much secondary utility and so much just utility in general into one spot that it causes so much like distortion to the entire map that anything that occurs from then on tends to just become like white noise and irrelevant and doesn't seem to be noticed until all of it comes back down. And you saw Ohama use that to their ability. They stunned the crap out of that shield sitting there on Pixel, were able to then storm the entirety of Cigar, and then had the ability to storm the entirety of Bar, because so much noise was going on in one area that everyone just couldn't comprehend how much was going on in that map in that moment.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I mean, the whole thing is that that LATAM secondary gadget dump, all came from, you know, the utility meta, which is you would essentially have to dump that much to clear a position. Nowadays, you know, with the nerfs to Jaeger, and especially, you know, the fact that he's gone, he's no longer in this map whatsoever. The only denial you can have is a 1-buy, and, you know, you start to wonder as to why they're dumping that much, other than for the sole tactic of just distracting the defenders.
I'm very proud to see here, though, especially from right here, Ahama, is that they only have Ace as their hard breach utility. They are so well working that Ace gadget, or his charges, to be able to give him the best opportunity, and then maximizing him as an operator. They opened up the crucial walls they needed to have already opened, and that had helped them get so much more entry and so much more pressure into particular areas that needed to be open.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's always great to see a really good hard breacher, especially when they're on someone like Ace or Habana, because it requires, you know, it requires a lot of gun skill. First of all, their guns, you know, very good, and if you have someone with good gun skill, they can frag out of their minds. But the other thing is it requires a lot of thought, you know, and it requires a lot of, you know, that big brain plays to know how, when, and where to use your hard breach effectively if you want to, you know, effectively push the site. And we saw that perfectly from Replica there. He knew exactly what he needed to do, when and where, and it worked out perfectly for the attack.
Yeah, and now we're halfway through the round. There hasn't been much going on here. We can see that Hama is really pulling themselves around. They're once again in Cigar Lounge where they want, but right now Para is underneath, and the Nitro Cell is going to go out trying to pick up a play, but unfortunately he doesn't get a pick off there, and he's not going to work in their favor. We can see right there that Demic is getting a kill on Para, who is currently downstairs, and right there of a push. Oh, the Bruising Hammer and straight into Devon. That was very unfortunate right there for Devon, but right now we can see that Ohama has got so much more control. 1 minute left on the clock, but they're not worrying. They have stepped in towards the objective. They have a lot of control that they shouldn't, but a quick pressure from Sirius there is able to give him that chance to get one more player down, and that's Replica out. No more hard breach gadget will be out there, but it's not much of the gadget there now. It's much more that he's removed the gun.
100%. I mean, obviously, utility coming up to that last minute to like half a minute, you know, it's all about the utility. If you lose someone, you know, oh, the utility, you know, could we have used it? Could it have made a difference? When you get to the last 30 seconds or so, it is entirely down to, damn, we could really do with that extra man. And I think that's what you're going to start to see is, you know, they've got plenty of utility. They're going to start dumping it to try and find an opening, but they might not be able to do it. You know, they're down that player. You've got the Sledge on extremely low HP. Ash able to find that opening pick though. Will be traded out by Valkyrie. Maestro is able to find one of his own, and it's all up to Maestro now, and he will win it. Valk had Valk injured someone. Maestro is able to find a lot of kills very quickly at the end there. Finds that one in Freezer, and then is able to take out, I think, another 2. So great play from him.
Damn. I'm very disappointed right there. I don't know who it was who tossed the several flashes onto Maestro, but how did they not get the kill? How did they not put so much in? They tossed 3 flashes and still didn't put pressure to take out the Maestro, and that's currently led them to pretty much throwing away a good chance of getting that match point win and winning this map that they need to win.
Yeah. I mean, for sure. Like, if they would have pushed him, it's the thing of whenever you look back over the tape and you see that you had an opportunity to push or to kill or to get an easy kill on the person that won a 1vx clutch against you, you are kicking yourselves because you know that if he was dead, you probably wouldn't have lost. And it really does come down to the fact of you need intel. They didn't seem to have intel that that's where the Maestro was. The flashes seemed to be going in aimlessly just to try and distract them, and if they would have realized, they could have gotten a free kill.
Yeah, and just speaking about what you were just talking about before, about like, you know, the players and just if only they could see before, just a reminder for anyone who's not too familiar with how the spectator works within Rainbow Six Siege, the players cannot see each other through the walls. So as before, when we saw that nice clear wall bang getting into the player, it was stunning because their communication was on point. So yeah, just for anyone who's not too familiar with competitive Siege and how it looks in spectator, players cannot see themselves through the wall. So that is exactly why we all gasp and scream when someone gets an amazing wall bang.
Yeah, entirely. And the other thing is we do the exact same thing when they're so close to getting someone, you know, like they're aiming at the wall perfectly where they need to, and then they just don't do it, you know. It's just the classic, oh my, no, okay, never mind, you know. And it's the thing is, it's great as a spectator because you know exactly where everyone is no matter who you're watching, and it does lead, you know when things can happen, you know, but it also leads to those cases where you hope so much but it doesn't come true. But yeah, you know.
Yeah, we can see right there now that Ahama has just dropped into Cigar. They're doing what they got to do. They got to get control of Cigar right now. Pero is probably going to use their Valk camps upstairs to grab enough intel that they can get a Nitro. And you can see it right there. Knowing that the players are making certain moves to certain areas, it's going to check if they can get a good Nitro on someone. Because, well, if you get a Nitro, that is impeccable for your team because you're going to really pull them into a more dangerous position. But right now we can see Ahama making a quick push upstairs. And there it is. We're talking about the Nitro kill, and it comes out from Pero getting Demic, and that is going to put the defenders in a much more advantageous position, and a kill coming from Devon is now making it a 3v5.
Oh, my bad. Yep, no, we're good. Hang on, I've done it again. I've muted my mic and not unmuted it. I'm having a great map so far. I was saying though, you know, usually when you see those C4 kills, they usually end up the C4's on the floor. It blows up, you know, and just the collateral kills the player. But what we saw there was perfect. The C4 got tossed up through the hole that was made in the floor to land perfectly in Cigar Shop and essentially on top of the attacker's head. And
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
not looking good right now. 50 seconds left on the clock, and so far Ahama is not in a great position. It's down to 40 seconds now. Pero's got some mad intel from that Val cam upstairs. It's really going to cause a lot of issues, but Replica needs to try to find someone sitting in train, but unfortunately no one is sitting in there for him to get, and Vamos is now downstairs just in the pillar area, able to put pressure into reading, tosses in Candelas, but it's caught by someone who is sitting, I'm pretty sure, at pillars. Yes, it's down to Yeti. Yeti is a mad player. Yeti's been doing so good today. Can Yeti clutch a 1v4? Goes a quick run across, but no, unfortunately, Sirius is able to get the pick as putting himself into laundry. Set up a nice good crossfire.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate there. The defenders of Pfizer able to pick out another round, and does mean we're going to round 10. Match points still for Ohama as they were able to go that 5-1 first half split. We're able to pick up their first attack, so it does mean that the defenders are going to need to win 3 more rounds in a row if they want a chance at winning this map.
And we can see here once again, Yeti is just holding up the top. Demic is holding up the top too. Devon is also really going up. These are consistent fraggers within the game, and it's good to see them doing really well, and a very good job coming out from Yeti. Yes, he's playing those frag heavy operators, and he's clearly working as the fragger, but he's doing his job. And as stupid as sometimes it may sound, it is just important to pick off a killer, is to have a great strategy and to work as a team. So him being able to pick off a player just puts them in that one more spot of advantage for their team and gives them that side and really shifts the round towards the team with the extra player alive.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it is, you know, a lot of people, especially if they're new to competitive Siege or just watch it as a spectator, they don't realize the work that goes in behind the scenes, you know, from coaches, from analysts, strategists, whatever you have, it all pays off, and it all leads to the thing of if you get the pick as an attacker or a defender, you know how to adjust your playstyle so you can capitalize on it as much as humanly possible, and that's what we've been seeing so far from Pfizer. They get the opening pick and then they just know how to play around that to convert it to a round victory.
Yeah, we can see here Pfizer is going with a very interesting form of defense right now. They're setting up themselves on the side, but they seemed a lot more fluffed out, much how Ahama was playing when it came to Clubhouse, and even how they played when it came to when it is on this map and so far in this game. Will Pfizer be able to really profit off having to put them in this place? Are they able going to, you know, get the kills, put themselves in a better chance? Oh, definitely thought Replica just died there. Nope, it's just the spectating glitch, but that's okay. I11 now getting that drone ready to go in. You can see that they now need to catch off any roaming players, and this is stuff that should definitely have been done before, possibly in those rounds. However, it is a minute through, so players can move around very quickly.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, one thing I find quite interesting is obviously, you know, you're gonna need that big commitment up top to be able to clear out the roamers, open anything you need. But the one question I have is to why you didn't have drones already on the 3rd floor waiting. So as soon as you had your Ash or your Sledge up top, you could just know whether or not they were safe to drop and start clearing 3rd floor, start clearing 2nd floor and stuff like that. Because they essentially wasted a minute before they were even properly in the building. The Yana decoy used perfectly there to bait out the mute. You know, the mute, he sees it's there. They know the intel. He has to swing, and swinging onto an Ash with R4C never really ends well.
But right there, the use of the Yana gadget was just impeccable. It gave him so much chance, and that's what's showing how Ahama's playing. They're playing very surgically. They're able to just very precisely move the plays in and manipulate these defenders to being where they want them to be. And Ahama really needs to sustain that for the rest of their rounds. See, taking out that utility from upstairs, getting these verticals going, just leaving the sledge to it. It's great. It leaves you with frags. It leaves you with the ability to open up the floor and have a lot more soft breaching, and it's great. Right now, there's 40 seconds left on the clock, and I've said this several times tonight, but as it being APAC, it is down to the timer, which is what determines the round right now. We see a lot of shots coming out, but the Hammer needs to really make a push, and we can see it. They're using a Viana gadget now. These last second pushes, a quick shot there, but right there, Para's taking out, and we can see how well Yeti is using it, and Bummer's getting a kill, and another one coming out from Aku. Aku is now down. It's going to be pretty much a 1v4. However, we do have a dock here. Devin is a dock, and there it is. Getting his teammate back up with 75 health is going to be a great way to support it. Now it's time for plants to come down, but a lot of shots are going through. It is a bit of a cluster going on here. We don't know what's going on, but Replica's on that plant right now. He's so far not taking damage, and it's completely safe. Maestro getting a kill, having a double kill now to a 3v2, getting a double kill, but it's now a 2v1. Pfizer only got one player left. There's many lines of sights that have been created, but it's really up to Devin to get the golden shots, and he makes a quick peek, but I11 is right there. Quick flick, taking out Devin, and that is it. Ohama is winning round number 2. Oh, sorry, round 10, I'm pretty sure it was.
Taking map number 2.
Yeah, taking map number 2, meaning we're going to go to the decider map.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably, you know, I'm clearly boomed. I've made a bunch of mistakes this map, but map 3 hopefully will be just as good as that first map was. This second map wasn't as great, but it will hopefully get back to being action-packed and really tight.
All right.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. bass guitar. Simmer down and mess me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around in your red Ford. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Got me even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Over your skin, you can see it beat, intoxicating your energy. First time in so long, you felt the heat, evaporating your bindings. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the, move like the, move like the sunlight. Darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the, move like the. I know the sadness that cripples you. It comes in waves and out of the blue. But there are days you feel freedom too. Bask in the glorious lightning. Move like the sunlight. Darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the, move like the, move like the sunlight. Darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better off, better off. I am wicked, you're insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, or toe to toe, we're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. Cause together, we're better off, and we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cut. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If I'm knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, or toe to toe, we're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. Cause together, we're better off, and we can. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. All alive. The devil's in the detail, lingered inside. Oh, a holy crime. But how can I hide you without an alibi? It's a lover's fight without an alibi. You took my innocence. I can't wait no longer. I'm playing with the monsters. Everything that brought me alive. Going around like nonsense, playing with the monsters. They brought me alive, but got no alibi. It's a lover's fight without an alibi. You took my innocence without an alibi.
Greetings, everybody, and welcome back to the APAC edition of the SI 2021 Open Qualifiers. I am Forge Master. I am back after the first game of the day, and I am joined by Isai, who you already know from the previous maps. Hello there.
Hello, how are you going, Forge? How you feeling?
Doing fine. Stomach's full after a good lunch, so I might be up
Oh.
for a fairly okay cast.
What'd you have for lunch? We need to hear about this. This is essential business.
Ooh. Oh no, nothing much. Just some rice and I don't know what the hell it's called in English. It's just in a typical Indian language that we have for lunch.
Villa and
Hmm.
orange team.
Okay, we are back live after small eventful event that just happened. Now we are going to the third map. By the way, for a quick catch up for anybody joining us right now, the games are Ohama versus Faisaru. Both of them have one map in their account, and we are going to the decider. The previous two games on Clubhouse and Cafe. Cafe was won by Ohama, and what was the previous one? Yes, Clubhouse was won by Faisaru. So we are moving on to Villa. This is the decider game, and we are going to be having, what is this? Faisaru on attack? Yes. Okay. You're going to be having Faisaru on attack. My mistake. I just had to confirm that. So we had I was watching the stream from behind, going by how each of these teams were playing. It was relatively close. At least the first game, the first map went to 7-5 in the favor of Ohama, I believe. Yes, the first map went 7-5. My mistake. First map went 7-5 in favor of Faisaru, and the second game these guys pulled it back to a 7-3 scoreline. So both of these guys have proven that on two relatively far off on the scale, because you have Cafe, which is still heavily defender sided, and you have Clubhouse that tends to swing around the board, sometimes attacker, sometimes defender, depending on what bans you pick. And they have shown that both teams can adapt to strategies, both teams can pick their gunfights well and even win them out. So this looks like an even matchup. So based on Isai, you were casting the previous two maps. So who do you think has the upper hand in this one going into Villa?
We have consistently seen in the past two maps, it has clearly been defenders winning. When we watch these teams play on Clubhouse, which is a very fair map, defenders were winning. We watched them on a defender-sided map, defenders were winning. We're now on a defender-sided map again. Defenders are going to be winning. It's so far, I feel like Ohama is going to be in a very advantageous position. When they did lose their map, it was very much on a match point. They were about to win. If they won one more round, we were going into overtime. But they lost it, unfortunately, for the one round that did win to an attack. So I feel like in this situation, Ohama does have a bit of an advantage, only for the way they're playing. And a map like Villa, in the way that Yeti runs around in I-11 with the gun mechanics that he has very much of a stronger position here than Faisaru. However, IKU is very good in the way they're able to shut down, and the coordination we saw last map really showed that Faisaru is a team to be messed with when it comes to their coordination and team play. Sorry, not to be messed with.
So I did notice Valkyrie running around a lot, like you mentioned, an aggressive Valk play coming off in Cafe in the previous map. So in this case, do you think that these guys, at least one of the teams is going to go ahead and eliminate Valk from the equation? So at least in that way, they might have a little freedom in not bringing an IQ or not going for such an extensive roam clear as they would have needed in the presence of a Valk.
Yeah, I think it would be very smart for Faisaru to ban the Valkyrie. However, it seems to be a key asset in the intel. I can't remember too much if Faisaru did bring the Valkyrie a lot, but it was Ohama's major use of a defender, and so I feel like it would be smart for Faisaru to move that, especially for a map like Villa, where the default cameras aren't enough to win. You need a Mozzie, you need a Valk, you need a Maestro, you need something to grab more information. So I do feel like for Faisaru, who we are attacking first, it actually might be a really smart idea to ban the Valkyrie off the bat.
Right, so I guess with that off the board, the players are loaded into the lobby. We're still waiting for the game going to start. It should be starting out soon. Okay. So what any other predictions for the bans? Because I noticed previously, what are we looking at? Fortunately, I have a relatively slower internet today. Yeah. So maybe you could tell me a little about what your predictions of the bans are going to be for Villa, because from the previous Villa game that we did cast, it was a heavy. The problem that attack had was clearing out the pixel angle on red stairs towards the study window, and that is generally played in this case because you no longer have shields being protected by 200 ADSs. That it's a lot quicker in this meta now, in this transition phase, I would say, to clear out whatever pixel angle that is being held. So people do play Goyos with a Jaeger or Omai sitting behind it. However, it depends on how quickly you can clear it. So knowing some of the teams have struggled here in today with the pixel angle, Do you see any Jaeger or Bomai bans coming in, or do you expect something like a Goyo or a Castle ban? Just to maybe clear out the utility, give some more breathing room.
Yeah, well, I feel like those operators, it would love to see them be banned, but I don't see that coming from these teams. Their choices have seemed to be very much default, and you can even look at their attacking lineup. Both maps they ban Thatcher, both maps they ban Maverick. Even though we look at some maps, the banning for Cafe in particular, I didn't feel like there was a necessity into banning those operators, and so having those two hard breaches or working with hard breaches to be removed was quite something that I wasn't expecting to see. But both team players are ready. We're about to start in a few seconds. Let's go. There. Just waiting for them to start
Yes.
it. And here we are. Final match.
Finally.
The 32 bracket round. Ohama versus Faizaru. Ohama defending first. Let's get to the bans.
Right, so we had a quick discussion on the bans. It was maybe Valkyrie, or we could see a Thatcher and Maverick again. Maverick, I don't see too much personally. Thatcher obviously is going to be a compulsory ban, and there we do have it. Thatcher does go off the board. That is Ohama's first ban coming in, which is Thatcher. I would say Mira, as always, people do not want to deal with her, especially in a statue. Not much of a statue, but more of an aviator. People do go to aviator first. So not people aren't fans of dealing with the Mira when it comes to aviator, given how strong the defender sided that ban is. But we are seeing a Hibana coming out from Pfizer, which is, I would say, a lot of people did predict Hibana to be one of the top bans, or at least a top pick after the rework, because of the freedom she has in taking out certain parts of the utility. Either you can take out, you can prevent the bandit tricking with just with 2 columns of her X Kairos, or you can take out the Mira with just 1 column, unlike previously. So this, I guess now we might start seeing, given how strong Hibana has been today, we might see some teams take Hibana out on the more on mixed maps or defender side maps. We have Melusi and Wamai being banned, with Ohama taking the Wamai out. So I guess they want less of an interference with that pixel strat, or they anticipated somebody holding the 90 hallway with Wamai and they wanted to take that out. Melusi, I'm not surprised. A lot of utility to deal with, so best I'll remove her from the equation altogether.
Yeah, we see right here that the defenders, Ohama, is going to move themselves into Aviator games, as you predicted before, Forge. They're getting themselves into games in Aviator, a very common first side to go into. Not too shocked. They're bringing the Maestro. And as you were talking about before, Forge, before the match began, Yeti is currently on Valkyrie. That is who he's been on the entire time, and it has worked perfectly for them. 11 also on Legion. Staying the same. Demic still on Jaeger as well. There isn't too much, and Replica is sticking around the same guns. So we can see right now Hama's got a very consistent form of defense, and they are very smart in the fact that when they are changing between operators, they're sticking to the same kind of guns, or the same kind of play style, and it's hopefully going to work in their favor for this map.
Yeah, so moving up, I do think that generally you have somebody sitting in 90 holding off both the entrances, one coming in from the statue side and one coming from Aviator and Red Games and Red Stairs. So you would probably see a Valcam being placed in that hallway and Legion trying to turn that area into a sort of mini fortress. Anybody, because you would get 90 control and then you have access to both Vault and to games, and that automatically turns the entire game cycle into your control, makes for an easier plant either behind the bomb counter or slightly towards the vault. Of course, planting towards the vault inside games is risky, but most of the time people go towards the default plan, which is behind the bomb counter. We are going to see a push coming in from Devan on the Nomad. He's moving in from the Astro side. However, the Legion is there to attempt to throw him off, probably delay the push. Valk on Yeti is roaming all the way in basement. This could prove for a good late round flag.
Yeah, and just that quick push to Astro was really causing a bit of havoc on the defenders there. Very unpredictable places to make a bit of a push, but it does cause a lot of congestion and a lot of aggression for the attackers to make a push through. We can see right now that Aku is already pushing themselves into the ensuite right there in bathroom. We can see right now that Yeti is underneath. Yeti is in a position where Yeti should obviously be, because this is how Yeti plays, is behind him, underneath, waiting for some glorious scene to come popping out and able to get that kill on it. But no, a drone is causing Yeti to go underneath, and it's really good to see that Yeti is playing with that downstairs. It's going to be to their advantage right there, but these attackers need to make a move in. It's a minute and 30 seconds, but look at that, a kill coming from Peru taking out Demic, and the opening of 90 hallway is going to make a lot more pressure and a lot more movement going around here, and Yeti is now stuck downstairs, going to have to rotate back up into the side. Peru is on very low health, but still one player up means you still have one more gun in the game.
Yeah, so at 115 mark, it's good to see that attack has cleared out at least one piece of room. Oh, is that an impact? The impact rate does become successful from the Maestro. He does deny one ace charge. I think there is one more ace charge left. The Maestro does have one other impact. Yeti does get blown up. Is that the Claymore? Yes, that is the Claymore from the drone hole. Takes it out, puts the whole equation into a 5v3 in the favor of the attackers. 50 seconds in, this is still winnable for defense. However, Warmers, Levin, and Replica will have to make sure, be wary of all the angles pushing in, because attackers are all more or less at full health except for Peru. Peru has done his job, no, but then at the same time, AOK has lost his life to the Legion, and then we see another 2 sets of kills coming in. It's down to a 2v3. Is that the ace? Yes, the ace does get that kill onto 11, or it's, yeah, onto 11. Yeti had previously lost his life to Claymore, so yes, that is onto 11. And it's all down to the last 15 seconds, both Thomas and Replica. That's the first smoke canisters comes out. This is perfect because he does seem to be able to delay the push. That gets another kill. That's down to a 1v2. It's all up to the smoke, who is not able to hold it off. It's the attackers of Faisal win a 2v1, getting the last kill onto the smoke. Faisal claims the first round of this Villa game.
A really 1,000 IQ play right there from Kawa. Fakes the plant, ditches outside the smoke where she can't be seen from, or where they can't be seen from, and then pushes Replica to go in, and then finishes him off in the default corner as he's waiting there with a shotgun. That is some golden plays coming from Kawa there, and that's really going to put Faisaru in a golden position to win an attacking round on a defender-sided map.
Which does make, like you said, it's extremely useful, because as many rounds you can put in now is as many number of disadvantageous rounds when you start moving on to defense. Because at that stage, typical time-based fatigue does set in from all of the players, and then you are going up against a literal fortress in the form of the Aviator and Statue defenses that are there. And you're already down maybe 3-3 or 4-2. It does put it into five. If Faisal can continue this streak, it does put them at a good advantage. Moving on to the next round, 30 seconds left in the prep phase, and you have the similar lineup being brought in. Divan with the Nomad, Kawa with the Ash, who did pull off the good IQ move in the previous case. And the same setup brought in from Ohama. No changes. I believe they want to give a second chance at this strategy. They are going to go ahead and reinforce the master bedroom walls. This is interesting. I'm a little confused why they would prefer to do that. I guess they want to choke all of the attackers, or at least force them to open up those walls. That ends up wasting some of their utility and time. But regardless, this we'll have to see if they do decide to go for a master push. Yes, most of the push, like before, does come in from the master's side. Devan, as always, attempting to go for an Astro push. Kawa thinks somebody is in the kitchen. No, just a random pre-fire, hoping to get some hits. But as it stands, not much of an action at the moment. Everybody's rerouting back to site or the respective positions. A push into the closet coming in from Pero, who was pretty good in the previous round. That's a good impact. It takes out the ace. Now Legion is holding off whoever is coming in from the closet. That was a sledge, and there's the ace in master bedroom.
Yeah, as you said before, that was a golden impact to use at preventing any more of the of Ace's gadget to keep deploying, but Yeti gonna get kill off on Kawa. Very important for Yeti to be doing that. Yeti is down on 25 health, has a bit of pushing coming from bathroom, and a quick refire comes in there, but another kill going off from 11 has put down Pero, giving the advantage back to Ohama, but the or as we can see there, sorry, the air jabs are going out now, trying to prevent any flanks, but I11's in very bit of a predicament right now, having so many angles upon him. He doesn't know where to make a move to, and there it is, a quick double crossfire coming in, able to get a kill off on Demic, and there it is, another kill from 11 onto Devon. This is still in a fair situation. Half the time has been cut off now, and quickly, a catch of who's sitting in the corner there. Once again, the crossfires is how they get the kill. Aku able to now make it down to an even playing field of 2v2. They have 1 minute left. However, they still are on the wrong half of the map. They do need to make themselves move back where they need to. And right now you can see that through the droning with that 1 minute left.
I'm not sure if Faisal had read this or not, but they had three people on the off side of the map, just two on this, two inside Aviator and Games. That was a lot of investment into offside holes, which has somewhat worked, but at the same time, they have lost the same three people. They did manage to lose 2 minutes of the round, but 2 minutes is not much. It does the impact work that does work at 36 seconds. This is pretty influential because now it's a lot harder for them to start pushing in. They have to come in through the doorways. Often that is guarded off by Intel or Lesion mines, and the smoke starts coming out 26 seconds. He still does have one more smoke canister, which is especially useful in slowing them down. But I guess they start making the push inside. Oh no, Vamos does get the kill. Vamos says Vamos, and he gets both of his kills on. And Oama does take the lead back, or rather takes the 1 round back. It's a 1-1 stage into the second round.
Yeah, Vamos getting that double kill right at the end was really good for him because, well, it's what they needed. They had so much things to throw in there, but it really came down to the fact that Faizu was on the off side of the map. They were sitting over there in statue and trophy, and where they probably should not have been, because realistically, this site is over in Aviator and Games. So you should have been on the study balcony making an entry into there while you're causing a lot of commotion somewhere else. But hopefully we see that Faizuru makes a bit of a change to how they're going to attack. We can see that Pero is going to go Nook, hopefully to hunt down that Valkyrie. However, I do feel like it would have been a more appropriate choice to bring someone, like a Jackal or a Dokkaebi.
Good point, actually. I'm surprised that they haven't brought in Jackal yet, because in such a map that does favor an entire bottom floor dedicated to just roaming and doing as you please, having a Jackal would have been a lot more useful. Even a Dokkaebi, since Dokkaebi has frags now. Lion is something people don't generally bring, but it's still an operator that is often slept on. In a coordinated stack, he can always be useful. But the Nook is always going to be questionable because you're not actively bringing in much utility. Yes, you do have frags, but frags in such a scenario are only used if you know that there is somebody hiding behind a wall or a shield. That way you can confirm the kill by throwing the frag or flushing them out, or you would use that to take out the shields. That itself is contradictory because Nook relies solely on solo pushes. So having team-based utility and a solo pushing gadget does tend to contradict things. However, I believe Pero has a backup strategy to, like you mentioned, hunt down the Valk, or maybe, unlike in the previous round where 3 players were sitting in statue and master bedroom and there was nobody else on the red stairs on the other side, maybe the Nook's plan in this case is to move from a side that is not properly guarded. So while we have a statue push, we have Nook attempting to gets their attention by opening up the kitchen and the orchestra room, is that called? Yeah, you get the point. That room and the art gallery side, trying to get some angles on anybody who's attempting to make a quick rotate downstairs.
Yeah, you can see that someone sitting in astronomy is just a bit of an issue for these attackers right now because, well, it's a golden spot, but Kawa is able to get a kill on Replica, really helping them as an attacking team. I'm also really shocked the fact that they did know that they could change sides, yet they didn't bring an IQ. Now, we currently do see a lot of attackers now trying to make a bit of commotion in that master bedroom, and Nook going underneath, knowing that all the defenders have pulled themselves back up. Hopefully making that back move will help them, but you saw right there, the camera has caught Nook out, and I11 getting a kill, Demic getting another one. This is really now been put into the favor of the defenders.
just when he tries to peek in, he does get shot down, and then you have a lot of kills coming in. Vamos, as always, doing beautiful with the Alda and shutting it down. Defenders of Ohama take the lead into the round at 2-1 stage, closing off both the Aviator and the Statue defense. So at 3 rounds in, we might see them going down towards dining and kitchen. Yes, they are going towards dining and kitchen. Not much of a change in strategy. Tachanga, my goodness, by bots, it's not allowed. You better change that off in the 6th pick. Just fair warning. So they did do a little bit of a mess around there, but then they're back on track with the Jaeger Legion Pulse skill. Pulse being pretty useful here. You are on a 1F. People generally pick Pulse when you would want to deny a plant when the site is above you. But I guess in this case, you know that since this is a dining push, a dining site, you are going to have to push master bedroom at least with 1 or 2 players. So the Pulse is useful in getting that necessary intel, or maybe making the push in from the washing machine's small room. So it's good to see where Vamos is going to position himself to get either intel or towards active intel and plan denial.
Yeah, and I'm also really shocked that they decided to bring a pulse, especially the fact that last round they were in statuary. So I don't understand why, if they're in statue, you'd want a pulse because you can play underneath. But here they decided not to do that. They brought a pulse for the downstairs side, so I'm not seeing too much of a reason here. However, right now, I feel like this is probably one of the best sites for Yeti. There is 3 points of entry into this site from inside the building, coming from downstairs wine cellar area, coming in from the main hallway that connects to Astro stairs, and then going in through just the main hallway from the white tarp room. Those are the main ways to get into the site right now, and realistically, it's going to help him a lot to have players go underneath, but we can see right now that Pera doesn't want that to happen. And right now, we have Vamos really getting those pulse scans, calling out where players are actually pushing from, which is very vital into being able to see what kind of style push they're going from and how to actually counter that.
I did notice Pera going for the same Claymore that Faisal had previously placed, which had gotten the kill onto Yeti. I guess he does love that Claymore, which does make sense because you're cutting off all of the rotation from the Astro side, but you are banking solely on the defender, whoever, in this case it is Yeti or probably 11, hoping that they don't see that Claymore cutting off the rotation between the hallway towards kitchen and the Astro. So while you're at it, you have your 11 roaming top stairs in statue and trophy room, hoping to delay any sort of pushes coming in from the top. Most of the people here are still making that push. Oh, we do have one person in the basement. No, yet he does close it off and he shuts off AOK. And there's a second kill coming in onto the knock by... Who's this guy? Devon, yes. Sorry, Demic. My mistake. By Demic getting the kill onto AOK. Meanwhile, he does get refragged. The Yeti does get refragged by the Ace of Sirius. But the wall there into kitchen is yet to be breached in. I guess the mute jammers there working really well in against them. Meanwhile, they have still left the active intel of Vamos alive in the art gallery room.
Oh, and a quick kill coming from Demic in that laundry area, which was a nice quick push possibility from Kawa, but not looking so good. 1 minute left on the clock here, and as per usual in APAC, we are seeing a lot of pressure coming in the last few seconds are going to be what's seen, but Sirius is actually on side. I take everything I just said back because Sirius is on side, causing a bit of contention. Now a 2v2. Oh, but I11 has that golden angle really to prevent anything, and now it's down to Devon, who's kind of segregated off from the rest of site, but he does have the ability to go around. The breaking that barricade is going to call out his location. They've caught him on camera. They're making a chance around. The quick wall bangs is what's going to be used right there by I11 to really get a bit of damage, and hopefully we can get a quick pick coming off here, but they're holding themselves in a position. 20 seconds left, and as we said before, it's always that last second push. Vamos does have one nitro left, which can cause a bit of a distraction to entering the side. He goes to play the nitro, but I11 is able to get the kill, and Devon is now dead, giving the defensive round to Ohama.
It did come really close there. We did see the Ace of Sirius moving all the way into side. At that stage, it did look like it could have been Pfizer's round to win, but it then eventually looked like Pfizer's round to lose, because then the Ace was dragged out by the Legion of 11, who eventually shut down the Nomad coming towards kitchen. So all in all, they are, like in the previous rounds, I would say they are coming. Both teams are coming pretty close, showing that they are able to dismantle strats on the go. However, Faisaru is spending a little too much time off the site. They need to be start making. They need to start realizing that the players here are spending very little manpower inside the site and more off of it. So it's in their best interest that they move in closer and start putting pressure there and focus on blocking off the retakes rather than hoping that there is no interference all the way onto site by fragging out the players that are a little too far away from the site. So moving on, we have crossed the halfway point of the first half and we are at 3-1 stage. Ohama still maintains the lead. They are retaining the same layout as before. It is working out well. Levin is doing a good job at 7-2 so far. And Wamo is playing the subtle support at 3-1. On the meanwhile attack, again, the same lineup. We haven't seen too many changes in the operator picks on attack this entire day. I would say Sledge, Ash, Sophia, and Ace are more or less common. Nomad has started to become popular from, I would say, the second match. In the first game of the day, we only saw her being brought in a couple of times, and then afterwards we realized that most teams seem to have realized that people are banking on some deep roams and late flank. So it's better off having uh, that flank control, that passive flank control over there, and then it can also come in handy towards the later round when you have any air jabs left and you want to block off a retake. Moving in at 2:30, we are starting to see the push coming in towards master bedroom, and this is the statue site.
Push in through master bedroom is going to be very crucial, but they did catch out the black eye that's sitting underneath and also a goo mine. Catching out this utility using the new Z ping 2.0 is really useful for these attackers as they're able to, you know, catch all these utility before it's ever used, but a quick shot from being upside down, repel on the wall. Devon is able to put about 50% damage into Yeti, which is going to cause Yeti to have to really back off here, giving these attackers a bit more of an advantageous position. And well, they're using a lot of utility but not making too much progress, and 1 minute's down and they haven't actually put any touch onto site, which is kind of upsetting because as they make that push from the north side, sorry, it has turned all the attention there and has led to consistent gunfights, which Kawa gets 2 kills, Akyu getting another kill, putting it to a 2v4 right now. 2 people back on the side. It's giving them that ability to go pushing, and this is just showing the lack of drone intel as Kawa has to make consistent peeks around corners and isn't able just to make, you know, secured shots that they know is just there so that they can win. But right now it's down to 2 people to hold 1 site, or 2 sites, sorry, and that's 1 site per person. But Pero is going to make a quick push inwards, pushing himself to landing, getting that drone, grabbing a bit more intel. They're both now stuck into A site, meaning there's a lot more opportunity for the attackers to put pressure into the aviator room. However, Vamos sitting himself into study is not going to make that an easy choice. 50 seconds left. They have so much opportunity. Ash going from below to break a lot of area to get those lines of sights that are crucial, but now they're calling out that realistically no one's sitting in there, but a 90 hallway push might be essential into being able to take out Replica. Kawa going from underneath, maybe having a chance to take out Vamos, but Vamos is going to make a move towards the brown stairs, sorry. If only Kawa made a pick up, Vamos is able to get 1 pick off the barbed wire, making a bit of noise, and then quick push in the side, but no, Replica's making a denial right here, putting it to a 2v1 situation, being able to get a kill quick turn from Vamos, but Vamos is a bit hit up, takes a few bullets to the neck, but that's still not enough to take him out. Perina having to move into side. Vamos just making a few spray and pray. The plan having to go out with a few seconds left. No, he stops planning, takes out one of the players, and now Paro is making his move in, but that ping is going to allow him to just pre-fire and get the defensive round for Ohama.
That was a beautiful retake by Ohama. A mix of Ohama being very good at their intel and the delaying part of it. The 3 defenders that they had lost in the earlier stages of the round had already done their job. We could see the intel we could see the active intel being provided by the wire camps towards the end and the maestro camps on where the sledge was planting. But aside from that, it went from a 4v2 to a 2v1 very, very quickly. Because at that stage it was 4 full health attackers with still a fair amount of utility, having both the entrances covered. But I would say the major drawback here, even though the Maestro of who's this guy? Even the Maestro of Vamos had gotten the kill on whoever was pushing 90. The Ash of Kawa took a second or two longer to make up red stairs. If she had pushed in a little earlier and taken the Maestro out at that stage, it would have been free reign onto the plant because the smoke was caught off in the rotate and fragged out, and at that stage it would have been easy win round for Faisal. So a little time delay happening towards the end because they did bring Faisal did come very close, but they hesitated in their last minute pushes. Moving on to the last round before we go for the role swap, Ohama is currently leading at 4-1. We finally see the Goyo coming in. 11, who was doing really well on the Legion, has moved on to the Goyo. We have to see where they're going to be placing the utility. This is a statue and trophy defense. My mistake previously, it was an aviator defense. Now it is in the statue. Attack has decided that they will get a little funky this time. Devan has moved from the Nomad to the Amaru. He just had one kill this entire round, so he decided that maybe he wants to move in quickly into the 90 hallway. Yes, he's probably moving into the 90. He drones out 90. Oh, gives his position away, I believe. Is he going to make push? Yes, he does. Zoops in. Does not get intercepted, but he's already very close to sight. He might get something interesting over here. Shots exchange. Somebody does read him. No, but he does get the kill onto the mute. Yeti is out of the equation already. That's their top. That's their top player at the moment, and he does get the kill onto. Oh, but he gets fragged out. They put this back into 3v4. It is still very much doable for defense. Does not look like anybody's game yet because Replica doing a good job at stopping Amaru's terror into sight. He had come close because Demic had already lost his life towards closer to the aviator side to the Amaru, and then now with that out, it's back to square one, and these guys have to start making that push towards clearing out the utility and the rows.
Yeah. Now we're seeing here there is a bit of smoke utility coming out. It's not very much needed this early into the round, and so Kawa is now just sitting upside down, trying to hold it down. But you know, there needs to be a bit more aggression. We saw Devon just charge in, but nothing else has happened from that point, and it's currently sitting at a stalemate. We do need to see a lot more coming in, but there it is. Utilities being shot out, and the Goyo shield is broken. It is now giving Faisaru a chance to really push in and break down all this utility.
Moving in the Maestro, they're sitting comfortably, but no, he has to move because his position has been given up to the attackers. The attackers still do have a health and a manpower advantage. At 1 minute left, this is still very much doable for their side. No, now they have an even bigger manpower advantage. The grenade of Pero gets the kill onto the smoke. That's, I believe, still 2 smoke canisters were available before he was removed from play. Now, Ash starts moving into the Astro side. Exchange of shots does happen. Vamo does get fragged out. It's a 1v4, and Faisaru closes the round. If they get this, they win the 6th round before the role swap, and now it's still Ohama is still looking like in the lead, but Faisaru does not want to give this up that easily.
Yeah, and that was a really good attack coming in from there. That is what Faisaru needs to do. Right as they come over to the round swap here, we can see they're changing sides. I really feel that Faisaru did golden on their attacks. They had done very well at being able to push around the defenders. However, they didn't get the majority. They still got nearly 50% of the rounds, and that's going to put them in a very good position when it comes to them having to hold the defense. So I really do hope to see that they're going to really take advantage of the fact that they are playing on a defender-sided map, and they're going to abuse this. And oh, look at those strategic plays. A 6-pick to Legion, but moving the Twitch to a Dokkaebi is going to get rid of the radical kind of plays that come on with Villa.
I would say it's safer at the moment to 6-pick off of the IQ and move to the Dokkaebi because you have your extra calls. We have seen that people in this tournament, players in this tournament have preferred for deep roams, and the Dokkaebi is definitely going to help with that, either with getting the passive intel through the, or rather the hacking intel. I'm not really clear on the passive active in this case, but it's more of the hacking intel onto taking off the control of the cameras, because you do have a Maestro. That's very good. If you manage to clear out the room and get the hack onto the cameras, you can take control of the Maestros at least in terms of who's where inside, and plan your pushes accordingly. The Ella being brought in, I would like to see if this is an Ella shotgun or the Scorpion, because the Ella shotgun seems to be still a favorite despite the spread nerf which happened close to a year ago. It's been a while since we had seen an Ella shotgun nerf. So we have seen, so the roster on Ohama at this stage is not very, it's only differing in Yeti moving on to the Dokubi pick from what Faisero had brought in the previous set of 5 rounds.
Yeah, and now we're just gonna have a quick look at the attack setup. 30 seconds in, they're calling out all that area. Dokubi's now underneath. You can see right here that Ohama is not wasting time. They know what kind of style they need to play on this map, and it's one that they've been playing for the past previous maps. They're making that pressure straight in. They don't care. They entered Art Studio. They're going to break this barbarian on the stairs, but they haven't fully checked the stairs. And so as we see, I11 going to go on his drone. He's going to figure out that there's someone sitting in the middle of brown stairs.
No.
And he's going to be a bit more cautious onto his entry. And, ooh, the use of verticality right there might be the end of Ohama on this round.
Yeah, that is Sirius with the shot. Sirius was previously sitting with the shotgun there on the stairs. He has rotated back, and I think Devon of the Jaeger has taken that position. Dokubi is still waiting for an angle. They anticipate somebody coming in from there. The rest is still sitting there in the art studio, waiting for the push. I guess they're still waiting for some intel to come in. This is one of the times where I believe, oh no, that is a kill onto Replica. That's the ace out of the equation. But we do see a frag out, and then the third kill comes on. The Ash gets down. No. The Ash is just downed because the Zofia gets the kill. But the lesion of... Oh, that's a lot of kills to follow. No, never mind. I couldn't even follow kill 2 because that quickly, this round was over in quite literally 5 seconds. Sirius blacking somebody out on the red stairs. But yeah, that was... whoever was pushing in up there has been out. And now Faisaru takes the lead, tries to cover up the gap at the 4-3 stage.
Yeah, really sticking it as the defense team right there, getting a bit aggressive towards the end, but we saw that Ohama was really pushing themselves in. They knew that the way that they kept losing to Faisaru was because of the aggression that came in, so they took a shot at it. However, they just got caught in so many situations, and as we saw on those brown stairs, I don't know what was going through their head, but there was just so many trading going on, and I made a comment like this in the first map, but they were trading like kids with Pokemon cards. They were just handing it around like, you take this, you take that, and unfortunately in that situation, Ohama wasn't the team that had the most cards at the end.
Yeah, because they came really close. Ohama did have a fair advantage there. Faisaru was hesitating to... my mistake. I was talking Faisaru. Faisaru did have the advantage there because Ohama was hesitating to make their pushes in towards side, even with the rotation of the Ella moving back in and Devon taking its place. Faisaru did maintain their positioning advantage. So towards the end, I can understand that despite the continuous exchange of shots, time was still in the favor of Faisal. Moving to the 8th round here, we are at 4-3. They are slowly starting to equalize the score like the previous maps that we had seen. The clubhouse map, especially where it came down really close at 7-5. Now we are moving in. We do see the Twitch coming in. We have seen the Twitch a couple of times in this round. Oh, quick run out by the Legion of Kawa. Does not really get anything. I believe he wanted to put the goo mine outside, I'm assuming. Maybe he has his plans by getting some intel of whoever steps on that balcony. So Vamos on the Nomad and Yetis on the Twitch. They are attempting to either clear out any sort of Legion mines and start making the push from the F. By making the best use of the F2, but that's a kill coming in from the dock. He gets a kill all the way from the vault. That is beautiful. That's 11 out. 11 hasn't used any of utility, nor has he taken any frags in this round. So that's a very impactful frag towards the early on.
Really interesting to see the fact that right now as a defending team, Faisaru has really extended themselves all the way across into Aviator, and it's causing so many issues for Ohama to move in. Then they're still continuing trying to push through Aviator in games, but I feel like in fact right now they should just change it and go for a verticalized push. They should push that master, but there is a grenade causing a bit of damage. If he only knew that he had downed Kawa, he might have made a quick peek, but there he goes, another grenade, or only to go inside of the vault, seeing if he can get anything, but still one person alive. The numbers aren't the prettiest things. They can cause a bit of a scare. Oh, but a Maestro Cam is going to cause a bit of damage towards Demic, but no, Yeti's able to get one kill off, pushing themselves down 90 hallway, going to slide themselves across with 1 minute and 15 seconds to really attack that side.
They have one down. I don't think anybody's going to be able to pick up Kawa because he's in a very precarious situation at the moment. We have 4 people still there and 1 minute left. The grenade down does manage to confirm the kill. That kill does go to Demic. He takes the kill onto Kawa. There's the Legion mindset that, ooh, that's a nice reach. The hammer does go that far and he takes out the Maestro. That's a decent amount of Ingle taken out. He manages to Neo himself past the crossfire coming in from the other side. At 4-2, they still maintain the advantage, but the clock is ticking down.
Wow, that was just really good shots coming in from underneath. Sirius able to get one kill off on Vamos. Right now, there is a clear win in health for the attackers, but they really need to sustain this. The Legion Mine is not going to help Replica and really slow him down. But right now, there is 20 seconds left on the clock. Ohama needs to make a quick move in because they are currently winning this with not only health, but player count. Here goes the quick pushes. Maestro getting a few shots, and Maestro is able to get a kill out onto Yeti. Yeti is now down. Replica also taken out. For a team that was in such an advantageous position, they're starting to fall right there. But there it is, a quick kill. Now he just needs to get one more kill to win, but no, Maestro sitting behind the computer is able to kill Demic, and that is a defender round, which was so close to being a Hummer to win an attacking round.
Yeah, I believe he did not read AOKO sitting behind the Astro office table or Astro table, I would say. They're having the tight angle. I don't think the intel reached him on time because that was the same position from which the kill came by the Maestro onto the person that was pushing up the Astro stairs. So running in bullheadedly towards that direction was a little risky, but you can't really put too much of load on him when you have just 5 seconds left. And whether you go for a plant or you go for the frag, you are currently at a disadvantage. An interesting pick coming in onto the 9th round. AOKO goes for the Frost. He did go for the Cav, and now he's going for the Frost. Cav and Vigil, I would say, are two interesting picks in this on Villa because you have the entirety of the bottom floor that is available to do whatever the hell you want, and nobody can ever contest you there without actively wasting their own time or utility. But the Frost here, I believe, is a combination pick of throwing Ohama off their strategy because you also have Devan on the Capcan. Capcan is a combination that is often slept on because you have traps which can provide some sort of intel in any form possible. Anybody passes through, explosion, sound intel. Somebody takes it out, bullet, sound intel. And you have the 9x19, which is a beautiful gun. 9x19 is more or less on par with the 416, so I can understand why Devan moved from the Jaeger to the Capcan. But I would be keen on seeing where he plans to place his Capcan traps. It can have a good synergy with the Frost. Frost does have the shield. That's the return of the shield that we're seeing here coming in from the washing machine room.
It's really good to see right there that they did bring the Frost, and I feel like that's not only because, well, it's Frost and the utility behind it. I really feel like it was for the Super Shorty, like just the shotgun to be. I'm pretty sure it's Super Shorty he has. I'm not too sure. Oh, she has. Sorry.
Correct. Yes.
But it's that shotgun now as a secondary is going to be grateful for a site like dining and kitchen. You need to play the verticality very, very well. And so having a shotgun is going to be great. But unfortunately, there's not much vertical hold here for the defenders right now. And they're really going to let Ohama really come push through and take what they want, which isn't really, it's not going to help them stall, which is really what they need to do. But we can see they're very spread out, fluffed around, and hopefully they're able to get picks off that puts them in a good position.
Yeah, so at 2-minute mark coming in, no exchange of shots, no major clearing out utility. The ping onto the Capcan trap does get put out and they start going for the clear. This is where the Twitch really does come into play. The Ash can just rush in without having to worry about her health being lost from any Capcan traps or Frost, and this is good intel coming if the Twitch here on by Yeti were to continue doing what she is currently doing. But I guess their paths have diverged. The Capcan has made his Devon has made his way quietly into Aviator all the way from below. So he has let go of some of the map control that he previously had below and has moved on to hopefully prevent anybody coming in from Aviator. The Frost position does get figured out. Is the Ash going to make a move? Is Levin going to make a move onto the Frost? It's likely that Levin is going to win the gunfight because the R4C is fundamentally a better gun, but then they are taking their own sweet time on their engagements.
Yeah, Vamos is so spread out from the team right now. We can just see, as a general team, Ohama is just everywhere. They're nice and spread out. They're really trying to manipulate where they can be landing right now as... No, sorry, I stand corrected. I'm talking about Fazaru is spread out and they're really causing issues, but right there, a quick kill, another trade coming off, putting it to a 3v4 right there, and a kill from Replica has just made it even grounds now with 40 seconds left on the clock. They have so many lines of sights into that side right there, and they need to get a move going. Vamos is sitting back watching his stairs. Yeti is just moving above sight. They need to start going and focusing themselves in, but it's really causing an issue having Devon upstairs, and so they're going to make a quick drop out right now. The lack of drones is going to give him a bit more of a mystery when entering, and just realizing certain things are open is not going to help, but the vertical plays from Devon is going to get him a double kill, and a quick refrag from Yeti is going to help secure them back into a more fair position. Taking out of the gadget, of the Capcan gadget, sorry, is going to be very useful, but now down to 4 seconds. As per usual, it's always happening. They're leaving to the last seconds, but sitting in the middle for a default plant area, a quick crossover, and then killing of Yeti, who is playing a diffuser, having the defend round go back to Fasaru.
Yes, Pfizer finally taking the lead. They were at 4-2 and now they are at 5-4, making wonderful use. They did start the game by taking the lead at 1-0, and now they have shown that this defender-sided map is in their hands now. The result is now in their hands. The Frost, like you mentioned, less for the traps, less for the 9mm C1, which is what, a 1940s or 1970s gun. It's too old for us to remember. But at that moment, it's more for the super shorty, like you mentioned. The good rotation helping out. The ace of Replica did make a push in towards the shield. There was nobody behind it, so he was able to go in quickly. But the vertical play, as you mentioned, does get the kill onto him, and the round goes to Pfizer. So moving on to what could possibly be a match point round, with Pfizer leading at 5-4. We have a similar lineup brought in before, but again, the infamous Blackbeard of this tournament being brought in again. So this is, I believe they're going to be going for attack is going to be going for a relatively slower balcony side push. One guy holding it off, preventing any rotates, trying to make lines of sight all the way into vault. You do have the Maestros generally prefer sitting inside vault, which is a relatively safer place to get the intel from and have long angles with that LMG. The Capcan stays. The Ella gets brought back in on Sirius. So there's a mix of rotation, some shields, and some close quarters combat on, I would assume, on the stairs.
Yeah, and let's not hope that we end up like how it happened last time and a bit of a Pokemon trading battle going on those stairs right there. But here it is. They're just setting themselves up using those Maestro cans from utility. Yeti did decide to go Blackbeard now on this attack, which very interesting choice, but I'm not too shocked considering we do have 90 window. You're gonna have to want to have a Blackbeard watching that. You're also gonna want to have Blackbeard, you know, on the the study balcony. Very important there, but a lot of cameras are being taken out and the attackers are making a nice sweep across from the north side, pushing straight down to south, and they're going to be obviously contended there by Sirius sitting as Ella, who all the Grismonts are going off right now. Now's getting caught out by drones, got someone pulling in through the 90, able to cause a bit of support. Kawa is now ready to set up some crossfires here, but we're about to see a bit of a brawl come out as all players turn to look at each other on the different sides and just seeing which team will prevail from this battle.
That ace charge does get shot off, so that they do now have confirmation that at the sacrifice of their ace charge, of that ace Selma, there is somebody sitting in 90. Meanwhile, you do have Ella holding off single-handedly the entrance towards Aviator Hallway, the wall does get open. I don't think they can get much done with that small opening. I guess they just wanted to get a safer angle, maybe a half wall kind of an angle towards the stairs. But regardless, that we have 2 kills coming in from Yeti on the Blackbeard, and we have the Nomad of Warmos getting the kills, attempting to take the lead back in this game at 5v3. That's the Maestro, and now we have Perol is lost, but then 5-0 decides to answer back by the Kawa on the Goyo getting the kill onto Replica. That's the ace out of the equation. AK-12 is out. We would want that to stay in the round for as long as possible, but unfortunate not happening. Somebody's coming back up the stairs. The rest says no. The Jaeger does get shut down by the Nomad on Vamos. It's a 4v1. The plan does go down. This looks to be very clearly in the favor of Ohama. He just has 42 seconds up. That's 1 kill coming in. That's 2 kills coming in for Kawa. He's attempting to bring this back, but then that shield is now working in his favor, and no. We have Ohama taking the win, putting it back into 5 versus 5. This is turning out to be a very good third map because the teams are going back and forth. They're trying to exploit the advantage as much as possible. You had the first Aviator round of 5-0, won by 5-0, and you have the next Aviator round after the 3 rounds, the 3-round lock opening up, won by Ohama. So it's back to a 5-5 now.
Yeah, and it's kind of where you want it to be in a 5-5, meaning that these teams, as you said before, have kept it very even, and it is definitely 100% a perfect map that you'd want to have as your decider map, because, well, if everything's set and everything's fair, then ought to be a very good deciding map. And here we go into round number 11. We're going to watch these teams set themselves up, hopefully for success, because right now that's what they need to pull themselves into the position of having match point on their side. And we're just going to go for a nice basic setup. The same operators are going to be quite simple there. They have decided to get rid of the Maestro. They do have the Jaeger now on here, and the Mutant Smoke combo hopefully will just drill out that intel and cause a lot more of a delay for any teams who want to be very aggressive. But they did bring 2 shotguns, and both was Smoke and Mute.
It's also nice to see a fair amount of contribution happening from both sides. You have Ohama where come on, that's my stream. Yes, you have Ohama where Vamos is towering it with 11 kills, and you have Demic at 8 kills, which is great to see that there's contribution coming in from everybody. Even on the case of 5-0, you have Sirius Black on 10 kills and AOKO on 10 kills. So it's also nice to see because you have a Smoke getting 10 kills. So you have your support operators coming into the round in the end stages and also making the difference, making use of both their gadget and their gun. So at the 230 mark, this is, like we previously discussed, an equal split in terms of talent and strength. The first bit of utility starts affecting attack. The Blackbeard making an attempt, making a push into the closet gets good. And we have pushes we have retakes coming in, early round retakes coming in from the Legion, Pero on the Legion, who was previously in the reading side trying to make his way upgrade.
Yeah, and now with 2 minutes left on the clock, no one's dead, but this has been a very consistent thing that's happened out so far within this map, and right there, a few drones going out. The bombs have been found. They need to make a bit more of a sweep across there, and we've got them holding down that site with a lot more strength. There's not too much roaming going around here, except they do see that Mute has sat themselves underneath, and Devon being downstairs is going to be great to cause any pressure for anyone who wants to cause any problems for them. And now they've seen themselves a bit underneath, they're going to have to pull themselves back on. And right there, sitting at 90, they just need to get that wall open. And once they've got it open, well, might cause a bit of hell for Pfizer.
This is extremely surprising. I just saw Peru on the Legion comfortably walk all the way up red and then cross off into study and go back into side. I am thoroughly surprised how we didn't have at least Yeti sitting on balcony to get that easy kill, because that Legion just walked back in. I'm pretty sure that if he had not rotated the same way, he would have been able to get the frag onto whoever was in 90. And meanwhile, while we were at it, you had Blackbeard, we have the first kill coming into AOPO. The smoke is out of the equation at 43 seconds. Not much of utility has been used up, but then you have the Valk onto Kawa getting the kill onto Demic. That's two frags out and a fair amount of soft breaching that is also out. At 33 seconds in, it's still a 4v4. Looks like anybody's game, but Attack needs to start making the push in. Less vertical play, more right in your face in the site. The peel they have, that he does notice somebody. Vamos does noticing somebody in the library room. But Intel does come up. What he does lose his life to Kawa on the Valk. It's a 4v3 now. It's 3v3 now. In nobody's favor actually. Oh, he does notice somebody get the kill. Oh, he does get the kill. Thank you very much. And that's the mute getting the kill. That's mute getting the kill onto the Blackbeard. It's all up to 11. But the plan does go down. Replica is going to complete the 7 seconds. Can he do it? Yes, he does. But he loses his time and gets down. Oh, and then the last kill as well happens. This is an easy disable for Faisaru. Takes 6-5, goes to match point.
Yeah, it was a really close chance there from Ohama, and they really pushed for it. They stuck that plan right on the table, and I think that's a bit of a ritual going on there for Faisaru because, well, they've put it to OT right now. Now this is Ohama's chance, and this is where they were stuck. I'm getting a lot of flashbacks now to very much where it was at for Clubhouse. It was in the same position. Ohama just needed to win one more round, and they could have brought it to overtime, and that's what we wanted to see. And that's what we do want to see right now. We want to see them go into overtime and really fight out for that final chance to show the victory. However, as we just look right now at the player count, we need to see a lot more kills coming from Ohama's team, and they're already doing great in the killing, but they just need to get the perfect picks. As an attacking team, they're consistently running in last second. That needs to change. And I feel like bringing that Zofia right now is going to let them get very aggressive.
That is provided that Zofia does not get killed early on, which I have seen a lot today. Every time you have some entry fragger coming in, the entry gets killed on the entry. The Zofia gets killed on some sort of funky spawn peak or whatever. It just keeps happening. This Zofia has not shined often. It's always been a lever principle. On one side you have the Zofia tanking the leaderboard, and on the other side you're just having it pummel like dominoes at the start of the round. So hopefully this Zofia is on the hands of Vamos. So yeah, maybe it can work out well. Might speed up the push. The concussions are notorious for not always working. I mean, previously we had the same complaint with flashes. Now we are having it with concussions because you're better off using the concuss for clearing out the utility than actually trying to get some intel. But it is still a fair amount of intel. So while you have this in a kitchen site, I assume this is like a kitchen site that they're defending, and they have retained more or less similar setup, but Divan has stuck to the Capcan. Capcan seems to be working on more of a deep roam, less responsibility once you put on your poo-poo traps and more into just getting the kills on by making for a late round push.
Yeah, and we can see right now 30 seconds off the clock now. We have got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left within the round. The attackers haven't set much of a foot inside of it. They have got their drones, and now they're sweeping through Master, which is a really important area to capture when it comes to dining. The vertical plays are very important. However, it has caused them a lot of the time a loss because they haven't finished off all the players, and their own vertical plays go against them. So hopefully they'll be able to get it open, but only having ace is not going to make any of it easier for them.
Yeah, with the ace you can probably get one of the hatches open. That is, if you do leave the master bedroom hatch open. Generally people do go for the hatch. Some defending teams prefer to keep the hatch soft so they can make for a rotate. That sledge not being able to get that soft flooring open does not work out. Decides to move on, quick improvising, and then you're already back into getting the game on at 1 minute 30 seconds. Push hasn't come in. We haven't seen any exchange of shots yet. The hatch is not open yet. The hatch finally does get opened, and now the ace is going to be left with just one charge. That is just one crouch hole to open the wall, which you don't generally see, but that is also preferred. Oh, meanwhile we have Yeti on the Blackbeard losing his life to the castle. It's always a little contradictory seeing a Blackbeard with his face shield losing his life to a gun like the O, because the O takes ages to get the kill. A lot of exchange of shots happening here from Vamos on the Zofia and Sirius on the Legion, but who's this guy? Oh yeah, this is Pero decides to take the matters into his own hands and get Levin. Oh, the anti-frag was out, and then we have the Sledge on Demic deciding to take out Pero. So that's the SMG-11 on defense out. That's the mute that is out. But a lot of exchange of shots happening. Onto Replica does lose some of his. Ooh, the grenade. That's a beautiful grenade going in. Takes Sirius out of the equation. It's a 3v3. Could be anybody's game.
Yeah, now we're down to 30 seconds. Here it is, the quick push. Ohama really needs to make a win on this because it is currently match time, but Pfizer is getting a kill on Replica. It is a 2v3. The health count is not in their favor. One sitting behind, and right there, Demic getting one kill. Now they got to start playing that diffuser, but Vamos is the one that covers. We've been in this position before. We've seen it before. Quick opening from above, but he doesn't look proper in the plant. The plant has gone down. This right now has put Ohama in a golden position. This is what they need, but unfortunately, the player with the most health has just died. Vamos has now got to pull himself out, and no, this is very unlucky. They've got 30 seconds now, having to make a move within 23 to get the defuse on time. They've really held it back. They're not too sure where it is, but a quick diffuser is going off now. Can the Zofia utility come out right there? But no, it's not.
It
2
work.
seconds, 1 second left on the clock. Not enough time, and quick defenders have got it. Pfizer has won, and they are now moving on to the top 16 bracket. Unfortunately, Ohama has lost. Very good job there for Pfizer. It has just reminded me of how it was before. Right there
GG's on the board, yes. Yeah, GG's on the board for them. They did come down to a 7-5 stage. I was so hoping to finally see the concussion grenade stop a disable or a disable attempt, because that is something you never see. It is very rare to have actually the concussion survive that long, but it doesn't seem to be in range. It does have a limited range and doesn't work out. Towards the end, it does come down to a 2v2 on the wire, and Pfizer does manage to win it purely on time and disable. So GG's on the board. It was a beautiful game between Pfizer and Ohama, and Pfizer does take the map 2-1.
Yeah, it was really upsetting. They were so close to winning that, and it's just like a foreshadowing right there. They lost that one on the first map, and that's how they've upsettingly lost right there. But that is it from us, Forge, for today. The games are closing, I think, for tonight. Maybe, I'm not too sure. Am I lying?
Yeah, we might have a few more.
We might have like one more after this, but yes, that is it from us right now. We'll go to the Be Right Back, and if not, that is it from us tonight. Thank you.
Yep, thank you everybody for joining us.
Getting lost in memories, the surface deeper. Want it all surrounding, feel it shining. Shining blue. And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even
the bass guitar. Simmer down and mash me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around in your red Ford. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Holding. Over your skin, you can see it beat, intoxicating your energy. First time in so long, you felt the heat, evaporating your bindings. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the, move like the, move like the sunlight. Darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the, move like the. I know the sadness that cripples you. It comes in waves and out of the blue. But there are days you feel freedom too. Bask in the glorious lightning. Move like the sunlight. Darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the, move like the, move like the sunlight. Darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, we're toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together we're better off, and we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together we're better off, and we can. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
All aligned. The devil's in the detail, lingered inside. Oh, a holy crime. But how can I hide you without an alibi? It's a lover's fight without an alibi. You took my innocence. I can't wait no longer. I'm playing with the monsters. Everything that brought me alive. Going wrong like nonsense. Playing with the monsters. They brought me alive, but got no alibi. It's a lover's fight without an alibi. You took my innocence without an alibi. Smoking gun, you got me on the run. We know that will come. We're out up till dawn. But how can I hide you without an alibi? It's a lover's fight without an alibi. Took my innocence. I can't wait no longer. I'm playing with the monsters. Everything that